Hey, good morning, everybody. Wade Cox here with Clint Stadelbar, the owner of Swiss Ski School. We are live here in Groveland, Florida for the 6th annual Swiss Pro Slalom. Must be awesome to be the host, huh?
Yeah, I'm really excited. This is our 6th edition. It's always a bit stressful, but we really love to do it.
So your first year here, 2014, that you purchased the school, but you were a long-time visitor here for many years. I knew you as we were children, right?
Yeah, we skied together back in the 80s. We've been skiing at Swiss since its foundation, actually in 1979. And Valerie, my wife, was the first customer the first week they opened here. So it's been a few years we've been skiing, and we were lucky to purchase it in 2014 and run the ski school here at Swiss Water Ski Resort.
So what we're going to get, guys, is absolutely perfect conditions. You see the Nautique pulling in the dock. So what year, 1979, were these lakes dug?
No, the lakes were dug in 1989, so it's been about 30 years. And we've been running the Swiss Pro Slalom since 2015, so it's the 6th edition, this pro event. We really like it. And then aside of that, we have other tournaments during the year, also other events.
And you can rent out one of these beautiful villas here on site. Check it out, Swiss Ski School. Back to you, Tony.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. This is the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Glad to have you on board. You just heard from Wade Cox and Clint Stadelbauer. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company, no matter where you happen to be tuning into us from, wherever you happen to be in the world, whether you're fairly near in Florida, whether you're afar in places like Namibia or Italy, for example, or even Australia, for those of you hearty souls that are awake at that time of night. You are especially welcome, and we are going to have an absolute cracking event for you. We've got the first round of women's slalom to take place, and that is going to be within about the next 20 minutes or so. Then we'll go into men's round one. And there is our schedule. Lo and behold, there we go. Women's round one, followed by men's round one, and then approximately 12:30 p.m. Don't hold us to that time. It just depends how quickly we run the opening round. Then we go into round two in women and men. And then we'll have like a little parade for the finalists, and then we go into our final round. Hey, folks, don't forget you can enter our audience prize competition to win a fantastic ski prize. Yes, indeed. Depending upon which podium you accurately predict, whether it's the men or the women, will determine whether you are in the best shot to win one of those two prizes: a 66-inch D3 Ion or a 66-inch Conley GTR. You can enter by going to SwissProSlalom.com. SwissProSlalom.com is the place to go for all of the information that you need to better enjoy the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Also, during the day, you're going to get a chance to vote for your skier of the day right at SwissProSlalom.com. You'll see that right on the top menu, and where it says vote, you can select your favorite skier. Obviously, the top tip for you in both those competitions is be a little bit patient and see which skiers are that are on the list actually happen to get out onto the water, so you can make those predictions as accurately as you can, where it'll be women and men, and then naturally with the skier of the day. All right then, folks, we are less than 20 minutes away from starting, but just to give you a little bit of a taste of what to expect, let's show you this.
we're here with Will Asher, 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, defending champ of last year's event. Coming into the event after running 3 times 10.25 at the JT Fall Classic. Will, how confident are you to bring those scores to Swiss and eventually take the title home?
I mean, that would definitely be the dream. You know, we had a bit of a tune-up in the week. We had Chris Ella drove down, one of the best drivers in the world, and you kind of can't pass up those opportunities when he drives all the way from South Carolina or North Carolina, where they're from. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, competition's fierce. Everyone's skiing very well. Seems like COVID has kind of put people in their den and put them on the water, so we'll see.
So last pro event was the Travers Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. Is any equipment change, or you're coming onto this event with the same material?
Yeah, I mean, we're always trying new equipment. I do have a different ski than I had a couple of weeks ago, so hopefully that'll play out. I've been able to train a little bit more the last couple of weeks, so that's been pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, just keep rolling. We'll do our best on the night or on the day.
Perfect. This was Will Asher. So Dane, you've been skiing almost every single edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom, always close to the podium but not quite on it. How confident are you for this weekend, and will this finally be your first podium at the Swiss Pro Slalom?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really excited to be here. It's one of my favorite tournaments of the year. I mean, this year's a little bit different just because it's in October. Usually it's like the kickoff and everyone's excited, but I'll be honest, Swiss Pro is, I would say, one of the hardest tournaments we have just because everyone's here and the site is perfect and everything's dialed in. So it's going to take a big score. And I mean, I hope I can, push up to the podium, but, it's going to be a big score.
Well, the anticipation is starting to grow here at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, and one of the top contenders is Canada's Jamie Calhoun. How are you doing, sir?
Good, and you?
I'm doing pretty good. I am absolutely stoked and excited at the prospect of the Swiss Pro Slalom. You must be as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's feeling awesome out there. Just like a practice set. Couldn't ask for any better conditions, a better site, better driver. Gonna be fun tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be fun. What kind of score are you expecting to throw down out there?
I'm just hoping to get through 10.75 and get through one round, hopefully both rounds, and give it all I got at 41.
This is the Swiss Pro Slalom, and he's been Jamie Calhoun.
So we're here, the 2 days ahead of the Swiss Pro Slalom. We're here with Eddie Robert, TC. He's been TC from the start, actually, did every single edition.
Since the early 80s, I've been a TC.
Early 80s TC, but did every single Swiss Pro edition. So Eddie, tell us what the TC job and what are you required to do here?
Well, we got to make sure that Vince put the buoys where they're supposed to be, and they're measured within probably 1.5 inches or so on the average, and everything has got to be tight. The cameras have got to be where they can see the perfect view from a point of view that we established years ago, and that the cameras from the in-course, they're tracking the boat all the time down through the course, and now we've introduced a new thing called SurePath that actually digitally represents the path of the boat through the course. Go ahead.
So how much as a TC, how helpful is new technology coming out?
Well, it's always a challenge. I'm a little bit older than some of the TCs, and I've watched it evolve immensely. There was no cameras when I started. It was just measurements. We actually physically measured the courses most of the time, even for record tournaments to begin with. And then we got to where we had to have a theodolite and do a survey of the course. And that was a little more technical. And then we got all the cameras and all the measurement devices and tolerances on everything to the nanosecond. So it's been a kind of a experience of learning all the time. So every time something new comes out, like SurePath, it'll be a learning experience until we get a little bit used to it and get to use it.
Hello guys, this is Vincent. We're here at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom practice day. We're here with Federico and Luisa from Colombia. It's their first time doing Swiss Pro. Last pro event they both skied was the Travers Grand Prix. How was your experience over there?
It was really cool to compete against the best in the world, and being so young and getting up there and doing a good score was pretty fun.
Nice. And you, Luisa?
I didn't ski exactly as I wanted to, but these tournaments are always very cool to be around, like all these good skiers. It's very cool to watch also.
So for you two, first time at Swiss, first time skiing the Swiss Pro Slalom, very competitive this weekend. What's your goal for this weekend?
I want to be able to put up a good score, around 39, as many times as I can, and try to get into a further round.
Yeah, I just wanna go out there and ski good and maybe keep on advancing into depending on the round, and hopefully I'll be able to put out a good score out there.
Louisa, are you going to be finally the first girl that's going to stop Regina Jacquez from winning all those events?
I mean, I think I still have a long time to get there, but hopefully someday.
2020 Swiss Pro Slalom from the Colombies. So we're here with John Travers, 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. We're here on a practice day. JT just ran 1 at 43 off at actually the tournament he organized past week, which is his best performance of the year. So John, how confident are you on bringing 1 at 43 onto the event?
Yeah, last week was good. It's just good to have practice results move into the tournament, and it's been challenging this year with everything going on, and just now getting in the flow of tournaments again. It's a great feeling, and after coming home from Malibu, I was like, man, I got a little bit of work to do. So I started working with Will and the boys on the team and just trying to grind out and get some results that we can feel like we can move from the tournament practice rides into the tournaments, and that's what Will and I ski really good the last few weekends at the ski school. So I'm pretty excited for this weekend. I'm just trying to heal up and have fun this weekend.
We're here with Chris Parrish at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Chris, do you want to talk a little bit about how the previous pro event went, Travers Grand Prix?
Yeah, there was definitely some good things and then not so great. I ran a pretty nice 39 in the first round. Had a decent start. I was trying to get the full 2 at 41, just couldn't quite. Actually, I need to go back and maybe practice some S-turns. And that's what some of my competitors said too. But man, unfortunately, I made a fin change after the first round. And I thought it was going to be the right direction, and it was actually the wrong direction. But I just turned that into a positive, and I learned from that. And on to Swiss Pro this Sunday.
So obviously everyone knows you as a veteran of the sport. So I'm sure you got some game plans to fix the mistakes you made at Travers coming onto this weekend. Any equipment change? Anything you changed from Travers to now?
Oh man, that's a great question, and that's a 100% yes, and that's probably a normal slalom skier move. But I actually had a great week of training. And yeah, I made some adjustments. I actually made a length and depth change today before I skied, and today felt awesome. Like the boat felt great. The lake is skiing incredible right now. The water's cooled down some. Patrice was on point, because like I really feel like too is you got to drive lefties and righties a little different. And it was cool to come in and actually talk to Patrice, and he wanted to know how he felt, and we talked a little bit. And man, I'm looking forward to Sunday.
Perfect. Thank you. This was Chris Parrish, and we wish him luck for the weekend. Thank you.
Well, hey, good morning to each and every one of you. So glad you can be a part of this experience that is going to be the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. My name is Tony Leifert. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. We've got plenty of action to come. We've got 2 rounds. Two rounds of skiing to start us off. Here is the format of the tournament. You're going to see that information come up very, very soon. And should be an absolute cracking event. And one of my good friends, Drew Ross, is going to be occupying the booth with me for a good amount of time. Here is the format: best of 2 rounds. 4 women advance through to the final. 8 men advance through to their final. And I tell you what, we got some of the top slalom skiers in all the world present here in Claremont, Florida for this event. and should be an absolute cracker of an event. And don't forget, guys and girls, you could if you accurately predict the podium, for both women and men, you could be in line for winning a fabulous prize. Yes, you could win, depending upon which podium you accurately predict. The 66-inch 2020 D3 Ion, signed by Nate Smith and Freddie Winter, both world champions. Or if you accurately predict the women's podium, then you could win a Connolly GTR 66-inch signed by Manon Costard. That is for our skier vote, our skier audience vote. You can go to Swiss Pro Slalom for that. You can also vote for Skier of the Day, and that will pick the skier that is warranted that distinction, and that particular athlete, depending upon how many votes they get, will win themselves an edge binding. So, beautiful conditions, and can't expect anything less here at Swiss. And Drew Ross, going to switch you on right there. And good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Tony. We are ready for some action.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And tell you what, the sun is up. It's shining right now. The sun is at the back to our skiers who will be coming in on their opening passes, and indeed every odd-numbered pass from there on in. But I tell you what, I mean, normally we would have this competition around about May time. It's when the skiers are just getting out of their off season. They're just trying to get fired up, and except say for a few skiers who skied in the Moomba Masters, they're not really 100% going into the season. But we're at the end of the season right now, and COVID-19 and all of that has had a dramatic impact upon the sport. But I tell you what, I mean, the anticipation for what's to come is absolutely mind-blowing right now.
Yeah, we're seeing it weekend after weekend. The skiers are in a situation where they haven't had to globetrot, if you will, and run around the world competing and beating themselves down with energy. Instead, they've been able to really focus on performances and almost reinventing what perfection is. And we're going to see some big scores today across the field.
And we're seeing a view on the starting dock, Natasha Rocha from Namibia on the dock there in the foreground. In the background there, you see Rhea Yoga. And that's a very good point as it happens. I mean, the skiers haven't traveled around the world nearly as much or around the country. But I tell you what, in the last few days, I don't know whether you've heard or seen on social media, but the likes of Will Asher and JT have absolutely been on fire with their slalom scores at one of the recent tournaments over at Jack Travers, and a pending world men's overall record is going to be submitted shortly, courtesy of Dorian Llewellyn. So these skiers have got energy to burn right now.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. What we're seeing in the men's field is nothing short of phenomenal. The 39 pass historically was a big deal, and it still is, but 41 seems to be the new 39, and we're seeing several of these top skiers be able to knock it down with some regularity when the conditions fall in line, and today looks like it's going to be one of those days.
You make that sound like a fashion statement. The 41 is the new 39, I guess.
Well, it's when you watch Will run it like he did last weekend, when you watch JT with the power and just able to project himself up on the boat the way he does and keep things going with consistency is really, really amazing. And then you tie in some of the other names who have been successful with taking down the 41 pass, and we're going to see some great stuff today.
Indeed. All right, so some good views around the facility there, the starting dock. There's our schedule, starting off at 8 a.m. sharp, which is within 3 minutes from now. And great to hear of our viewers that are tuning in from around the world. We got viewers from South Korea, from Australia, Denmark, from Germany, or specifically the area of Germany called Bavaria, and from Colombia as well. But For those of you guys that are tuning in from elsewhere in the world, don't be shy. Just comment on the right-hand side of the video on the YouTube channel, and let us know what you think about what you're seeing right now. Give us your reactions, and also take some time to enter our audience competition to win those fabulous prizes that I mentioned a little bit earlier on. We're inside the boat right now, looking at Becky Lathrop, and we've got our crew in there. And once they return to the dock, they'll be handing off a slalom line to Natasha Rocha, who will be our first competitor out from Namibia. So, I tell you what, I mean, at this point in the season, the sun here does get a little bit bright, and I mean it comes up from a different place compared to May, you know. So it might throw off the skiers a little bit, but these skiers are well versed in all conditions, including absolute perfect, which we have here at Swiss, and getting ready to go to kick off this event for 2020, an event that very few people ever believed would come to pass. But we worked hard, we made it happen, and here it is. 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, getting ready to take to the water. And our first competitor out, and there you see her, is Natasha Rocha, and she comes to us all the way from Namibia.
Hailing from Namibia, Natasha is also a Swiss resident here. Her family is one of the owners, and Natalia, although she is from Namibia, spends much of her time right here at Swiss.
All right, here we go. 14.25 meters, our opening pass. Little broken over into number one, but managing to hold her shoulders up. I think her best score produced at the Swiss Pro Slalom in recent years has been a 1 at 38 off, or 11.25 meters, but makes very, very light work of 14.25 meters or a 28 off. So just trying to find her bearings, just feeling out the water. I mean, it's not like she hasn't skied here before or on a regular basis, but originally from the city of Windhoek in Namibia, and spends most of her time in this area. Anything you see there strike you out the ordinary, Drew?
Natasha's strong, maybe a little timid on that gate. It'd be nice to see her start to open things up a bit. But again, it's the 28 off pass, 14-meter pass. It's her first pass. She's just getting situated, getting things flowing, and ideally setting herself up well for the passes to come.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along. We've got some viewers coming in from Costa Rica and from Luxembourg, the Grand Duchy. And got some views at the starting dock right now. We've got a couple of our officials. There's Rea Yoga, who comes to us from Switzerland. Should feel right at home here. Here we go. This is Natasha Rocha. All right, here we go. Getting a little broken up into buoy number 3, but managing to still hold her poise.
Okay, that's a good hustle for Natasha. It was not the start that she was looking for whatsoever, but she managed to scrap and stay strong. And at the end of the day, that goes a long way. But look for Natasha to want to improve upon that gate without a question.
So 6 buoys at 13 minutes. We're going to take a look at the instant replay here. And you mentioned that she was a little bit timid on her gates. I think she kind of upped the ante there, and that probably more than anything else enabled her to complete this run despite 1 or 2 errors. Looks like she's getting a little strung out there on one or two of those turns, but let's see if she can knuckle down and get through 12 meters, which is the next run. 45-second drop on each end, giving the skiers ample time to drop their heart rate down. All right, here we go. This is Natasha Rocha. This is 12 meters. Oh, and not getting the best of start, so it's going to be a half a buoy total on 12 meters for Natasha.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. So, Natasha Rocha, half a buoy on 12 meters and getting even more broken over into buoy number 1 there, Drew. So, half a buoy it is. So yeah, we're just looking at one of our previous runs that was a previous run, 12 meters, just not getting the start that she wanted, and now it's going to have to be reliant upon round 2 to get her best score in this competition. So our very first competitor from Namibia, half a buoy, 12 meters, and now we turn our attention to Switzerland, and we'll see Rea Yoga.
Tony, you brought up an interesting point, a great point actually. So the format here at the Swiss Pro, all pros will ski 2 rounds, and your best score is going to determine whether or not you're a finalist. So Natasha did not get what she wanted out there whatsoever, but she'll have another chance, and the stakes are high. She's going to have to go out and throw a big score down.
And obviously, as we get further down the list, I mean, it's not just a case of getting the best score, your best score, but also support it with a backup score, because there could be a situation, as is typically the case with these women very close in parity, that they actually tie, so they would actually have to go back on their secondary score to see if they make it through to the next round of the competition.
That's right. It's, on one hand, you want to think of your bad round as a throwaway, but it's not really a throwaway because the log jams happen in slalom, and it's a situation where there invariably will be a cut line that forms, and the athletes know that, and they're going to be chasing a score in excess of the cut line, but also ensuring that they can manage to make that cut. So the backup score is going to be vital.
All right, then, here we go. This is a very aggressive start into buoy number 1. I mean, she made that turn. There was nothing subtle about that. At 14.25 meters, this is Rea Yoga. Not too bad there, Drew.
Yeah, a good solid pass.
Well, we'll take a look at this gate shot again because, I mean, I took a... Okay, first of all, let's hear from Wade.
Hi, Wade Cox on the dock here with Alice Bagnoli. Kind of an interesting role for you because not only are you part of the TWBC, but this is your home lake as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely consider this my second home. I think Swiss Pro Slalom is a great tournament. I think I have a little bit more pressure because it's my second home and I'm kind of helping out TWBC, but it's going to be a great tournament, hopefully, and the webcast hopefully is going to be great as well.
A little bit different to get to just wake up and literally jump in the golf cart and come down on the start dock, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking about this morning. I'm like, I definitely have half an hour more rather than just wake up super early, but it's weird to just wake up and walk to the dock and be already at the dock. But it feels good. It feels good.
Yeah, good deal. Good luck, Alice. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Wade. And some good comments there from Alice. And coming back, this is Rea Yoga. Starting to find a rhythm, starting to find a comfort zone out there. This is 13 meters. I like her style out there. And looking very, very strong on that second pass. Not nearly as aggressive on the gates there as I think she probably figured that she doesn't need to work that hard to run that pass. Let's have a look at a gate shot into buoy number 1. A little on the tail there, but still managing to let the ski run, Drew.
Yeah, we see a variety of different gate styles, and Rhea seemed to be carrying a little more speed into that gate, a little more speed in the glides, so she had a better flow out to one, and it's reflected all the way through the pass. You see her continuing to, keep moving, more up course without question.
Yes, indeed. And as we progress more and more down the list to where we see the likes of Jamie and Whitney and Manon and Regina, you'll see that their gate pullout has some great timing, has some great solidity to it. And let's have a look and see. This is Rhea Yoga from Switzerland. This now is 12 meters. She's already in the lead, having gone past half a buoy on this pass. Like her style out there, a little bit on the back, but she had enough in hand to run 12 meters there, Drew.
Well, I think she'll be happy to get that one out of the way. It's nice to have a pass through 12. She'll be coming in at 11, and that's a good way to start things for Rhea.
All right, so yeah, just looking at that approach, I mean, it just seems to be getting better and better with each pass, although into number 2, she got strung out a little bit and managed to get the ski round, but continued to run down course, and a little bit of slack line off number 4, but she stayed aggressive, and that's the key. If the chips are down, you can't just just can't let the handle go towards the boat. You've got to get down and get nasty sometimes.
She's got a great 135 turn to depend on too, and for the left foot forward skiers out there, sometimes you'll see that they can become a little bit down course, and then they've got that bomb to drop on buoys 3 and 5 that can really be an almost reset for where they are on the course.
All right, let's have a look and see. Rhea Yoga. This is 11.25 meters off 38 off. Not a particularly good start off buoy number 1, but managing to get round number 2. And that is, quite literally, all she wrote. For a 2 buoy count at 11.25 meters. That is Switzerland's Rhea Yoga. We'll take a look at the instant replay in just a moment or so, but it all started with the gates, and about there is where she let go of the tension towards the boat, and then things really started to turn pear-shaped a little bit off number 2. Tried to get outside number 3, but not quite, and she knows it too. All right, so 2 skiers down. We've already had our first skier go through 12 meters into 38 off. And Drew, take a look at this again. What do you see?
Well, it actually wasn't the worst gate in the world, but she managed to coast and get on the tail out to 1, failed to keep that mass moving back in, and before you know it, she's behind the feet on the tail of the ski, cruising down course.
All right, then. So, our next skier to come, Jessie Duberton. So, Jessie Duberton, looking strong, looking in very, very good form on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. I don't anticipate any of our female skiers at this point in the competition to be starting any shorter than 14.25 meters at this stage, and certainly no longer in terms of rope length. But Jessie Duberton looking good. And skier formerly of Florida Southern College. Looking nice out there, looking very much in shape, Drew.
Yeah, it's a good, strong pass for Jessie. She's got a very disciplined technique.
All right, so just getting the angle off the turn and just holding on to it. Going cross course. I like what I'm seeing here. as I'm sure that that our audience out there, 300 plus of you people out there watching, thank you very much indeed. And we'll go back to Wade intermittently between here and the dock. But let's have a look at Jessie Duberton from the United States. Oh, look at that round buoy number 1. Round number 2, handle up a little higher, has to be said, but managing to keep everything going, everything moving forward. There we go. Not the cleanest of passes that we're going to see on 12 meters, but it is effective, Drew. All right, and before we talk to Drew, let's talk to Wade.
Hi, back in the dock here. Wade Cox with Rhea Jorger, second skier on the dock. You ran the 35, but not so maybe good at 38 or the 11 meters?
I actually had a good start for my standards, but then, I don't know, I just went a little too hard at 2-ball, but I'm still really happy with my skiing. It's my first pro event, so I'm excited about that.
And you're a Swiss national, so this is like your home event, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's my home site too. I ski here all the time, so it was really nice.
And one more round to go. All right, back to you, Tony.
No worries there, Drew, and have to give a big shout out there to Rhea Jorger, who helped TWBC out immensely during the Good Water Ski Nationals that took place several weeks ago over at Tri Lakes in Louisiana. She certainly helped out with our crew. And let's have a look and see what Jessie Duberton can do. Good gate shot. Oh, nice extension around buoy number 1. It's imperative that you keep the line tight well into the pre-turn and the turn's execution. I'll tell you what, 12 meters. There you go. That's the way to do it there, Drew.
Nice strong pass by Jessie. She's got like I mentioned earlier, just a very disciplined technique. She manages to keep that chest up, maintain great structure, very strong position all the time. So just builds a big cushion, a big margin for error, and it's great to see nice strong fundamentals there.
Yes, indeed, and the fundamentals. Just making sure that you've got some good angle across the back of the boat, some good knee bend into the turn, and just really working on it on your angle across the back of the boat. Look at our stats on Rhea Jorger, and looks like she's pulling a 500 pounds. The ratio of 3.6 to 1 compared to her body weight. So feeling pretty strong out there, I would imagine. So, as we look at Licia Bagnoli, here is Jessie Duberton on 11.25 meters. More than 2 will give her the lead, and it's not going to happen for her, unfortunately. Horrible start on buoy number 1, and paid the price for it there with her inability to get round number 2 at this juncture.
That's not going to be the gate that Jessie was hoping for. It's just incredible how you can have such a strong position and everything else, but at the end of the day, slalom is such a dynamic event, and tempo and be synchronized with the boat are just key. Jessie manages to lose the rope out through number 1, and that's it.
All right then. So continuing to work our way along, and we've got an audience out there. We've got a little bit of a celebrity audience out there. Joel Howley, the current IWWF World Slalom Champion, is joining us. Good day there, mate. Joel Howley there, and coming in, and there's a few questions being put on the comments. Try and keep them PG, please. Thank you very much. One of our people that's asking a question, and I'll go to that in a moment whilst we see Licia Bagnoli come into the course on 14.25 meters. Good aggressive start. considers this a home site more often than not.
Liche is just such a powerful skier, really in command out there.
Yes, indeed. I like what she's doing out there, Liche. And we're going to go to the dock and Wade Cox.
Hi, on the dock here with Jesse Doberton. And Jesse, you're becoming like a regular now on the women's circuit here. Ran the 35, but didn't go so good at 38, huh?
Yeah, not quite what I wanted, but it's a great place to start out today.
Have you ever skied here at Swiss before?
This is my third Swiss Pro.
A little different on that end down there, huh?
It's a little bit more narrow than what I'm used to, but it's okay. It's good to have different sites to ski on. So, and the water is gorgeous.
Awesome. Good luck next round, huh? Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Wade. And we see there Becky Lathrop in the towboat, an experienced person at the helm, and looking pretty stylish as well with her signature hat. I don't know what style you'd call that. It's definitely not a Panama or anything like that. It's probably like an Aussie bush hat or something like that. But there you go. Here we go. We've got Alicia Bagnoli, and here is our aerial coverage on 30 meters. Definitely a neat perspective. Round buoy number 4 and 5. 30 meters. Oh, yeah. All over that pass. So good skiing there from Alicia Bagnoli. Now, one of the questions that was asked by one of our reviewers, Peter King, says, what does Tony mean by getting strung out in towards the buoys? Well, basically what that entails is not staying strong enough with your shoulders and your arms. Whenever you're approaching your edge change, the arms and the handle are already coming out away from your body. And as the ski starts coming away from you into your edge change, you're getting that separation that you don't particularly want. That is what I mean if you're getting a little strung out into the buoys.
And Tony, it goes beyond just being strong off the second wake. So much of how the mechanics of slalom and the move back to center are designed will impact whether or not the skier, quote unquote, gets strung out or gets pinged toward the boat. It's about being in motion versus static and blocking, and symptomatic of being strung out is failure to have left that buoy line in motion, carrying the speed through the finish.
Right you are. Here we go. This now is 12 meters for Alicia Bagnoli. Oh, come on, Alicia. Round buoy number 5, looking strong, looking in good shape, and gets around all 6 buoys. Not the easiest looking pass that we've seen from Alicia on 12 meters, but effective nonetheless.
Alicia really shows her maturity on this pass. A few hiccups here and there, but it just shows that it's a pass she really doesn't have any troubles with. She just needs to maintain her organization and be able to build on it as she comes toward the 11-meter pass.
All right, so the top score at 11.25 meters we've seen so far is by Rhea Yoga. And look how she carries that handle into her 246 side. That's something that I've seen a lot in recent times from Alicia. And, that kind of helps her a little bit and allows her to get that ski turned round whenever that line is a little looser coming into the pre-turn, wouldn't you agree? So, here we go. Our bow side view of the boat, courtesy of Ravenol Oil. We thank them for their support alongside our other sponsors, and we'll display those to you in short order. Here we go, Alicia Bagnoli, round buoy number 2. She's in the lead. She's round number... Oh, come on, keep going. Tries to make a play on 4, but 3 is going to be it there for Alicia.
Well, that's a good solid start. 3:11, nothing to be too disappointed with, although I know she's got her eyes on being able to complete a 6-buoy pass at 11. Remember, for the fans out there are only 4 women advancing to the final here, so it's going to take a big score.
Yes, indeed, and she was a successful turn away from actually advancing through to the women's slalom final over at the Travers Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Looking to redeem herself from that situation. And 3 buoys, well, she's in the lead right now, but probably asking too much of that score to progress through to the next round of the competition.
Much more attractive than you. I knew you would say something like that. You're always so complimentary, right, Tony? Good.
Alrighty, folks. Yeah, definitely getting a little bit deep with a couple of those turns, but now we're working very, very quickly. We're going to have to work quickly because the sun dips below the horizon a lot earlier in October than it does in May. This is Anna Gay, 14.25 meters.
For those out there probably used to seeing Anna on the trick ski, Anna's a world champion in the trick event multiple times, and has also been on that world record line. Just an outstanding athlete, Team USA.
Yes, indeed. She recently recorded a new personal best of 1 buoy at 39.5 Fos. So she definitely has the chops so far as slalom skiing goes, on top of what she's already accomplished on the trick ski world title. Had several stabs at the world women's trick record in the past, and you know, being as supple as she is and being as agile as she is on the trick ski, that kind of segues itself onto the slalom course in some way or fashion as well.
Well, it does for sure, Tony. But I think we don't want to underestimate the time Anna's put into slalom. She's been a top phenomenal slalom skier since her junior years. It's just been one of those things where it takes time to come into her own. But I think we've got a fun next chapter ahead for Anna as she really pushes the whole women's field in slalom.
Yes, indeed. A student at the University of Alabama over there in Tuscaloosa. So, I'm sure she's slalom into the strains of roll tide and gets round buoy number 6 and through the exit gates. Nicely done. And before we continue on with her, let's hear from Wade.
Hey, on the dock here with Alice. So maybe okay, 3 at 38, the lead so far, but a little bit maybe left.
Yeah, I definitely need to be more confident about my skiing. 3 is good. It's not gonna be enough. I definitely need to run 38 to be in the final, hopefully. But 3 is alright. It's kind of a basic score. I need to be more confident about my skiing and trust it a little more, to be honest. But that was good.
And now you got to go back to work. We'll let you get. Thanks, Tony.
No worries, no worries. And certainly some interesting words there from Alicia. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, she could barely speak conversational English. Now she's talking to the camera and doing the whole broadcasting style. So it's great to see that level of progression, not only with a conversation, but also with a skiing. Here is Anna Gay. Oh, not the best of starts.
Well, that's really unfortunate. Anna has been slaloming up a storm, and she looks at the top of her game. So I love the format here. I love the 2 rounds. Best score is going to determine your ranking to move into the final. Watch for Anna to really throw down in the second round.
Yeah, she's going to have to throw down. She's going to basically have to ski out of her mind, because she knows that the likes of, Regina Jaquist and Manon Costard and Jamie Bull, and the likes of those skiers that are on the list, they're well capable of getting deep into 39.5 off, if not running it. So It's going to be a tall order, and where it stands right now for Anna Gay is she's currently in dead last right now alongside Natasha Rocha. So, next skier to go, Canadian Paige Reaney. Whew. Tell you what, it's getting a little bit hot out here, and actually one of our commenters wanted to find out what's the water temperature. Well, we're going to try and get that information to you very, very soon. One of our commenters, yeah, we do our best to please. Air is 79, water temperature about 84, and wind, like what wind? Okay, just maybe a little bit of a gust here and there, but nothing too serious. And we'll continue to update that through the day. But here is our top 4 right now out of the 4 skiers that have out of the 5 that have actually skied. Bagnoli with 3 at 11.25 meters is your lead. Yoga in second place with 2. Jessie Duberton in third, and Natasha Rocha and Anna Gay both tied for 4th with half on 12 meters. So those are your 5 skiers so far. All right, Paige Reaney. So Drew, tell us a little bit more about Paige Reaney.
Well, Paige is an overall skier, member of Team Canada, member of Team Nautique as well. She's just a super overall skier. Slalom is her best event. She's really, at the top of the field all the way through the junior ranks. Now in the U21 category, Paige is a contender everywhere she skis.
All right, looking strong and riding that brand new radar slalom ski. I think their 2021 edition of the Vapor, a white top, and looking very, very strong on it. And I tell you what, a couple of seasons ago, I mean, she was running consistently through 11.25 meters into 10.75 meters and really looking to be on fire. But she's kind of gotten into that little bit of a rut so far as her consistency goes, and she's looking to try and get back to those high echelon scores.
Well, and she's right there, Tony. Paige had a top performance this past week over at Travers, running 2 at 10, 2 at 39, and she looks as strong as ever to me.
All right, then we'll see what Paige Reaney will conjure up, so to speak, with the remaining passes. Our crowd is starting to assemble around the mid-dock area. We've also got our chief safety officer there, Karen Melnick, keeping an eye on things, and hopefully she won't have to work too hard during the course of this weekend. We have a top-class group of officials. We even have our own OA, our VAO, our video assistant official. So here we go. That's Paige Reaney through the exit gates. That is 30 meters. And let's have a dockside conversation with Wade. Who you got?
Hi, on the dock here with Allie Nicholson. She's going to be coming up later in women's slalom. So what's your pregame?
I don't really have that much. Zane and I kind of wake up on the way here. I walk around a little bit. You got me. I was about to kind of change, get loosened up just a little bit, but I like to hang out. I don't like to take it too serious. I'm here for fun, so.
Yeah, we like that, and the conditions are great, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's looking great out here. I'm really excited.
Yeah, tear it up, girl.
Thank you.
Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So some pre-game stuff there from Allie Nicholson. My pre-game is a Pop-Tart and some chocolate milk. But there you go. That probably explains why I'm this shape, I guess. Anyway, Paige Reaney.
Tony, don't sell yourself short, buddy.
Just leave the self-deprecating to me. All right, then, here we go. This is Paige Reaney. Has skied for Canada on a number of occasions and really trying to solidify a place on Canada's world elite team as they get prepared to defend their team overall title with the next World Championships of which no one knows where it's going to be or when, but hopefully that information will be readily available to us soon. But either way, Pedrini's got to be ready, and she looks on fire right now.
Yeah, Tony, just a little correction. Paige is more than solidified on that open team. She's, regularly into 39 and smashing, into 9,000 points all the time in tricks. And got to remember she's an overall skier too. So she's a mainstay, and it's great to have some top overall skiers with Team Canada moving into the World Championships here.
Yes, indeed. And the whole selection of the top teams going into the World Championships, I refer to Canada and the United States, and even to a lesser extent, Italy, France, Great Britain and the like, some of the teams actually have purpose-made computer programs to plug in the scores from competing skiers. Most of the teams of that high echelon pick the overall skier first, and then they go to the best tour event, and then they go to the best single event, until all the places are filled. But it's very technical. It's very, very refined, and Pedrini is a physical part of all of that as she comes into the course at 11.25 meters and exits at 1.
Paige will be disappointed with that. I expected that she may be the first skier to smash the 38, but we're going to see a strong second round from Paige, I'm sure.
Well, she's going to have to dig deep here for round number 2, and just didn't get the best of starts, and just got on the tail on buoy number 1 and just couldn't get off it. And for skiers such as Anna Gay and Pedrini at this point, you look at them right now, and those are two skiers that are going to have to seriously ski out of their minds to actually make a play on possibly making it through to the next round of the competition, and one buoy of 38 off isn't going to do it.
Part of the story we got to talk about as it shapes up, Tony, is that headwind on the first pass. Maybe Paige didn't quite factor that into the gate and run on the 11-meter pass coming back. Right now, skiers starting at 28 off are by design electing to have that 38 off pass with the wind. It's awesome for setting up for 39, which is a great thing, but you got to be cognizant. You got to be aware. The wind's pushing out there. 38 with the tail is a factor.
Yes, indeed. And also the sun as well needs to be taken into account as well, and I'll explain that in a moment. This is Ali Garcia, skier that's definitely raising her stock in women's slalom. Looking strong, very, very aggressive on 14.25 meters and not a foot wrong. And before we continue on, let's have a word with Wade on the dock.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm on the dock here with Regina Jaquist, our only champion of this event 5 times. So we asked Ali just before, what's your pregame?
It's always perfect conditions here at Swiss Pro. So definitely with the first round, you want to go out, definitely feel the lake, but get a good score so you don't have that pressure to fall on the second round to make that top finals. It's a long day, too, because we do everything in one day, which is a unique format, but it's a really cool format, too. So kind of start conserving energy, but playing it smart, too.
Who do you want to say hi to at home?
Well, of course, my family, but definitely my mom. It's her birthday, so happy birthday, Mom. But, everybody that's watching and everything, thanks for your support and tuning in to the webcast.
Awesome. Happy birthday, Mom. Back to you, Tony.
And yes, indeed, happy birthday, Karen Jaquist. Glad to see that you're tuning in and joining us here at the Swiss Pro Slalom 2020. Ali Garcia coming back on the even-numbered pass, and the sun might have a little bit of an effect on our skiers, especially as they head into 135, because as the sun goes in and out through the trees, it kind of creates a little bit of a strobing effect, which could distract one or two of the skiers.
Ali's a slalom specialist, lives here in Florida, about 30 minutes away in Winter Garden. strong and fluid.
And I mean, you can definitely see on the instant replay, just watch and see how that sun reveals itself in a face, and then just a few more feet, it goes dark, and then it goes light again. That little bit of strobing effect from the sun. Nothing too much there that can be done about that, really, but certainly something to bear in mind as skiers come back on their even numbered passes. As we have a look at the dock and see Luis Jaramillo from Colombia. And Paige Reaney's stats are up on the screen for 498 pounds, 3.7 to 1 in comparison to her body weight. Here we go. This is Ali Garcia. Oh, handle up a little bit high. Now she's going to have to knuckle down hard with this one. This is the pass of 12 meters. Looking strong. And 6 buoys. Had to make it the hard way, but 6 buoys it is.
Yeah, good discipline by Ali. Like you mentioned, Tony, not exactly the start she would have looked for, but it didn't pose much of a threat. Ali's very familiar with where she is in terms of the course. Her awareness is top, and she didn't panic. She managed to just stay strong, do the work where it counts as she moves into the wake and through the wake, maintain her course position, and nice solid pass at 12 meters.
All right, and for those of you that have just joined us, this is the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom event. If you are looking for skiers such as the likes of Natasha Rocha, Ria Yorga, Jessie Duberton, Alice Bagnoli, Anna Gay, and Paige Reaney, you can always scrub on the player, the bottom of the player to an earlier time in the webcast, or you can just hit the live button, and that will take you exactly to where we are right now, live with our continuing coverage of this event. So coming back right now, this is Ali Garcia. The best that we've seen at 11.25 meters, and that is from Alicia Bagnoli, is 3. Look at her go, and it looks like 3 at 11.25 meters is still going to hold the lead at this time.
Just a little hesitation through the finish of ball 1. Watch here on the gate. Ali's got a nice wide pull out, carrying some speed. Smooth in, maybe a little tailish into the wake. And there's a hesitation.
Yeah, exactly.
Good strong cut out to 2, but maybe just a little bit further down course than she would have liked to be.
Try to make a serious play on number 2. Try to put a little bit of knee bend and try to get that ski round. But unfortunately, putting that much forward pressure on the slalom ski that quickly, that dramatically, guess what the Finn's going to do? So, Ali Garcia taking a look at this again, Drew, and just too much pressure, too late, and the fin pops out, and it's basically a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond.
Well, fair gamble for her. I mean, she didn't quite have the number 1 she wanted, and needed a turn at 2, and really wasn't too far out of things in terms of being able to be off to 3. And watch for Ali to have that same level of intensity and hopefully a different result in the second round.
All right, we are on skier number 8 of 14. I mean, we've gone absolutely blistering down this list. I mean, there has been no stopping us. We are on skier number 8 of 14. This is Luisa Jaramillo.
This is a fun skier to watch. Luisa's a skier coming out of South America, Bogota to be specific, and Luisa's one of those skiers that will be competing in August in the U17 World Championships as well. She's a young girl just learning to drive right now. So watch Luisa.
Yes, indeed. And Luisa, who spends the majority of her time training over in the Florida Panhandle, as we take a look at our sponsors, 2U Energy Bars, Syndicate Skis, Pro Gear, Edge Binding, Shore Path, Denali Skis, Aid, Life Vest, Connolly, and D3, along with Swiss Water Ski Resort, and predict the podium and win a ski. Go to SwissProSlalom.com for all the details. Make sure you get your entry in before the start of round 2. That and then we'll cut it off at that point. So if you don't have your entries in by then, tough luck. Here we go. And also take a look at Swiss Water Ski Resort to book your time here, your next vacation. SwissWaterSkiResort.com. Find out more details about this beautiful facility here. And as I said, Luisa Jaramillo actually is going to be graduating from high school in South Walton High School, which is in the Florida Panhandle, not too far away from the World Water Ski Center in Santa Rosa Beach. Looking very light, looking very strong. Doesn't look like she's putting an awful lot of effort out there to get from one side to the other, Drew.
Well, she's a super efficient skier. It's funny. It was only about eight or 9 years ago when I was working with Luisa to learn the course. So, you know, she's young, tall, and talented, and you know, she's a skier who's taken down the 11-meter pass on quite a few occasions, and Luisa's going to be a name that, you know, at the pro level we get to follow for many years to come.
So she learnt from a master naturally. And it shows. I mean, you just look at her position into the turn, how easy she brings that ski around and goes cross course. You know, I mean, that's an advantage of actually having some great coaching. You know, right from the get go. And so look at this. I mean, we've just turned into a prize pro shop here. We've got the D3 Ion here. We've got the Conley GTR. That will be prizes. We've got these prizes for our skiers. We've got the strongest pull. We've got it all here. We're going nuts. Here we go. This is Luisa Jaramillo, skier number 8 of 14. Look at this. Did they even shorten the rope?
This is a strong pass.
It is. Wow. That is a 6-buoy count at 12 meters. Now, a lot of the previous skiers made it look hard work, but Luisa, just a walk in the park, as it were. And it all starts with this gate shot, Drew.
Yeah, right foot forward skier. Luisa really has developed a lot of consistent angle on that gate. Lot of good power, and is able to create a lot of space out there on the course.
Right foot forward, and I mean, just take a look at this turn into number 2. She just out squeeze in and just allows the ski to come up underneath the line. Her offside turn just allows the ski to finish off naturally, and boom, right there, it's a 12-meter pass. Now she doesn't look like she's expended an awful lot of energy out there running those initial passes, which means that she might have a little bit of strength in reserve to actually run 11.25 meters. But I tell you what, the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, Drew. That could be a cause for concern.
It's all going to come down to the start here.
Not too much tension on the line as she makes a turn towards number 1, but
that's a great number 1.
It is. Round buoy number 2.
Getting her hustle on, out around 3.
She's tied the lead. She makes a play on 4. She has the lead, and 4 is all, but it is enough for the lead at this point. And you just never know. You just never know how things are going to play out from here on in, but she has the lead score of 1 buoy at 11.25 meters. Yeah, kind of got a little off balance into buoy number 1, but she got the angle. Ooh, and takes a big old hit from the shoulders. And this is where strength comes into play. And she buckled into buoy number 5, and that is all over bar the shout in there. So that is going to be 4 buoys and 8 skiers in, 6 skiers to go to round off the women. Hard to tell what it's going to take to make it through, and bear in mind they have another round of skiing, but you know, it could be anyone's game at this point. So Luisa Nearly 600 pounds pulled against the boat. Our strongest athlete out there among the women. As we now look towards Chelsea Mills. Now, she is an extraordinary athlete. And I'll tell you more about her in a moment. Chelsea Mills coming up now.
Tony, you mentioned in the stats the strong pull of Louisa. That's an indication of the just the width and power she's got into the wake.
All right, let's hear from Wade at Dockside.
Hi, Louisa, 4 at 38. Maybe it's going to take a little bit more to make it through to the final, though, huh?
Yeah, there's some pretty good skiers, so I think it's going to be boys at 39. But, yeah, it's very good out there.
So what adjustments might you make for the second round?
Well, it looks like it's a headwind off the docks, so I might start at 13 instead of 14 meters. But I don't know, it's a very good site, so we'll be seeing some very big scores.
We'll be cheering for you, girl. Thanks, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade. And currently, right now, we've just seen Chelsea Mills execute her 14.25 meters pass. But Drew, I mean, she comes to us out of the world of tennis as her original primary sport, and only got into water ski slalom only within the last few seasons. You know, and obviously her fitness and her strength and everything to do with playing that monster of a game segues itself perfectly to be successful in this event, Drew.
Chelsea's a technician, and she's a consummate and detailed focused technician, and you can really see in Chelsea a lot of a lot of focus on fundamentals, a lot of focus on strictness with her technique, and super fit, putting up some huge scores lately.
Yeah, she's been quite prolific in the skiing circuit. I mean, I believe she skied in the finals at the Hilltop Pro-Am event up in Arlington in Washington State. She featured as well at the Malibu Open not too long ago, and has been skiing pretty consistently for all the events that she has been able to ski in recent times. What with the pandemic and just a lack of events during the summer, but obviously having no trouble staying motivated and staying in shape. You know, tennis kind of does that for you a little bit, I guess.
Chelsea's out of Little Mountain Ski Club just north of Charlotte, North Carolina. Be interesting to see. I'm excited, Tony, to follow this strongest pull contest sponsored by 2U Snacks.
All right, let's have a look and see. Ooh, takes a big hit off buoy number one. Stands really tall into number two, which is her offside turn. She's a lefty, which means her 1-3-5 side turn is going to be more aggressive. Wow, 12 meters just like that. And there's something that I'm starting to see a little bit as we go down the list, and that is the tension on the line that these skiers have approaching their gate shot and throughout their pullout. So let's have a look at this from Chelsea Mills. Good rotation there off number three, which is a strong side turn. Open and nice and tall, and just allowing the ski to do what it's designed to do. A little inside on buoy number five, but managing to take the hit and just really, really rope that pass. Looking strong, and as you said rightly, a true technician of this sport.
Yeah, that $500 strongest pull sponsored by 2U Snacks is a fun, almost side bet, Tony. It'll be interesting to see, maybe you get a skier who's already paved their way to the final. It'll be funny to see if they'd go ahead and see how hard they can pull. Nothing wrong with an extra 500, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I wouldn't mind an extra 500 myself. But here we go. This is Chelsea Mills. And don't forget to enter that Predictor Podium contest, the skier, the audience prize, as we see Chelsea Mills get past buoy number 3 and no further than that, unfortunately. So 3 at 11.25 meters. That puts her in a tie for second place with Alicia Bagnoli. As we now work down to the last 5 competitors in round 1 of women's slalom. Now, what do you see here, Drew?
Tough to say where exactly things broke down for Chelsea. You know, she's out of 2 ball, not horribly, but she ends up on the tail here at the finish of 3, gets totally separated.
And probably felt that in her lower back, I can guarantee. But there you go, it is 3. It's 3 at 11.25 meters. And out of our 9 skiers that we've had so far, only 2 have come up short of running a score into 11.25 meters.
Almost like a mental error here, because I think, sometimes the thoughts can get a little bit ahead of the skier, and Chelsea's not in horrible position here, but then drops into the inside a bit, doesn't manage to leave the buoy line in a solid connected position.
All right, then moving right along and being very quick with that, we've got Ali Nicholson. Ali Nicholson, our next competitor, who comes to us out of Tennessee. And Ali Nicholson recently started work at a medical facility in Pensacola in the panhandle of this beautiful state of Florida. And started in on 14.25 meters, unless I hear anything different. And let's hear from the doc, shall we? Wade, what you got?
I'm putting Anna Gay out of her comfort zone twice today. She's known as being this fabulous trick skier, but coming out for a slalom this morning, huh?
Yeah, I enjoy slalom, and I've been working hard at it. I mean, I didn't do as well as I'd like to this morning, but it's been really fun to switch it up just a little bit.
For those at home, what adjustments are you going to try to make for the second round?
I need to be a little bit stronger at 35. I think I just got too nervous and kind of just went into one really timid and easy and tipped over. And yeah, I just need to be a little bit stronger going out there second round.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right then, folks. We've got Ali Nicholson, and we've got a whole bunch of prizes here on the stage. We've got a Conley GTR. We've got a D3 Ion. And those are the top prizes for our audience prize contest. Make sure you go to SwissProSlalom.com to find out more information and to enter your name.
Love that bow shot of the ski nautique as it enters the course.
All right there, that Nautique towboat, 6.2 liter engine. More than enough power for our skiers. 12 meters, it looks like. It is 12 meters, so she started in at 32 off. So 30 meters as we take a look dockside, and Jamie Bull, one of our next competitors, in fact she is the next competitor to take to water, and Ali Nicholson doing a grand job out there. And I'm sure that this is being in this competition situation is more relief than anything else for Ali Nicholson, because as the pandemic continues to make an impact upon everyone in society here, she is front and center of all of that mess at the moment, working 12-hour days over at a medical facility in Pensacola right now. So the fact that she's out here in skiing gives her a little bit of a break, Drew.
Yeah, but she also keeps putting up bigger and bigger scores. Ali's one of those skiers who's really on the rise, and she's strong and determined, and I just love seeing how she raises her game every time I watch her ski.
All right, now she's put 11.25 meters into the wind a good strategy. She's there. Look at her go around buoy number 3. Little bit of an aero edge change into number 4. She's good for 5, and she is our first female competitor to get through 11.25 meters. That is Ali Nicholson. A great pass from start to finish, Drew.
Yeah, really no surprise, and you can see the way she almost regulated the pass all the way through. Her awareness in terms of where she is in the course is just top, and you know, I love that Ali made the decision to do what some might call the right decision in the first round, and recognize that a headwind 38 is going to be you know, a great place to start and really be the first one to take the pass down.
Yes, indeed. Right, you are. Regulated that pass. I can just feel a little bit of Warren G playing in the background with that one. Certainly. Just roping that pass towards the end. I mean, and fair play to her. I mean, she put the right pass where she wanted it to be. 11.25 meters into the wind. Everyone that has slalom so far has come in on 14.25 meters, putting the wind at their back, you know, with 11.25 meters.
I think if the wind stays from the south, we're going to see a lot of skiers changing things up for the second round.
Right, you are. Here we go. This is Ellie Nicholson. Round number 1 and inside 2 at 39.5 off. But I tell you what, she has the lead. And with 4 skiers remaining now, don't forget we take 4 through to the next round after we've done the with the second round. She's put a target up there now.
Well, she's put a target out there, but I think Ali's going to feel like she left the door open. I mean, moving beyond ball 1 and you know, especially with just how solid her turns on 2 and 4 look, you know, she's gonna wish that she managed to you know, just have a bit better rope control, you know, through ball 1. You can see the gate. You know, she drops in maybe a bit on the tail, has a moment of hesitation there, moving down course, quite a bit of slack. Can't keep things together for the cut to 2.
Yes, it's just one of those, well, if you can indulge me a little bit in a sport analogy, it's like scoring a touchdown with a little bit of time left, but then you've left too much time so the opposition does come back and does make that score to ultimately win the game, I guess. But that's Ali Nicholson with 1 at 10.75 meters, 1 at 39.5 off.
Yeah, she is on the top of the leaderboard. That's a good place to be, but you know, a lot of skiing left.
All right, here we go. And Jamie Bull from Canada, the winner of the Hilltop Pro-Am, which took place about 2 months ago in Washington State, and actually ran 39.5 off for the very first time there, and set a Canadian national under-21 slalom record with that performance. And we'll see Jamie go next with a second pass, but before that, let's hear from Wade.
Thanks, Tony. Here with Ali Nicholson. So our first skier to run 38 off, 1 at 39. You're just outside the cut line. Got to wait and see, huh?
Yeah, I gotta wait and see. I'm not sure that's gonna be enough, and there's a whole nother round of skiing, so felt a little shaky out there today, or that round, hoping to feel a little stronger next time. Got through 38, wasn't pretty, but got through it, so hoping for more next time.
And you were our first skier to go on the green, or 32 off. Was it, did the wind play any decision in that?
Not really. It's what I do at home. It kind of worked out. It was a headwind 38. I knew I needed to get through it, so why change the routine?
There you go. Back to you, Tony.
All right, wind's starting to gust up a little bit here, as you could probably tell from behind the announcing point, and obviously going to be a cause for concern. I'm sure that Jamie went in on 13 meters. Is that correct? Yeah, 32 off. For those of you who are not quite dialed into the metric system, as a lot of us are. Here we go. This is Jamie Bull. And nicely done. Look at her go. looking very, very comfortable there. That was 12 meters coming back, started in on 13 meters.
It's a strong 35 off pass. Jamie's a slalom specialist out of North Bay, Ontario, Canada, and she's, Tony, you mentioned she ran 39. She did it again this past week at Travers with a 2:41 score. She's she's got her eyes set on another huge season. We've got a big year coming up. We're going to have an under 21 World Championship followed by an Open World Championship, and Jamie's a contender in everywhere she skis now.
Now, would you say that she's probably in good shape to actually make it onto the Canadian team, or would she have to ski as an individual?
Well, like you said, it's so technical to tell whether specialists where they fit into. It all depends on the composition of everything else. But she's right there in the race, and I'm sure she'd be happy to help out the team if the math is such, and if not, she'll be a competitor at the World Championship without question.
I'll actually have you expand upon that a little bit, because you were part of a similar situation in 2009 as far as my memory serves me correctly. Here comes Jamie Ball. This is 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. Beautiful. Into the wind. Nicely done. 11.25 meters or 38 off. And as we get ready for 39.5 off. Now, that whole team situation kind of played out a little bit for you in 2009 with the World Championships over at Lakes of Castingstone, Predator Bay in Alberta, Canada. And there was a situation where you were involved as being a member of Team Canada, but they actually made a change at the last moment when they realized that the math better played out in another scenario.
Well, actually, for me in 2009, Tony, I was, I wasn't in a situation to perform very well. I was coming off a broken ankle, and we had Team Canada had a situation where some depth in some other events was going to be the way to go, and it was the right way to go. They won the team title. It was a great World Championship for Canada at home, and it's a complicated formula. What you see is a 6-member team, but you need 3 scores in every event: slalom, tricks, and jump. And so how you build that team, and where you need backup events. So much depends on the overall makeup of the field.
All right, here we go. This is Jamie Ball at 10.75 meters, needing more than 1 to take the lead, and with 3 skiers remaining, she's done that. She does the S turn. Does she get it?
Yeah, looks like 3 at 39 for Jamie. That's a big score.
That's solid. I mean, that could end up being a backup score the way that she's been skiing recently. But let's have a look. Let's see what 39.5 off looks like. And we got a confirmation of 3. And looking good, Drew. Just on the back of the ski, just wheeling up and just having to long pole there. Realized that the gig was up. Down, and there we go.
Yeah, Jamie really, is the architect of a great pass there. Three's a big number, and it puts her in a super position heading into the round 2. In what is a top 4 or nothing situation if you want to be part of the final here.
All right, so, yeah, that S-turn there, just tightening up on the line, getting that ski before the next set of boat guides, and there we go. That's 3, and that gives her the lead. All right, now, it's current World Slalom Champion. This is Manon Costard. And this, I would imagine, would be 13 meters as well. So, Manon Costard, who has a signature on that 2020 Conley GTR Slalom Ski 66-inch that you can win as a prize for accurately predicting the women's podium at SwissProSlalom.com. And let's hear from Wade.
On the dock here with Jamie Bull. Jamie just finished your first round, 3 at 39. Maybe enough to make top 4, but you want a little bit more, huh?
Yeah, I played it a little safe there, but It's okay. Next round.
The wind is just now coming up. Could you feel it all on your body?
Yeah, it's definitely super gusty. Down at the far end, it looks calm, but it's definitely strong pushing on your back.
Any changes for the second round?
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Back to you, Tony. Thanks, Jamie.
Why, thank you there, Wade. And Jamie Bull looking in very, very good shape now with the possibility of progressing. And there is Whitney McClintock about to take to the water. She's all smiles out there, and we look forward to welcoming her back to competitive action. And I'm sure that there's one little person who will be absolutely chomping at the bit to watch his mummy ski. All right, here we go. Look at this. This is Manon Costard skiing in perfect conditions here at Swiss. Won the World Championship in Malaysia in less than perfect conditions, so she's capable of doing it all in any scenario. And Drew looking very good at this juncture.
Yeah, one thing I see in Manon skiing that it's no surprise she's a world champion with the kind of space she creates in the course. Manon is quick and really capable of running the pass on an early line, and you can see all the way through just how early and ahead of the game she is.
Right, you are keeping that ski ahead of her. Taking one or two hits, but that's nothing she hasn't experienced before. And she just keeps everything moving forward, no matter what happens, you know. So there we go. That is Manon Costard. It is 11.25 meters now. Hey, folks. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Drew Ross. And this is the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2020 as we get ready to bring in Manon Costard. Manon Costard.
Okay, we got a 38 into the wind here. Manon's in great shape, headed to 3. A little bit of a hesitation, still very much on pace. And there it is. Third skier through the 38 off pass.
Perfectly done. And a skier who ordinarily skis over at Lacanau or at Stade Pitreau. Over there, very close to the west coast of France, the Atlantic coast. Spending more of her time over stateside in recent times. Probably more out of necessity than anything else. But I tell you what, looking strong at 11.25 meters and making this pass look a lot easier than the previous two. So she's dialed in at this point. So Manon Costard, 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. Let's see how far she can get. The target score, the lead score is 3. And if you want to be a part of that prize draw, go to SwissProSlalom.com. Predict the podiums for women and men, and you could win yourself either a Conley GTR 66-inch or a D3 Ion. Both the latest models, both of them 66-inch. Here we go. 10.75 meters. Riding that Conley GTR. Keeping it going around buoy number 2 and number 3. Look at it. Look at her go. 39.5 off. Shuts it down on buoy number 4. And that's enough for the lead. She's a smart skier. She doesn't get to where she is right now by...
That's a very calculated 4 buoys at 39 for Manon Costard. You can see the organization here. Big number 1. Head of the game out to 2. Most important thing here for Manon is she doesn't quite safety, but she's regulating things and just being sure that she can, carry things through, letting herself get a little bit down course, but knowing that 4 takes the lead.
All right, so good effort there from Manon Costard, shutting it down around buoy number 4. Very, very smart skiing, very calculated, as Drew says. Looking through some of the comments before we take Whitney McClintock back out onto the water. Actually, one comment is actually directed to you, Drew, asking, where's Doug?
I think Doug's tuned in. He's excited to watch this event, that's for sure.
All right, aren't we all? And I'm sure he'll be delighted to see the return of Whitney McClintock-Reaney, who returns to competitive action.
Pretty amazing stuff here. Whitney's first son on the shoreline. Only a couple of months old here.
All right, so not looking too bad. 14.25 meters. And before we go on to our next pass, let's go to the dock and where we find Wade. Who do you have with you?
Hi, thanks, Tony. Here with Manon Costard, our reigning world champ, trying to add a Swiss pro title to that. How was the first round?
It's good. Very happy to do with my first set. Good to get used to the bit of wind and both ends of the legs and stuff. I think I did a few mistakes, especially one at 39. But second round coming up, and we'll see how I can improve or how I can ski.
Good stuff. Good luck. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you there, Wade. And we just saw Whitney McClintock go for her opening pass. She started in on 14.25 meters. Now, I've read through some of the social media posts that Whitney McClintock puts out there, and she does put quite a few things up there online. And she said that I don't want to put words in, but she's very, very pessimistic of her chances of actually putting herself through to the final of this event, or even putting up a decent enough score. I mean, she's out there skiing, almost just for the fun of it, I would say. But I'll tell you what, take a look at this.
Well, you never want to downplay Whitney McClintock. She's a multiple-time world champion, but, she has just had her first child, and by admission, Whitney's out there just, getting things going again. And, it shows the value of the mental side of the sport. Whitney knows that there's a lot of value to, returning to competition, returning to play, and having her head in the game is just as big a step or a parallel step to getting back to contention as the physical side.
Yes, indeed, and you can't fault her effort out there at all right at this point. I mean, look at that, good little bit of slide down course off buoy number 2, but very much in control. Probably skiing with a few extra pounds that she wouldn't ordinarily ski with typically. But
I think she looks great. I can't believe she's to this level so quickly, and the fitness is there. It's pretty remarkable stuff.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, she skied almost to, I don't know how many weeks before she gave birth, right up until that time. I mean, nothing major, nothing like this. But I mean, she put one of those wide radar slalom skis on, and she just ripped it up on the course at about 26 miles an hour. So she's stayed with it, so to speak. Regina Jaquist on the dock side, getting ready. 12 meters for Whitney McClintock-Reaney. Oh, look at that. This is some pretty awesome stuff that we're seeing here. And this is 12 meters. All right. Oh, my word. 12 meters. Considering the major life event that's occurred, that's
just
darn good.
Just such a strong technique, and Whitney's a connoisseur, and you can see in her technique all the time that every detail is just so methodical and so cultivated, crafted, and by design to be able to, put up the huge scores she has for so many years. And it's going to be such a big factor in Whitney coming back to, the top and being on the podiums again is just how meticulous she is technically.
All right, let's see what she's got. 11.25 meters coming up, and let's have a look at some of the top scores. We've got Ali Nicholson currently in third place with 1. This is at 10.75, by the way. 3 buoys at 10.75 is in second place by Jamie Bull. Manon Costard is currently in the lead with 4. So those are some pretty sizable targets. We'll see how far she can get through 11.25 meters. She got second place last season in that as a result of that runoff against Regina Jaquist last season. A little slow off number 1. Round number 2. She tried the double west turn right there. I don't know whether she got all of that. So 1.5 at least.
I don't think Whitney's felt that kind of speed in a while. That's probably, could well be her first time on the 38 line length. And with the tailwind cooking out there, she's, sizzling out to 2-ball and didn't want to quite make that aggressive S back into center. So we see a 1.5.
Ooh. And it'll take a little bit of time for her to be 100% naturally, but there we go. That's Whitney McClintock. 522 pounds of force against that line, equivalent to 3.4 to 1 in comparison to her body weight. I'm sure she appreciates those stats.
So Tony, with this 2U Snacks contest of strongest pull, does that ratio come into play, or is it strictly the absolute number?
Absolute number. We're going with absolute. So, there's your top 4. Costard, Bull, Nicholson, Jaramillo. So, here we go. Regina Jaquist, this is at 32 off, or 13 meters. So, just to give you a quick stat, all of those skiers that have actually gone in at 32 off have actually recorded scores eventually into 10.75 meters or 39.5 off. And Wade, who do you have dockside?
Here with Whitney McClintock, a new mommy. The baby will be 2 months tomorrow, so this is first set. In a tournament, how many sets in practice so far?
I was thinking about that this morning. It's been like 10, maybe 12 sets I've done in practice. Just one a day. Every couple days I take a day off. It's a lot harder coming back this time than I ever imagined. 6 months off of being in the course and no working out really. So I'm heavier and weaker than ever as an athlete, and I just love it. So I wanted to come ski this weekend.
Well, that's it. We've seen her smile. We love that. So for all you mommies out there, she's your motivation. Back to you, Tony.
Yes, indeed. A smile that can light up a room right now. There we go. That is Whitney McClintock reading. And predict the podium finishes and win yourself a ski. Go to SwissProSlalom.com to enter. You could win either a D3 Ion or a Conley GTR. And you can also vote for the skier of the day as well at SwissProSlalom.com. Here we go. Regina Jaquist. Multiple-time world champion. Multiple-time world record holder. Makes slalom skiing look slow.
Tony, so much to learn every time Regina takes to the water. If back at home, fans, if you like slalom skiing, if you like water skiing, stop what you're doing every time you get a chance to watch this. It's just art.
All right, so looking strong. So looking at some of these comments. These comments coming through are thanking us for the coverage. Well, we thank you for watching here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2020. One person here who's just commented thinks that at least 2 of the women skiers will get into 10.25 meters. Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
I think that's a pretty fair bet.
That might, yeah. Not enough for me to stake $20 or anything like that, but I mean, once if you've got skiers like Manon and Regina and Jamie Bull in the mix, then anything is possible in that regard. All right, here we go. Regina Jaquist, 11.25 meters. Setting her pass at 11.25 meters into a fairly stiff breeze. Look at this. Skied into 41 off a couple of times at a recent record capability tournament in Zachary, Louisiana. And has been very, very consistent in that regard as well. So Regina Jaquist will have a stab at 10.75 meters with the next run. So, Drew, what do you see here?
Well, I mean, the most important thing for Regina on the 38 off pass is you know, she's feeling things out. She wants to really dial everything in, but it's a pass that you can't afford to miss. I mean, so you know, she's skiing with a lot of power. She's up course and really well organized, but you know, by the same time, she's got to make sure she can't, you know, no chances to take and just dial things in for the 39 coming up.
All right, so looking at Regina Jaquist with the instant replay, and just got so much power and just so much in reserve out there. I mean, at 11.25 meters, it's meant to be hard. But, I mean, she just turns, gets set, holds a position, and just absolutely just catapults herself from one side of the course to the next. And it looks easy. That's what it's meant to look like. So here we go with our bow camera, brought to you by Ravenol Oil. Here we go, 10-7. Round buoy number 1. Oh, looking strong. Round number 2. If she can get past number 4, she'll have the lead. Round number 4. Look at this. And I tell you what, that prediction of a score going into 10.25 meters is looking pretty darn good right now.
Yeah, once again, Regina shows why she's the world record holder, just at the top of her game. There's a tailwind out there. It's hard to see on the camera, but, you know, Regina really has got things organized today. She's top of her game right now.
And I mean, the trees and the environment around this lake does a very, very good job to mask the fact that there is a fairly strong tailwind here. I mean, it could be blowing like several miles an hour, but on this particular lake, you wouldn't be able to see it, and you'd barely feel it out there.
Well, you can see it pushed her a bit on ball 3, and she needed a huge 4, which she got, leading with the right shoulder a bit out to 5. Almost a safety to the tail, and then watch her just power out to 6.
Yes, good hip rotation, good power. And I mean, she isn't the tallest of our women's slalom skiers, far from it. But I mean, she made the decision, you know, years and years ago that if she was to succeed in this event, then she'd better get powerful and better use that to her advantage, because the height wasn't going to be there for her. But I tell you what, here she comes. This is 10.25 meters, our first and only female skier so far in this event to get to that line length. There's 1. There's 2. Oh, look at this. And tries to make a play on 3, but it's going to be 2. It is going to be 2 buoys there for Regina Jaquist on 10.25 meters as we look at this again there, Drew.
That's a great start on 41 off for Regina. Strong cut out to 2, in good enough shape to put a turn on it, which she does. Maybe a little bit of separated, little hesitation out of 2. Not going to make a go at 3, but a great performance. Regina's all but etching her way into the finals with a score of 2 at 41.
So 2 buoys at 41 off. I think it's fairly safe to say that she's probably through to the next round of the competition, not even taking into account that she hasn't skied yet in round 2. But I think it'll be a safe bet to assume that Regina Jaquist has that score, or at the very least a backup to make it through to the next round. But there you go. So there we go, Regina Jaquist, your top female skier off round 1. There is your leaderboard. With Regina, Manon, Jamie, Ali, Luisa, Alice, Chelsea, Rhea, Ali, Whitney, Jessica, and Paige. And then the two other scores that we're looking for from there are from Anna Gay and also Natasha Rocha. Those are the skiers on the leaderboard. We're going to take a little bit of a slight break whilst we change out boat drivers. You are watching continuing coverage of the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom right here at the Swiss Water Ski Resort. Back to you in just a few moments.
Hi, I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Oh, my word. Oh, look who I have here. It's Nate Smith. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you, Tony?
I am doing pretty darn good, I tell you. And you're coming into this event. How's the season gone for you so far? I mean, what with all the COVID-19, the pandemic, and all of that mess?
It's been pretty good. One of the first tournaments we had of the year was over in Australia, the Mumbai Masters. So that was kind of one of the one and only big events we had. But now that skiing's kind of started back up, we're here in Orlando, and we got the Swiss Pro, which started as a small tournament a few years ago, and now is what we kind of consider one of the largest, most competitive tournaments that we have around the country and world.
Yes, indeed. A lot of people really eye up this tournament at the beginning of the season, but here we are. We're here in October for this competition, and a lot of people didn't think this tournament would ever take place. But I mean, you've got to give a lot of credit to a lot of people for making this happen. Clint Stadelbauer, especially at the top of the list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole group here at Swiss always does such an amazing job. I mean, the conditions for us are always perfect here. But on top of that, I'm just looking in front here with Vince kind of leading the way with this webcast. I mean, what they've done throughout the last couple of years and progressed through, making one of the best webcasts in the world that we have. It's just such a great production for people that can't be here, especially in times like these that don't want to travel, can't be here in person, get to sit at home and watch everything.
All right, so typical situation. You roll up on site, you're here at Swiss, you're looking at the wind conditions, you're probably pacing up and down just to kind of get a feel for the wind. I mean, what is typically your like pre-game type, routine type deal?
Pretty much what you just described. I mean, I'll go walk down the lake, watch some skiing, see how it's going, and see where the wind is. And today we actually have a little bit of breeze here, which is I've only seen wind here at Swiss only a couple of times in my life. So I just take in, see how everybody else is skiing, what they're doing, and go out there and see what I can do the first round.
All right, and we hear the Nautique towboat in the background making its pass up and down. Patrice Legay is going to be at the helm of that towboat. Now, obviously, at high level slalom skiing, driving is very, very critical to one's success, and you must be confident about the likes of Patrice being in that boat and pulling skiers such as yourself.
Yeah, I've skied behind Patrice a fair bit, specifically here at this event, and every year he hasn't disappointed. It's been great driving and great skiing behind him, and we all trust that the drivers in the seat this weekend are doing what they're supposed to do, and it allows us to be at ease with our mind and go out there and do what we need to do to put up the big scores.
All right, let's have a look at the starting list, and this is for the men, by the way. We've got Stephen Neville will get things running. Then we've got Blaze Grubbs, Austin, Abel, Federico Jaramillo, Thibaut Dayon, Jamie Calhoun. Then we got Hunter, Burdick, Meckler, Canepa, Parrish, and Gasperi. I mean, do you see anyone of interest in among those?
I mean, just about everyone. I mean, it's anybody's game at a tournament like this, and everybody's gonna go out there and ski their best. But just like a couple, Blaze Grubbs has been traveling around and skiing big events and putting up big scores the last couple of weeks. So you never know what he might do as well.
All right, okay. Bottom line, right now, what's it gonna take to win score-wise?
Gosh, you never know. You can never put a number on it, but I think it's going to take a deep 41. I think it's going to be anything past 3-ball to win this thing. And, with the way that there's been some scores the last couple weeks, or maybe more specifically the last couple days, this may go into 9.75.
All right, then. So you got a job to do out there on the water. You got a job to do right here, right now, with that ski and with that Sharpie. Bring that to me, Miss Alice. Thank you very much. So, armed with the Sharpie, you've got the ski here, and that's gonna go to the winner of our little audience contest. So whilst we promote that contest again at SwissProSlalom.com, we'll allow you to sign the top of the ski, not the bottom. There we go. Yeah, right there.
Right here?
Yeah, somewhere there.
The cap off?
Yeah, it would help if you take the cap off. All right, so all right then. Whilst he signs that slalom ski, we thank him very much for availing himself of the opportunity to be interviewed right here. But this is the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. We've got our first competitor up. Dockside will keep Wade Cox right there on ready standby. But Stephen Neville on the water right here, right now. He is going to go in, I believe, on 30 meters, possibly. I would find it extremely hard to believe that he would start in any longer than 13. But maybe Wade can tell us what he went in on. Wade, what you got?
So, Regina, got to be one of your favorite places to ski here with that record that you got. So, a little bit of wind blew up. How was it out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good, strong tailhead. It's headwind off the dock. I went with 39 tail. And, I just kind of was like, well, I know I need to get midway through it just to kind of secure a good top four
nicely
to get
done.
into tonight's finals. But, it's Swiss. It's a perfect lake. So it felt great out there. I know the guys are going to start throwing down big scores, too. And we're just all excited, too, to kind of come out and have an event again. Even though we're wrapping up the season, it's just nice to be out here and competing. We're all competitors. So it's nice to get that blood flowing again.
Well, we love watching you ski. Tear it up, girl. Back to you, Tony.
And tearing it up out there on the slalom course is Stephen Nephew. Now, he didn't go in on 14. Didn't go in on 13 either. Went in on 12. This is tactical skiing here, Drew.
Yeah, you're going to see the skiers faced with a variety of options. You're going to see some skiers, like Steven, starting at 12. Another popular choice might be the opt-up, a 13 start and an opt to 38. You might see some of the guys just saying, you know what, I'm going to run that 39 tail. But no matter what, win's a factor in every decision.
All right, let's see that. There we go. Just like that, 12 meters and 11.25 meters, passes that a lot of us out there in skiing land, can only dream of. But it just looks for him, like extremely easy. And he stands at over 6'3".
I think more than 6'5" even. I mean, Stevens, I love the economy of motion here. He's basically so efficient, just almost like a minimalist. The gate is case in point. Steven, knowing that, anything extra is, superfluous, let's just say.
All right. Big behemoth out there, Stephen Nephew. And let's have a look at the rope tension leaderboard for our women. Jamie Bull with 619 pounds, just marginally ahead of Chelsea Mills with 617. Regina Jaquist with 600. Luisa Jaramillo with 597. And Alicia Bagnoli with 582.
Those are some great stats, and HO Sports and 2U Snacks coming together for this strongest pull contest. I want to know whether Regina's going to, now that she's already got a 2 at 41, is she going to try to bust out a 640, 650 just because?
All right, let's see. Be also curious to know how much Stephen Nephew is pulling against that towboat. Just take a look at this. There you go. That's 10.75 meters into a win, and it looks like so far his decision to go in at 12 meters is paying off.
Yeah, and a big commitment for Stephen to be here. Stephen coming from Canada right now. There is a full 14-day quarantine isolation in effect. So when he does return back, he'll be all by himself.
Indeed, it's. We look upon the skiing and we look upon the action on the water and try and forget what's going on in the world outside with the pandemic and with the masks and the quarantine and all that kind of stuff. I hope that for some of you folks out there, a welcome relief from all of that. But obviously, got to be cognizant of what traveling is like these days. It's never going to be the same again. There's Blaze Grubbs at dockside. And Stephen Nephew getting ready to come in at 10.25 meters for 41 off. Go vote for your skier of the day, SwissProSlalom.com. Look for vote at the menu at the very top of that page, 10.25 meters. Oh, tries to make... Does he make that play on two? Looks like our video official's going to have to take a look at this. So yes, the video assistant official is going to be employed here. Oh, yes, he does get outside buoy number 2 now. Does he get back to the wake in time for the boat guides? You betcha.
That's a good start to the round. 2 at 41 is definitely, going to be in the hunt. I know we're going to see skiers looking for a little more, get out of what's potentially a log jam frequently. With, we see the field getting jammed up at 2 quite a bit. Watch for some of the skiers to be aware of that and know that 3 and beyond is a big deal.
Well, it's better than a poke in the eye with a chopstick, I can tell you that.
That it is.
All right, so Stephen Neveu. We're going nuts up here. All right, so that is going to be 2 at 10.25 meters. Strangely enough, the last skier that actually skied before him scored 2 at 41. It just happened to be Regina Jacques, that was all. All right, then, there we go. We got Blaze Grubbs coming in. Yes, it's going to be 32 off start for him. Yeah, 13-meter start. That means it's going to put 39.5 off with the breeze behind him. Let's see if he can get there. There you go. Nicely done. All right, and while we look at Blaze Grubbs complete his opening pass, let's go to Wade. Wade, who you got?
Hi, here with Stephen Neveu, first skier in the men's. Hey, not a bad score for maybe your lack of training, huh?
Yeah, exactly. That's first tournament set since Malibu Open last year, so it's been over 12 months, and I can feel it out there. A lot of nerves and everything else, but glad to get the first one under the belt here and get the nerves settled down now.
So new job, eh? Tell us about that.
Yeah, in the winter I decided time to get a full-time career going of another side gig, if you will. And so started in March, and then the world went crazy, and so just been kind of get things figured out for the last couple of months here. But now I think I finally got it figured out to ski and work full-time at the same time.
Well, good deal. Awesome to have you back, Stephen. Tear it up next round, huh? Back to you, Tony.
All right. Yes, indeed. The adrenaline's picking up, all right, with our skiers that we've seen so far of the women, and we're into our second skier in the men. Stephen Neveu, incidentally, pulled 880 pounds of force against that toe line, incidentally. We're going to keep an eye on that because that's going to determine who's the strongest skier. Blaze Grubbs, not nearly as tall, not nearly as powerful, but the finesse is there. You could either run passes and make it look hard or run passes and make it look smooth. And there is
I love the aggression from Blaze. It's almost a feistiness in his technique. Want to point out, Blaze is another skier that will have a go at the U17 World Championships coming up in August. He's another junior skier who's really making a name for himself out there. Great to see Blaze competing here today at the Swiss Pro.
Yep, and he'll be present there for Team USA, I would imagine. I mean, they've still got to go through their selection process, of course, and I don't know whether that's changed between this summer and the next one, because the Junior Worlds were actually supposed to be held this year, but they've been deferred to next season. That will take place over at Santa Rosa Beach in the Florida Panhandle, and that will be covered by TWBC as well.
Blaze is an overall skier out of California, really developing his consistency and prowess in the slalom course of late, with rides regularly into 39, and just seems to be getting better and better. Had a 4, just about ran it last week.
I think he's probably... Oh, whoa! Hold on a second. What happened there? Going to take a look at that again, but, I mean, got into...
There's a situation where you just don't want to underestimate the headwind. You can see Blaze maybe running out of a bit of speed, jumps, attacks a bit on the gate. Bit of an early release and a break at the waist there.
Okay, so one buoy at 11.25 meters for Blaze Grubbs, and settling down among the bulrushes and the lily pads. So Stephen Neveu still in the lead, and I think Blaze Grubbs, aside from what he did there, is probably a little relief to be out of California right now, what with all the stuff going on there with the wildfires. It's probably quite difficult to breathe there right now. And just in case you're wondering what this event is, it is the Swiss Pro Slalom there. Patrice in the boat there with that T-shirt on. 450 horsepower, 465 foot-pounds of torque there in that 6.2 liter PCM engine in that Nautique towboat.
Love that bow shot of the ski Nautique.
Yeah, I love that. It's a unique shot. And here are our sponsors. We got Ravenol, we got 2U, we've got Syndicate, Pro Gear, Edge Binding, Shorepath, Denali, D3 Connolly, Aid, and those are our sponsors. We thank them very, very much indeed. I wouldn't mind getting me one of those 2U bars. Have you got some?
Oh, I know. We're going to have to call on an official somewhere to bring us some, Tony. That salted caramel, just trust me on that. Salted caramel, 2U.
Yum. There we go. Our format, 2 rounds, best of 2 rounds. Top 4 women advance, top 8 men advance. And they get 2 rounds, but they need to be cognizant of the fact that, a backup score might actually determine who goes through and who doesn't if there is a tie among the top echelon skiers. And our next competitor is Austin Abel.
So, Tony, you touched on it just to revisit the format here at the Swiss Pro. The entire field goes through 2 rounds. Your best score is going to determine the pecking order. Top 8 men, top 4 women are going to make the finals. Ties will be broken by the backup round.
All right, here we go. This is Austin Abel. He's a tall drink of water as well. He's one of our taller skiers as well. If it's like a perfect tie, then from what I understand, then they all go through. Is that correct?
That's right. So what happens here is your best score is going to determine your seed and your ranking for developing the list. Ties will be broken by the backup round. If there's still a tie, Tony, everybody's in.
All right, let's hear from Wade. All right, welcome back, and looks like we just had a snack genie come along and deliver some 2U bars. Salty caramel.
Tony, we're going to leave you with the Bananas Foster.
From my part of the world, and from my part of the world, I mean Louisiana. You didn't figure on the Louisiana accent, did you? Anyway, this now is Austin Abel. He went in on 13 meters. This is 12. Not looking too bad. And just at this stage of the game with the opening 2 passes underneath your belt, I mean, obviously the ultimate objective is to get all 6 buoys and run both passes, but beyond that, technically, what are you ultimately searching for as you get to the deeper and more intense runs?
Well, you got to be in sync with the rope, and you got to be able to be moving and running the line that is going to be able to take the apex of your turns up to the highest spot on the boat, Tony. Austin's got a nice advantage here. He's I think the tallest skier on tour. Between Austin Abel and Stephen Neville, you're looking at 2 guys at 6'6" and maybe even more in the case of Austin.
All right, so and here we go. We're taking a quick look at our mid-lake crowd shot. Air temperature probably a little warmer than that by now. We're water temperature mid-80s, as is typically the case here in October. And winds are gusting up a little bit as well. So you could check out our Instagram at Waterski Broadcasting. We'll be posting some photos along the way. And here we go. Austin Abel, 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this. Riding that Denali slalom ski, which has got a significantly flatter forward body compared to a lot of other slalom skis out there. And, that makes the slalom ski certainly a little bit different in the way that it engages off the turn, Drew. Just take a look at this. Round buoy number 1. Oh, just gets a little bit pitted out in off buoy number 1. Then we see our buoy cam there. Taking a first look at that. But just look at this. Managing the line, or as my good friend Drew would say, regulate.
That is a case of regulate for Austin. He didn't get the start he wanted, but he knew he had to stay with it and just remain organized.
All right, so just keeping things in check. And that was into the wind, by the way, so generating a little bit of slack in there, so that might be a little cause for concern going down the line.
Austin's got his work cut out for him. Coming up, we're going to see the 39 off pass in the tailwind, 10.75 meters, wind at the back.
And no matter what happens, he will be in second place. He actually is in second place after 3 competitors right now. Stephen Neville, who at 41, our very first skier off the dock, and 2 buoys at 41 off. Here we go. This now is Austin Abel. This is 10.75 meters. Wham bam. Oh, round number 2 slides down course and will get 2 at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. 2 at 10.75 meters. And that is Austin Abel. What do you see here, Drew?
Well, not a bad start to the pass, but I think what we're going to see from Austin is he's going to have to revisit his overall plan and try to come up with a strategy that's going to get a better result, because 2 at 39 is not going to find its way into the final here in the Swiss Pro. We've got a lot of big scores coming up, and Austin's going to have to find a way to get through that 39 in the next round if he wants to stand a chance at competing in the final today.
All right, good stuff. As is this 2U bar that I'm about to chomp in on.
Indulge.
Yes, I will indulge. And you can find these 2U bars at places like Circle K and Walmart and all of those fine
Whole Foods, Publix.
Absolutely. All of those.
So I gather Sprouts is now a new account for 2U. It's an all natural bar. It's completely nutritious and completely delicious.
I agree with those.
I find myself
points.
having to cut back, but I mean they really are good.
All right, so Federico Jaramillo with Patrice Legay at the wheel, and it's going to be a 13-meter start. 14 meters. Okay.
Had a chat with Federico a few minutes ago. Federico, for those out there who may not be aware, Luisa and Federico Jaramillo are twins, both in the U17 category from Bogota. Federico has recently set a new world under-17 record in the men's slalom event with 2 buoys at 41 off. And he is a consummate professional at only 16 years old.
Right you are, and 13 meters, actually 14-meter start. Now, 14-meter start, that's the minimum length. Now, what do you think is going through his mind so far as tactics are concerned? Because
So Federico made the decision that he wanted to run the 38 off pass with the tailwind in order to provide a 39 head. So you've got to make your choices carefully. The options are a 14-meter start, a 13-meter start with an opt, or as we saw Stephen Neville coming into the course at 12 meters. Federico found that he'd be most comfortable going ahead and running the extra passes, but starting at 14, so that's what we've got here.
all right, so looking to try and put 10.75 meters into the wind. Much like Stephen Neville, although Stephen Neville actually started on 12 meters, 2 passes down. Obviously, it takes a certain kind of confidence to be able to do that. And not to say that Federico probably hasn't started in on 12 meters in recent times, but feels more comfortable with 14.25 meters at this juncture. 13 meters.
Riding that D3 Ion, 66-inch length.
Yes, indeed. And that D3 Ion, we actually got an example of that's been signed by Freddie Winter and Nate Smith. And you can win that slalom ski. Go to SwissProSlalom.com to submit your entry. And
actually, I'll correct. He's moved to the 67. You know, you got to remember when you're under 17, you're still growing, and you know Federico's now a nice tall frame. I think about 6'2", maybe approaching 6'3".
And it looks like he hardly moves out there. I mean, with the edge change and that kind of stuff, uses his hands, just to position the handle from one hip to the other. And he's just absolutely solid as the proverbial rock out there.
Well, we've got a few other athletes coming up riding the D3 Ion. One in particular is the holder of the world record, Nate Smith. And I know Federico has had a lot of fun over the years studying video of Nate and looking for every advantage he can get out there, and one of them has been his equipment selection.
All right, let's see. Patrice Legay at the helm of that towboat. Good start on 12 meters. This will put 11.25 meters with the wind at his back. Should he get there, of course. And, yeah, he does. Looking very, very strong out there. I mean, can't say enough good things about him as we take a look at the gate shot. Now, even the pull-out is critical at this juncture.
So remember, this is only the 12-meter pass for Federico. He's, this is where, we're going to see some other athletes actually starting their run. It's his third pass now, 12 meters, but he's skiing into things. He felt most comfortable running the extra passes, and a lot of work left to do. But great organization, well ahead of the course. Just a model of efficiency out there, Federico Jaramillo.
All right, then, so some good skiing there, just chomping down a little bit on that Bananas Foster or 2U bar. They're delicious. Reminds me of New Orleans. It's about the only taste of New Orleans I can get right now, what with all the COVID stuff going on down there. But here we go. Federico Jaramillo, 11.25 meters from Colombia. He's a graduating senior at South Walton High School.
It's a must-make pass for him, and he's little trouble at 4. Stood up a bit, coming into 5.
And did not let that deter him from the pass. Look at that.
Okay, so the gamble seems to be paying off. He's run some extra passes, but now he is situated the way he wanted. We're going to see the 39 pass headed into the wind in just a moment.
And he made a couple of errors is probably too strong of a word. I mean, he had a couple of pauses on this pass, but he just has that incredible knack of just keeping that ski running and just angling that ski to where he wants to be, just like that. Got in a little bit deep off number 2. Round number 3, the tip went up a little bit high, but and there too.
So much space, so ahead of the pass on that 1 and 2 that, the bobble at 3 and the hesitation out of 4 really aren't going to cost him, and you see a nice 11-meter pass for Fetty.
And the mark of a truly great slalom skier is not the fact that you can actually run passes perfectly. It's being able to run those same passes in less than perfect circumstances.
That's right. It's the mark of the great skier isn't whether or not you make things when it's looking good, but can you make the tough ones?
10.75. I think he ran this pass over at the Travers Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago, and look at this. Whoa, got in a little bit of bad shape there. Oh, when he got round number 4 and barely got outside number 5. But good effort there for Federico.
Fetty will be 4.5 at 39.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Looked fairly good. Got the angle off buoy number 1. looked like he was squinting a little bit with his eyes, so maybe a little bit of that sunlight would have distracted him. But anyways, number 4, and he just lost it. He just lost his strength off buoy number 4. And that is all she wrote there for Federico Jaramillo with 4.5 at 10.75 meters. We're gonna check in with Wade at the starting dock. So Wade, who you got?
Hey, thanks, Tony. We got the tower, Chris Paris down here. So, hey, man, you've been skiing a long time, but tell me, still a little bit of nerves?
Oh, 100%. Good nerves, though. Absolutely.
So, besides coffee, what's the pregame?
Really, I'm in full attack mode today. I had a great week of training with John Travers and Will Asher. I feel really good about my ski setup and some stuff I've been working on, and obviously not overdo it, but I'm in pure attack mode.
Awesome, man. We can't wait to see it. Back to you, Tony.
No worries, and it looks like Chris Parrish has left the NBA bubble. Man, and I mean, this whole situation with the pandemic has changed sport dramatically over this year. I mean, we're talking about bubbles in the NHL and the NBA, and even baseball going into bubbles for the postseason and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, a lot of those situations have been or are in place right now. So I would suggest that we be thankful for the fact that we're able to have competitions like this almost relatively unchanged so far as their formats are concerned. Here comes Thibaut Dayan.
French athlete Thibaut Dayan is a silver medalist in the overall at the World Championship, and also a phenomenal slalom skier. Thibaut is a mainstay on the Pro Tour. He's with runs regularly deep into 41 off.
So, coming in on 13 meters. Could quite as easily have come in on 12 meters, but I think... Oh, 14. Okay, 14 meters. I do beg your pardon. So, going with the same tactic as Federico in that respect, looking to put that 39.5 off into the wind.
Fede may have started a trend, that 14-meter start, alleviating the obligation of the opt pass or the 12-meter start for the skiers looking for 39 into the breeze. It'll make for a lot of skiing today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you actually touched upon something, because the sunset's going to be considerably later, considerably earlier than it otherwise would be if this event had actually taken place in May, as it's typically supposed to.
I know we got a jammed field today, completely full, with a wait list of athletes who I know wanted to be here to compete today, and we are going to see daylight being the controlling factor in the final head-to-head pairings.
All right, Federico Jaramillo, it's a 7:45, 4.1 to 1 in comparison to his body weight. All right, so beautiful shot from our UAV.
Excuse me, Tony, I'll correct myself. There won't be a head-to-head pairing in either final unless we've got a tie. We've got a straight final of 4 female athletes, 8 male athletes for the final round.
Yes, indeed. And there we see Thibaut Dayan looking in very, very good shape. That's 13 meters. I mean, starting in on 14.25 meters, I mean, gives him the opportunity to opt up if he wants to, but I mean, he would have needed to have invoked it now if he felt that the tactic going into the first pass would have been better to be changed. But here we go. Audience prizes on offer. Predict the podium finishes and win yourself a ski. Either a D3 66-inch Ion. or a Conley GTR 66-inch. Here we go. Looking good. Oh, a little bit off center there around buoy number 3, but still managing to pummel his way down the course.
Some nice big rips on 1 and 3 for Thibaut.
All right, so we just seen Thibaut Dayon.
I know the next 2 passes are going to make or break how Thibaut feels about the ride. If he can run a nice tail 38 and then take down the 39 into the wind, he'll be happy with his first round performance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, it looks like we got Federico.
Come on in, Fede. Fede, that's a great round out there. Maybe not quite what you were after, but just about completed the 39 pass into the wind. Tell us how it felt.
It was really good. The wind was pretty strong, so decided to go into the 28 first, but it was a good idea and almost came through.
Fede, you think you started a trend? You think we're going to see more skiers starting at 28 today?
Maybe not. They're just really good, and it just depends on what they're more comfortable with, and whatever works for them is best.
All right, and one skier that we've seen going up 14.25 meters, he's now made his way through the this latest pass. I believe this is, 11.25 meters now?
Yeah, that's the 38 off pass for Thibaut, and 38 is typically one of those passes that the pros don't struggle with too much, but you don't want to underestimate what's going on out there with the tail breeze, and Thibaut really, he smashed the 38. Just a gorgeous pass. Huge rips on both sides, total control all the way through.
All right then, so a little aside from what you typically do up on the water, Federico, but we'll wish Federico the best of luck going forwards with the next round. Federico scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters. The lead is 2 at 10.25 meters. Here we go, folks. This here is Thibaut Dayon, 39.5 off. 10.75 meters. Needs to start, and he gets it. Round buoy number 2 and number 3. Oh, look at this. He is on full attack mode.
Well, Thibaut knows this course inside out, having trained at the Swiss for years, and that's just textbook, an awesome 39 pass.
And did you see that out going through the exit gates? He just couldn't wait to get that handle out of his hands and put it in his elbow. Do you think he may be suffering a little bit of hand fatigue a little bit?
Maybe a glove adjustment, just one of those habits for him. But he's, talk about an organized, aggressive pass, totally in control through 39 there for Thibaut. Elbow dipping in on 3 ball. Loads of space out to 4, just tons of angle, powers out to 5. He's just really dominating the pass.
Just allowing that ski to get out ahead of him, establish the angle, and just hang on for dear life. There takes the snap of the rope, and there we go. Hand fatigue, possibly, maybe fighting a blister or calluses. I don't know, but. Fact of the matter is, he's through 10.75 meters. Only our second skier to make it through that pass.
Watch for anything beyond 2. The athletes are going to be hunting for anything beyond 2. Is going to be a chance to separate from the potential for logjam.
Round 1. Does he make a play on 2? He's trying to sell it.
Looks like looks like a 1.5.
And that could be a tie-breaking score. We won't know until we get a little further down this list and well into round 2. But he does get the ski outside number 2. That much we could confirm. So it looks like 1 1/2. And at dockside, we've got Wade. Who you got, Wade?
Hey, I'm here with John Travers. So, John, you just had a short drive over this morning, got here, got settled. Now the wind's picking up a bit, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Normally at Swiss, you don't see this kind of stuff. So I looked at the weather maybe 2 days ago, and I saw a south wind, and I know that's not the favorite wind at Swiss. So I was like, all right, we got to start kind of getting ready. And I just had a tournament at my house Wednesday, Thursday, so I was just like, well, when do I train again before here? So yesterday we went out, and it was pretty windy at my place, so we just did some easy passes in that wind just to get comfortable with it. And I feel like we're ready for today, and we'll see what happens.
Tear it up out there, John. Back to you, Tony.
All right, ripping it up indeed. We've got Jamie Calhoun about to take to the water next. Thibaut Dayan, 747, 747 pounds, 4.3 to 1. Weighs in at 172 pounds. That was like 10 years ago for me. All right, then, here we go.
Jamie Calhoun, a Canadian skier who's in the U21 field, really upped his game the last couple seasons and has just been lighting it up with some big scores into 41 off.
And Jamie Calhoun, and something that I noticed right off the bat, is he skis one speed throughout the slalom course. No discernible, no peaks or troughs or anything like that. I mean, you could tell right from the gate shot, Drew. I mean, he just brings that ski round, and that's about as quick as you're going to see that ski roll, because round the turn, there's no real acceleration. It's just one speed.
Yeah, he's Jamie does a really good job keeping things moving through the arc, and he's looking for a big one today.
All right, as we look at the tail end of this pass, that's Jamie Calhoun. That opening pass, I believe, to be not too sure on that one. I think it's either 14 or 13. We're going to go to Wade Cox now.
So here with Thomas de Gasperi, world slalom champ, master slalom champ, Moomba slalom champ, but never competed in the Swiss Pro.
No, I never had a chance to compete here because I was always hurt. My back was always hurting, so I always put I was always trying to come here, but never got the chance to do it. I'm pretty excited. I'm happy to be here. There's a little bit of wind, but I'm happy to be back here and for a pro event, because I always compete here in a normal event, so I'm happy to be here, yes.
Hey, best of luck to you. Tear it up, Thomas.
All right, we look forward to seeing some skiing out there from Thomas de Gasperi, former world slalom champion, and there's Jamie Calhoun from Canada, looking in tremendous shape out there. We'll have a look at the instant replay and see how this worked out, but I'm sure that he's going to find something in terms of acceleration. Started on 14.25 meters. That was 13. And just look at his edge change. It is just poetry in motion out there, Drew.
Silky.
There we go.
I like Jamie's strategy here. Just, he made the decision. He wants 39 into the wind. He's decided to go out at 14 and run some passes, but ski into things. And yeah, it's a little more energy, but it can really help with the comfort and size things up and really helps him acquaint with things, not just for today, not just for the first round, but for both rounds.
All right, coming to you live from Claremont in Florida in beautiful HD. This is Jamie Calhoun, 12 meters. Looking good, looking strong. Haha, there we go. 12 meters, no worries there, and he's getting set for 38 off with the wind and looking for that crucial tactically planned pass of 10.75 meters into the wind. But 12 meters, it just looks absolutely, dare I say, silky, as Drew would say. So, as we watch through, the good few fans that are commenting in. Let us know where you're commenting in from. A few of you are watching on big screen TVs, and we're pleased to offer this coverage in high definition, in 1080p. It almost feels like you're there with us, doesn't it? All right, so a look upon the shoreline there, getting stretched out. All right. 11.25 meters. Got to get this one to go. Wow. That's all I can say. Wow.
That's an awesome pass. Really no surprise. Jamie's, put up some huge performances over the past season, and even going beyond 2 and getting a piece of 3 at 41 in competition. So,
okay.
He's in a great circumstance now as he sits down in the water and gets ready for that 39 pass.
All right, then. So, we see Jamie Calhoun, and going to have a look at Skier Prize Central in just a moment. We've got the trophies here in the announcing point. We've got hard shell bindings for the skier of the competition. You can vote for your skier of the day by going to SwissProSlalom.com. There is $500 and a new slalom line available for the strongest pull, etc., etc.
We got the Ski Nautique on the way back into the course. 39 off, Jamie Calhoun.
So look at this. Jamie Calhoun, 39.5 off into the wind. And will be only our third skier to run this pass, and there you go. On fire, Jamie Calhoun. Completing pass number 5. We'll see how far he can get on pass number 6 in just a moment.
Well, I'm a little biased, Tony. I do quite a bit of training and skiing with Jamie, and get to see him day after day knocking out big scores, and it's just really fun to see the Canadian junior program, strong as it is, and putting out the quality of athletes like Jamie and the other Jamie Bull today, dominating out there.
All right, so, and really taking that pass all the way through, that was Jamie Calhoun. We've got a smattering of fans along the shoreline, and I'm sure that we're going to get some more as the day progresses along. Yes, indeed. And we got Jamie Calhoun, 10.25 meters. Our top scorer is Stephen Neville with 2. Thibaut Dayon with 1.5. Staying tall on the gate shot. Round buoy number 1. Does he make it round buoy number 2? And, oh, no. I think the video official needs to get involved here. It's either 1.5 or 2.
That'll be close. Jamie managed to get outside a 2-ball. Not sure if he was quick enough on the S-turn.
We'll take a look. A video assistant official looking at this as we are taking a quick click. Oh, there we go. That's 1.5.
That's a miss. Jamie's going to be playing that one over in his mind a few times, I'm sure. needs a stronger dodge to the left if he's going to be able to have that rope to come back in before the boat guides are coming up. That's something that you can't really see from home, but that tailwind's pushing, and that S-turn's all that much more difficult with the wind on the back.
All right, so we're taking another instant replay view. This is a little less clearer than the one earlier, although having said that, it was pretty clear that he didn't get to the wakes in time to score two. So now we've got the stats for Jamie Calhoun: 800 pounds, 4.7 to 1, compared to his weight of 172. All right then, so Sean Hunter about to take to the course. Green loop, 30-meter start. Now, Sean Hunter, a student at the University of Alabama, skis over at Lake 38 on occasion, right there in Quincy, right outside Tallahassee in Florida. And we'll run through 30 meters, and after he's done that, we'll check in with Wade Cox. How are you doing, sir?
So we got a score of 1.5 on the board, Jamie. Probably looking for a little bit more, but not bad for the first round, huh?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, I'm super pumped to get to 10.75 and just give a shot at 41. Obviously, you want a little bit more once you get there, but hopefully next round focus to get another 6 and then hopefully pick up another ball or two.
So yeah. Do you have any changes in mind? How was the wind?
The wind's gusty. I mean, it was up and down. Some of my passes were pretty good. Barely noticed it. I would have taken a 39 in that tail, and then some of it's gusting, and I'm happy with what I did. I think I'll probably stick with the same program.
Good deal. Back to you, Tony. Thanks, Jamie.
All right, then. That's about the first interview I heard from Jamie Calhoun that didn't include the word A.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a solid Canadian. And one thing people don't know about Jamie maybe is he's an outstanding young hockey player, too. I know he's leading the field over at Florida Southern, leading the squad. And, might have had another career if, the water didn't draw him.
I bet he's not pleased that Lord Stanley's club is now resident in Tampa.
Yeah, I struggle with that one, but I think you're right. I mean, he should be a bit more of a hometown fan now here in Central Florida with the Lightning having just won. It's pretty exciting stuff.
All right, so that's Sean Hunter and 12 meters. I mean, you associate some places across the world with ice hockey. With like Canada and Russia and Sweden and Finland and Norway. South Florida doesn't do it for me for somehow.
Yeah, but I mean, let's face it. We got a lot of Northerners down here in Florida, and I mean, you go to a Lightning game, it's like nothing else as far as attending an NHL game. Really is something special, and looking forward to the chance to do that again.
All right, so I've yet to attend an NHL game. I'll probably if I ever get into the Great White North, I'll probably take a trip over to Winnipeg or to Edmonton or Vancouver or those places, even Toronto, and to get the real essence of what ice hockey is all about, Yeah,
and Tony, just to let you know, the game is hockey. Yeah, the ice isn't necessary. The game is called hockey.
Okay, hockey. All right then. So there's no horse hockey on the water right now. We've got Sean Hunter. He's run through 13 and 12, 11.25 into the wind. Now that's going to put 10.75 at his back. So I don't know what his tactical thinking is going to be here. He wants to wanting to put 10.25 into the wind into 10.75 into the wind. We'll see if that decision holds up. Well, I like his style, though. A little open into number 2, but looking pretty strong out there, Drew.
I really like the way Sean skis. He's a slalom specialist, and he skis a lot, and it shows in just how consistent his turns are on both sides. not a lot of movement, a lot of precision going on with his with his plan out there.
And his style is a little bit different, especially into the edge change and the turn in, because he certainly lets his shoulders, give way to the boat, but yet he still maintains that good cross-course angle with the lower half of his body, and that keeps him in the game 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, he's got that handle nice and low, and he's with the handle for an awfully long period of time. He's really got a lot of good things going on here.
Oh, look at this. Like what I'm... Oh, yeah, look at that. Great looking pass. And he enjoys the heck out of that one. That was 39.5 off, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's huge. Just, in case you're just tuning in, that's the first tailwind 39 pass we've seen today, which it's a big decision for these skiers to make which direction to run the 39, because now he's going to reap the benefit. We're going to see a 41 into the wind, and if you're going to be one of those skiers that gets beyond that potential of a logjam at 2-ball, that headwind sure is nice coming in on 41.
Yeah, and he's now opened up the potential for a lot of other skiers to come through, like saying to themselves, okay, if he's run tailwind 40, if he's run tailwind 39, then I can do it. It's not impossible.
The other factor to consider there, Tony, is it's 2 rounds with your top score coming from your best of the 2 rounds as being the top criteria in terms of forming that list into the finals. So it's worth, particularly in the first round, it's worth it to go ahead and take that chance. Sean's not going to be happy with that. Half a buoy, it looks like, at 41 off.
Yep, one of the few that's actually made it to 41 off, but out of the 4 skiers, he's the one that's going to be at the bottom of that rack. But he is in 4th place, mind you, and the top 8 do make it through to the next round of the competition after the end of the second round. And the ski just went over the top of that line, and it was just goodbye for him.
Looks like he didn't have the same amount of speed, moving into the gate there, and he was really getting peeled into the inside. He's missing the freedom that we saw in his earlier passes out to 1-ball there, and wasn't able to move through the finish.
All right, then, as we wait for our next competitor, reminder once again, SwissProSlalom.com. Accurately predict the podiums, and you could win yourself a ski. And a reminder that we continue to take entries right up until the start of round 2. So make sure you get your entry in, because once round 2 starts, all the entries will be locked in and closed. Oh, yes, and Drew, we've got a message for you. Hi from Lee Spalding from Bracebridge. It's a little bit chilly up there, and he's going out for a ski on Muskoka this afternoon.
Gotta love it.
That's
what gets you good, Lee. Gotta ski well into October, and it's not for the meek. Let's just say that.
And here we are at the Swiss Pro Slalom, separating the meek from the chaff. All right, then. Good news for you hungry folks out there on site. The food truck is here. I'd love some stuff from the food truck, but I've got these 2U bars to keep me company. Bananas Foster.
Tony, I thought you had made some resolutions about the dining habits.
Yeah, it starts with that. All right, now on the water, this is Cale Burdick.
Cale finds his way to a podium here and there for a lot of years. He's a skier out of the Midwest who really at the high end, at the top of his game, can compete with everybody. He's just a delight to watch out there.
All right, let's go to Wade.
Hey, here in the dock with Ben Stadelbar. So, kind of a unique scenario here. Family's a lake owner, and now you're skiing in a pro event on your home lake.
It's pretty special. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's a pretty neat deal, and it's just like any other event that I'm really happy to be a part of. And then it's even more fun because we get to have a hand in creating it. So I take a lot of joy in that, and I think all of us around the site do, to just have some of the best, the best skiers in the world, whether it's men or women, come over here and ski at our place. So it's a lot of fun, really, to participate and help out put on the event, but also get the chance to ski in it as well.
Awesome. You'll see Ben coming up real soon. Thanks, Manny.
Thank you, Wade. You can see the Nautique flag in the background with it's waving, and wind is a factor very much in this first round of the Swiss Pro. Lots of strategy, lots of tactical decisions to be made by the skiers as they want to go ahead and set the mark to best position to be one of those athletes into the 8-man final.
All right, and we are on skier number 8 so far on this list. Kel Burdick, who hails from the Midwest, looking good. An alumnus of Purdue University, and I think he's actually a pharmacist by trade these days. So there we go, Kel Burdick. I'm sure he's got plenty of fans up there towards the northern portion of the country. For those of you that are, why not take some time to comment in and let us know your thoughts. He went on 13 meters. The pass that you're watching now is 12 or 35 off. So, there is Patrice in the towboat, showing you the event that we're at, the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2020.
In that beautiful 2021 Ski Nautique, Kel Burdick entering the course 38 off.
All right, let's see. Oh, little down course there. So 38 off. Like his style. Certainly like his style out there. That was 38 off into the wind, but the harder pass beckons. Hard enough pass on its own, 10.75 meters, but with the wind at his back, it's going to make it doubly difficult.
Just a great technical example out there. Kel really makes the most of his overall snapshot. He's a fairly slight technique, but he's lean and strong, and he's fast on the ski and can execute on both sides equally well. He's fully capable of putting up huge scores, and I know he's looking to do that today.
All right, so Kel Burdick, 10.25 meters with the wind at his back. Only one person has actually run this pass in under those conditions, and that was our previous skier, Sean Hunter.
Little loose line at one ball. He's going to have to turn it on here. Another stand up on 3. A big number 4 for Kel. Let's see if he can move through 5.
Oh, look at this. How on earth?
It's almost unfair.
How on earth did he run that?
Almost unfair. Talk about management.
Very Johnny on the spot there, especially off this number one. Brought the handle in, a little loose line, but takes it in and gets on the good foot. But I tell you what, his knee bend off buoy number 2, I think actually saved him on this particular run.
So fluid and dynamic on turns 2 and 4, particularly ball 2.
And there you go,
just running his sort of marginal deficit of, say, 10 or 15 feet each buoy, but knowing that he's got enough left in the tank to finish it.
All right, pass number 5. This is 10.25 meters.
Kale's one of those guys who can turn it on, and I know he's going to be looking for the start. He the best start he can have here. We see somebody go beyond 2. It's going to be the first tip of the direction of things to come.
All right, here we go. Cale Burdick. Maybe some of you out there that are watching this are probably leaving Cale
There
Burdick.
you have it, 3 at 41 off, Cale Burdick.
Well, there you go. That's 3 at 41. That's not a bad score. That could well be a decent backup score. Something from where he can work from.
A lot of experience coming through for Cale. We've seen in over the past several years that typical logjam of 2 at 41 move up to 3, and securing a 3 at 41 in the first round is going to do a few things, Tony. It's going to, number one, it's a great place to be, but it's also going to put him. It's going to improve his seed position for the second round, and hopefully give him a glimpse into what he's going to need to secure a spot into the final.
All right you are. As we take a look at Cale Burdick's final action with 3 buoys at 41 off, let's transition over to Wade and on dockside.
Hey, I'm here with Corey Vaughn. So, Corey, wins up and down a little bit. Do you have any sort of particular strategy that you're going to take?
Well, I've been trying to watch everybody. I'd say I'm still undecided at the moment. I've seen it go well in both directions, but we just saw Sean Hunter and Cale kind of do the normal progression of passes, take that 39 tail. For Cale right there, I just put up the 3 into the headwind, so all of a sudden that bar went to 3 with the lineup we got coming. It looks like 3 is going to be the mark. I'm feeling better about that right now, going headwind, so maybe got to take that 39 tail.
There you go. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then let's take a quick look at the scores as they stand right now in the men's competition. These are your top 8 so far. Burdick with 3, Neville with 2, Dayon with 1.5, also with 1.5 is Calhoun. Then Hunter with 0.5, then Jaramillo, Abel, and Grubbs rounding off the final spots in the top 8. But we've still got plenty of skiers to come. Trust you me. Those rankings are going to change between now and the end of this round.
Okay, from the Midwest to the Midwest, we got Dane Meckler. I know a lifelong buddy of Cale Burdick and Nate Smith. These guys pushed each other through their junior skiing, and Cale was a podium finisher at the World Championship recently in Malaysia, and he's not the tallest stature, but from a technical standpoint, boy.
All right, here we go. Our bow shot provided to us by Ravenol Oil. And here comes Dane Meckler. I just like the way that ski sits in the water and his control over that ski from one side of the course to the next.
Total economy of motion for Dane. Not a lot going on what looks to be a 13-meter, 32 off pass. We're going to see things amp up.
All right, over to Wade.
Hey, guys, I'm here with Cale Burdick. So, Cale, our biggest score yet. What was sort of your strategy? It looked like you just went straight up the rope, right? No big deal?
Yeah, I was definitely tempted to do something different. The wind is, once you're on the water, it's a little bit more formidable than it looks. But I stuck with the plan. We trained for these tailwind 39s and just kept to my movements. It worked out.
Yeah, it looked good. So you, like a few of these others, got a real job. So tell us about it.
Yeah, you know, it's fun to hear Steven talk about it. He's maybe a decade behind me trying to find that balance of work and ski. And, you know, we all work so we can ski. And I found a good balance. It took a good 5 or 10 years to settle in. But, yeah, work 40 hours, not too much, but ski as much as I possibly can.
There you go. We'll look forward to seeing more of it, Cale. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade, and bring in Dane Meckler into the course, a resident of Charlotte in North Carolina, involved in mergers and acquisitions these days, so economic in more ways than one, I suppose. But just take a look at this, Dane Meckler.
Dane doing his skiing at Little Mountain Ski Club north of Charlotte.
And, you know, to me, I mean, Dane Meckler kind of looks like one of those alpine slalom skiers, you know, where the turns come up pretty quickly. You try and keep your upper body still, and everything that moves is basically below the waist.
So Dane's he's not the tallest guy on tour, but he is among the most organized in terms of making the most of his frame and you know, really dissecting what's involved in being able to swing up on the boat at the shortest of line lengths and remain centered and you know, one thing you notice in Dane, carbon copy every cut through the wake. He's totally stacked, totally organized, as powerful as all get out behind the boat.
All right, 11.25 meters. Dane Meckler. Round number one, a little bit of a jumpy edge change into number two, but he's an experienced enough campaigner out there to where he can mitigate the effects of that. And there we go, 11.25 meters. He'll have 10.75 at his back, but our previous two skiers have shown that it's definitely possible to run that pass with the wind blowing behind you.
Something worth mentioning, the 39 with the wind. It's a situation where getting wide on the pass maybe isn't quite so difficult, but being one with the rope is going to be top priority, and that's, you know, that really plays into Dane's strength. He's just so good at being organized and synced up with the boat. So, you know, maybe the tailwind isn't quite as big an obstacle for Dane as it is for the rest of the field.
All right, we just saw a dockside shot of, we're seeing a dockside shot now of Ryan Knapper and Thomas de Gasperi in the background there, along with Nate Smith. Just trying to get psyched up for what's about to take place. And there is Chris Parrish all the way out there in the background. 10.75 meters. Let's see what Dane Meckler can conjure up. Can't afford to make too many mistakes, but he's making a bunch of them, and he's still running it. Made about 4 or 5 mistakes on that pass, and he still ran it.
Total management out there. Like you mentioned, Tony, Dane did not get the start he wanted. You see a lot of tip rise on his buoy one turn, as well as 3 and 5. But he did manage to completely organize where he is in the course and really just stay on top of things.
And I like the way he uses his feet coming into these turns because, I mean, just take a look at this. He's a lefty. He just positions his feet into the turn, and then he just whips them out from underneath and just goes cross course just with incredible power and incredible precision. Aside from number 5, of course, but he had pretty much had that pass dialed in by that time. Just a quick reminder, our competition is still It's still taking place. Our viewer, our audience competition. Accurately predict the podium placements, and you could win big. SwissProSlalom.com. He gets round buoy number 2, and that is all she wrote there for him.
That's a great start at 41 for Dane Meckler. Just a huge ball 1. He's going to be thinking that one through at ball 2 as he heads toward the second round. That's just a beauty ball 1 here. Look at the angle.
Oh, look at that. Almost too good of a number 1, I would say, if that is entirely possible.
You can see the effect of the wind there going into ball 2. It just really shut everything down for him, and he just couldn't quite reconnect moving back into the finish at 2.
Just completely stung him.
Maybe that huge ball 1 led to a bit of a ping, or a bit of a release of the energy, sending him straight toward the buoy, and just kind of upping the ante on the management level required to sync up through the finish at 2.
All right, as we continue rolling along, we're just done with skier number 9. We're done with skier number 9. The course record here, incidentally, is 1.5 at 9.75 meters. So this site does have the chops for some great top flight skiing. And if you want to check out this site, you go to SwissWaterSkiResort.com, SwissWaterSkiResort.com, to find out all you need to know about this facility. Dane Meckler, 670 pounds, 4.2 to 1 against his weight of 159 pounds. And his 0 off, for those of you that are interested, is a B1, Bravo 1. All right, and next skier to go, a new competitor for the Swiss Pro Slalom. This is Ryan Knapper.
Ryan's young, tall, and talented, out of California. For the true students of the sport who might find themselves on some of the blogs, there was a post recently of Ryan just smoking a 41 pass, and it got a lot of hits, and I know people are just kind of in awe when they watch how efficient and organized Ryan's skiing is.
So, skier with a lot of potential. What? All right, so 12 meters coming up for Ryan Knapper. So the last 5 skiers have all gotten into 41 off. That's a pretty amazing statistic right there. So a 12-meter attempt. Just looking super smooth. So super smooth. And with that, let's rejoin Wade at the starting dock.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I'm here with Fred Winter, one of your countrymen. And so we're talking, been a couple years since you won this, so you're probably itching pretty bad, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking about it this week. I came out to have a practice and saw the winners list, and that 2015 titles, it's kind of kind of quite a long time ago now. So I'm gonna, Will got me last skier of the day last year, and but I mean, we're gonna see how it goes today. I feel good. So we're at Swiss. We're gonna have a good time.
And conditions, sort of a little bit of headwind off the dock. What are you thinking? You just going to do a regular up through the rope?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, it's up and down. I think I'm probably just going to stick to normal. But yeah, it's okay. Hey, can I just take 1 second? I was at a wedding a couple of days ago. My good friends Paul and Ellie Horton, Paul O'Hara and now Ellie O'Hara. I want to say a big congrats to them for tying the knot and setting their path together onwards forever.
Well, there you go. Congrats, guys. Back to you.
All right, Wandsworth's finest adding his comments to the proceedings here. Ryan Knapper. Oh, look at this. Looking good. And and Chris Parrish there on the starting dock, looking from one end of the course to the next in total disbelief at what he's seeing right now. It's 11.25 meters.
Skiing with a lot of confidence. Ryan really is dialed in out there.
And it's interesting to see how soon he looks up for the turn, going cross course behind the boat, because it looks like he's holding his shoulders and skiing tall to try and give himself the best view and the best position to set up his turn and continue to go cross course. But there you go, Ryan Knapper from the Golden State of California. As Drew mentioned a little bit ago, was seen on a social media posting absolutely blitzing 41 off, 10.25 meters. And where Ryan Knapper is right now is the pass prior. 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. Let's see what he's got. Oh, look at this. He is early and waiting at 10.75 meters. I ain't joking. Boom. Shakalak.
So he may not have quite had the turns he wanted on 2 and 4, but what a ball one, what a big ball one, and gave himself the space he needed to have a bit of a cushion to get through it.
So, look at this again from Ryan Knapper. I mean, good extension and just using the height that he's blessed with.
He's really relying on the turns on 1 and 3 there, at perhaps at the cost of 2 and 4. We're going to see Ryan. I know he's going to want to try to, balance things up a bit. Have that same commitment on 1, but be able to design things so he can move through the number 2 turn here, and coming up into 41.
And staying in full control of his momentum too, because I mean he could have easily overpowered that number 5 and pulled all the way to number 6, but then he would have had all of that line and speed to control. And
well, he's right where he wants to be. 41 coming in.
Here we go.
Into a headwind.
Pass number 5. This is 41 off. He's round number 3. He skis to the wake, and he gets the 3.
That's huge. 3 at 41.
Ties with Cale Burdick. Wheelies up a little bit on buoy number 1 and almost got broken over too much into number 2, but showing uncharacteristic strength there off buoy number 2. Gets round number 3 now. Let's have a look. Let's tickety-tock here. Yes, well before that boat guide.
Ryan really does a great job of executing a nice strong turn on ball 2, given that he really got pitched leaving number 1. You can see the gate. It's a good attack. Nice and early. Really fully committed here on number 1. You watch him get pitched here. Just about takes a header. Reorganizes, regroups, puts a good turn on 2. Long and strong cut out to 3. Get the full point.
All right, so continuing right along towards our next skier, Chris Parrish now. A lot of people that have commented a little bit in regards to skiing safety, and one person in particular, Brett Bowden, said, and he's watching from Ontario, by the way, he obviously wishes he was in Florida. He sees a lot of skiers using noose blockers on their handle, and that's the first time I heard that expression, but the sentiment is the same. They try and fill in that space in the V in the handle, and I think given a lot of instances in recent times, I think that's probably a wise decision that some skiers have taken to actually install those that on their handle. Your thoughts on that, Drew?
Well, it's one of those things, safety's going to be a concern, and everywhere. And I think a lot of it, a lot of part of the decision for the pros is going to be, just kind of their confidence and trust and experience level with, where they are relative to the handle, typically at the finish of the turn, both sides. You can never say too much about the value of safety, but there's a variety of different opinions on it. You got some pros who don't want to risk the forearms and the arms, in the case of a hand going through versus a head going through, and some feeling potentially more susceptible, in that case. But it is something that we're continually seeing evolution in. We're seeing different methods of protection there, and something to watch for sure.
Yes, indeed, and sometimes even that's not enough in terms of a safety. I'm reminded of the incident with Brooke Baldwin over at the Malibu Open about a month or so ago, almost getting head wrapped completely inside a slalom line, and thankfully she avoided that potential scenario. Here is Chris Parrish, and this is 30 meters. That's 6 buoys, and here is Wade Cox.
So on the dock here with Ryan Knepka. So Ryan, 3 at 41. I heard Drew Ross say that was a huge score. How was it out there?
It was really fun, man. Really fun. I think I got a little lucky there with the wind. It died down just enough for me, but it was really fun. I had a great time.
So you're tied for the lead. At least got a backup score. Any changes? Any maybe alterations for the second round?
I don't think so. I was thinking about that going into this round, but I think everything felt great. I wouldn't change a thing.
Well, there you go. From our leader, back to you, Tony.
All right, we are on skier number 11 of 18. Skier number 11 of 18, which means we've got 7 skiers to go, and potentially we've set up a target of 3 at 10.25 meters as being a potential bubble score with the amount of skiers that we've on, but we don't really truly know what it's going to take to make it through until we're deep into the second round. And even then, it would take a system of calculation to determine that with potential ties. Here we go, Chris Parrish. This is 12 meters.
We do know that 3 at 41 is at least a runoff at this point. So for the skiers on the dock, if you can manage a full 3 at 41, they know that they're at least in contention for a final slot.
Indeed, you're right. And
that being said, there is a full other round to go, but just in terms of maintaining a top 8 position heading into the second round, that's where things play out right now. 3 at 41.
All right, and some great skiing even at this point in the season. We are into October, folks, and a lot of skiers typically at this time of year want to shut it down and take a little bit of a break and start planning their the winter skiing trip, or maybe a little cycling trip or something like that. Whatever floats their boat. But we're here deep into October, and we're certainly grateful to have this roster of great pro talent skiing here at the Swiss Water Ski Resort at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2020.
Want to make mention, it's we'd be remiss without making mention of our world champ Joe Howley, who I know has checked in, and superstars like Robert Pugosi who are at home today, and I'm sure there are a few others that we ought to make mention of. We miss you out here, and look forward to the ease of travel again at some point.
Yes, indeed, and we got a number of people commenting in as Chris Parrish comes into the course, 11.25 meters. Shout out to Paul O'Hara and Ellie, taking a little bit of time away from their honeymoon to watch this event.
Sacha Descoun, another superstar hailing from France, who is unable to be with us today, and he's a Swiss local as well. You know, when he does come over to the United States, he's training right here, and nonetheless, we got an outstanding world-class field of the best of the best in the sport competing today at the Swiss Pro.
Indeed, and also Robert Pagozzi as well. Let's not forget about him. He's watching it as well from the Dominican Republic. He, in a similar situation, unable to get across to the United States to compete, but I'm sure we'll hear from him. And yes, we have heard from him. He's saying that Nautique looks amazing. Of course it does. It's a Nautique.
Shout out to you, Robert. One of the best things about watching Robert ski, it's so fun all the time. It's unorthodox. It's not what you see as in terms of what we've often referred to as textbook. Robert skis Robert's way, and it's always exciting.
All right, so Thomas de Gasperi on the starting dock, getting ready and focused on what he's going to do. This is 10.75 meters, tailwind 10.75 meters. Tall, powerful, experienced. Look at this. On that Syndicate Omega Max. Look at him go. Boom. 6 buoy count. 10.75. Still proving to the world that he still has it.
I can remember the late Herb O'Brien standing on the shores in Vancouver at Abbotsford, watching one of the Pro Tour stops in the late 90s when Chris was just making his way into the pro ranks. Chris went out and just blew through 39, and I can remember Herb saying, "That was 39?"
Yes, indeed.
Here he is 20 some years later, making it look like child's play.
That's right. 6 buoys at 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Now, if he can get past number 3 at this point, he'll take the lead. But more importantly, he'll put himself in a pretty decent spot to make it through to the next round of the competition. Let's forget for a moment that there is a second round. If he can get past number 3, then he would put himself in a very, very good situation there. But there is a second round to come after this. Oh, and it's half, and it's going to tie him with Sean Hunter, and that will currently put him right now in about tie for 5th place right now.
Very uncharacteristic here. Not quite. Let's look at what happened here. Maybe Nick the buoy, just getting in a little deep at ball 1 at 41 for Chris.
All right, but he still has another round. So it is half a buoy. We're getting confirmation of that right now. Half a buoy for Chris Parrish. All right then, so looks like Chris Parrish standing at 203 pounds. He just pulled 802 pounds of force against the towboat. Strength to weight ratio of, well, almost exactly 4-1. And his zero offsetting is A2, which suits him right down to the ground. All right then, audience prizes. Predict the podium finishes and win yourself a ski. Go to SwissProSlalom.com, SwissProSlalom.com, and enter for your chance to win that ski. But time is running out because you have until the start of round 2 to get your entry in. Those of you that want to enter for the audience prizes, you have until the start of round 2 to get those entries in. And you can also vote for Skier of the Day as well, SwissProSlalom.com. And the athlete that wins the Skier of the Day honors will get themselves an edge binding. Here we go. Here we go. First time entrant into the Swiss Pro Slalom. This is Thomas de Gasperi, two-time world slalom champion. And looking very, very strong out there. And I think that was on 13 meters. Was that the green loop? Green loop. Lean to there. So, what do you see there from our two-time world slalom champion?
I see greatness. This is somebody who's been in the mix at the top of the world for now. This is just marking 20 years. I mean, I can remember Thomas's first big mark into the world scene was the 2001 World Championships in Rocchetto, where he narrowly missed the podium with a 4th place finish, and it's been nothing but upward mobility ever since. It was only a few years later he won his first world title in 2007, and he's continued to carefully hone his craft and really zero in on what works for him. He's done some things with his equipment quite a few years back now that was probably unique at the time, and he's bought into what works for him and really stuck with it, and how can you argue with the results?
Yes, indeed. And since 2005, I think only about 5 or 6 slalom skiers have actually won the world title, because at least 3 of them had won multiple world titles each. And here we go, Thomas de Gasperi with our UAV view. Beautiful camera work there. So there we go, Thomas de Gasperi setting down and getting ready for 11.25 meters.
Yeah, Thomas's wins at the World Championship coming at 2007 in Austria. What was a really what you would call a skier's site. Some phenomenal conditions. He put up a huge performance, a 3 at 41 off there, and then backed it up a couple championships later in 2011 in Dubna.
Yeah.
Very much not a skier's site typically. It's some adverse conditions. Really, again, not for the meek. Got to be tough out there, and just showing his overall versatility. And talk about a technical example. Talk about the whole package here, Thomas de Gasperi.
Right, you are. And others that have won the World Slalom title have been Nate Smith, Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and Joel Howley recently. Not too many have ascended to the top rung of the ladder so far as the World Championship are concerned, and we got one of those few individuals on the water right now. At 11.25 meters, this is Thomas de Gasperi. Looking in great shape. Don't see much wrong there.
It just gets better and better. I mean, he's moving down the rope, and the passes just continue to. He looks more and more at home the shorter it gets.
So looking in good spot. Surprisingly, this is his first ever appearance at the Swiss Pro Slalom. We've had 5 editions of this event. We've had winners in the likes of Nate Smith and Freddie Winter and Will Asher. Only one women's winner though, and that's Regina Jaquist. All right, so looking at our starting dock and look at our settings. We've taken all of the statistics from our skiers so far as their zero-off settings and concluded that A2 is the favorite setting among our skiers, with a little over 30% of our pro men skiers selecting that setting. 10.75 meters for Thomas de Gasperi, a little stalled off number one, but he can more than make up for that error. And I tell you what, at 10.75 meters, this former world champion is knocking it down.
Yeah, the tailwind, not a big issue for Thomas. He definitely, we definitely saw a few things here and there that made him work for it. But it's, he's got wins around the globe, and certainly the confidence to move into the 39 pass with the wind and know that he can be on the attack and design his whole set here for what we're about to see, 41 into the wind.
And he's tall as well, which gives him a big boost.
Some of the bigger skiers here, they've got the advantage for the reach. They do face the obstacle of perhaps being a greater mass impediment on the zero off speed control system. Thomas is one of those tall skiers who's really done everything he can to minimize his impact on the boat, while at the same time maximizing his efficiency and maintaining his cross course speed.
All right, here we go. Now, this is Thomas de Gasperi. 10.25 meters. If he can get more than 3, then that'll definitely be a shot in the arm for him in his first appearance at the Swiss Pro Slalom. And it is 3, and that puts him into a 3-way tie for the lead with Kel Burdick and Ryan Knapper.
Got to say that's the best 3 so far. T-Gas is, so well versed at knowing how to get that score of 3 and separate himself from the group. And look how quick he is on the 2-ball turn.
Yeah, he got on the good foot there. And I kind of wonder if Tom actually wanted to ski for free, but then again, you look at it as his expression at the end, and that kind of would have suggested otherwise. But 3's not bad. But would it be enough to see him advance?
Be interesting to see how much of a factor the wind plays in round 2. So typical of this event, we're seeing skiers start to pile up on 3, and with a whole second round ahead, that's even greater the likelihood that there's going to be a lot of them.
All right, here we go. 6'4", 190 pounds. So 692, 3.7 to 1, and his zero off is C2, Charlie 2. Our top 8 at the moment, there you see Burdick, Knapper, de Gasperi, all tying for the top spot. Neveu in outright 4th. Then you've got 3 skiers with 1.5. And there you see at the starting dock, Corey Vaughan getting ready to rock out there on the slalom course. So we're cranking down here. We've got a lot of skiing to come. We've got Corey Vaughan. We're on skier 13 of 18.
Okay, we've got another very tall and lean frame in Corey Vaughan, who's actually in terms of physical size, very similar to Thomas de Gasperi, also a right foot forward skier. Corey's one of those skiers who when he's on, can put up scores as big as anybody.
All right, then, just a quick correction. We are on skier 13 of 20. There are 2 more skiers. We got 20 skiers in total. Corey Vaughan, who comes to us out of Bumpus in Virginia.
Are you pronouncing Bumpus properly?
Yes.
Tony, okay.
Yes, I am. Trust me on this. Up until about last week, he was still holding slalom clinics. He actually brought in one of his good friends from back in the day, Mike Kuziak from California, to help him out with a slalom clinic over there in Bumpus in Virginia. So the water up there must be absolutely frigid up there. But he's still there, still training.
Shall we discuss the origins of the name of Bumpus?
All right, so all right then. So we've got Corey Vaughn. We got apparently we've got some huge breaking news. Oh my word! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's too long. Chris Parrish's handle has been adjudged to be too long, which negates his score.
So for people out there who are wondering what that means for Chris Parrish, no, you're not disqualified. It's not different than missing a gate. You simply have cut it. You know, you've charged a little too close, and you've cut the margin too thin. That will result in a 0 for CP in round 1, and it's gonna put the weight on his shoulders for a big score in round 2.
And he scored half a buoy at 41 off, which might not have done the trick for him anyway, so he probably didn't lose an awful lot. Now, obviously, from the mechanical point of view, I mean, you got a handle that you like, and you like to ski with it, and it's turned out to be just a little bit too long. I mean, so what do you have to physically do? Do you have to get like a fit out or something like that and just restring the handle? I mean, what do you do?
That's right, Tony. There's a variety of ways that the skiers are able to actually adjust the length of the handle, you know, in micro amounts, and every eighth is something the skiers are watching in terms of their own equipment, knowing where it is in that handle checking device tolerance. 1.5 meters is the limit. There's a 2.5 centimeter tolerance. Skiers are known to push that edge a bit, and you know, sometimes you put a lot of load on there. I mean, the tower. I mean, let's face it. He's a big boy out there, and he can stretch that rope. And it's not a nefarious thing. It's not a circumstance where, you know, it's not viewed as a cheat, if you will. It's no different than pushing that right hand gate ball. You've just pushed it too far. He's gonna lose the round. He's gonna have a score of 0 in round 1. He's putting the all of the pressure on CP for a big round 2.
All right, then. We certainly wish him the best of luck. But one thing you can't do to that handle is put a knot in it to make it shorter. Isn't that right?
Well, I mean, you could, but you know, you're going to shorten the handle an awful lot. You're going to put a pressure point on it. What you'll see CP do likely is he's going to thread another piece of rope on the inside of it with a fid, and probably bring it in about 1/4 inch, depending on how much it's out of tolerance, and ideally he'll show up with a handle that's going to pass in round 2.
Yes, indeed. This is 11.25 meters you see in the instant replay again for Corey Vaughn. Now, that whole handle thing is like almost reminiscent of a scene that I saw in a movie called Rush. Have you ever seen that movie with that's detailed Niki Lauda and James Hunt in Formula One, where the actual width of the car on one of the Grand Prix was actually adjudged to be like a centimeter too wide?
That's right.
Almost reminiscent to that. And a lot of people accuse Ferrari of playing dirty tricks with that, but eventually it got overturned. So James Hunt got his points.
So decades ago, we saw the handle check occur prior to the skier's turn. For about the past, I would say, 15 years, it's been official in the rule book that as the skier returns to the dock, whether the skier returns to the dock, when the rope returns to the dock starters to remove the handle, check the length, and it's binary. It's either in or out, and the score's logged in the book if the handle's good, if the handle's out.
Oh, and Corey Vaughn, getting out of shape off buoy number 3, and he stood up on buoy number 4. Now there's no option for him now. He's got to ski out of his mind in round 2.
Yeah, Corey will be disappointed with that.
So 4 at 39.5 off. But it's not impossible. He's still very much in in the event, but he's just, like I say, he's just ski completely out of his shorts.
Corey got a little bit separated leaving ball 2, and it cost him some time on 3.
All right, let's hear from Wade. All right, our competitor on the water and wearing the black bib that denotes the reigning men's champion. This is Will Asher.
Will's one of the skiers that, when we're at a tournament and I'm with my son, Charlie, I say, hey, Charlie, stop what you're doing and watch this. Just a textbook of organization. Really developed and crafted his own technique and talk about proven.
Has a 2.46 side, which you wouldn't believe. And I mean, it's easy to say because he's right for forward, but I mean, there are number 2 buoy turns, and then there's this. And much like Jamie Calhoun, he skis with one speed, it looks like.
It almost looks like Will's skiing almost looks like a modern version of the late great Andy Mappel. I know Andy was a hero of just about everybody in this field, and Will definitely took elements and pieces of that wonderful example to build his own program here.
And one skier, though, who we'll see it in a little bit, is probably the closest in my mind to replicating this technique. We'll see him later on. But Will Asher looking very good with his opening pass of 13 meters. I think that's going to be the standing line length for the remaining competitors, and unless they feel frisky enough to go in at 28 off and opt up through the 38 with the second pass. But I don't see that somehow. Big shout out to the folks at Gosfield Lake in the United Kingdom. Vince and Danny are tuning in. Thanks a lot, guys. Vince was actually slated to actually drive this event, the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, but with the whole COVID stuff going on and the pandemic, that didn't become a possibility after March. But there you go. That is Will Asher on the water. Good effort. And this is 12 meters and looking very, very strong. I certainly like his technique out there. It just seems very fluid from one side to the other. There's very little to choose from between one side and the other. Keeps it very, very symmetrical.
Yeah, I could watch Will all day long. One of the great Mappel-esque features you see in Will Asher's skiing is just his insistence on running a nice early line in the course, and he's just so good at maintaining that space in the course and course position. And naturally, as the rope gets shorter, the apexes become closer and closer to the buoy versus in front of the buoy, and Will just manages the space so well.
All right. Apparently, one of our folks tuning in from Charlotte saying that the water isn't all that cold yet. It's about 70 degrees. But the water here is considerably warmer here at Swiss. As the sun starts to peek up out of the clouds, we continue to see Will Asher. It is 11.25 meters. Drops in and takes it all the way through the pass. A beautifully executed run once again. So, Will Asher, two-time world champion, multiple-time world championship medalist. I mean, naturally you want to ascend to the highest rung you can, but I mean, there have been instances where he's like placed in either second or third. Actually scored his first world championship medal about maybe a half a mile or a mile away here on one of the other lakes leading into this facility, the 2003 World Championships. And there on the starting dock is another world champion, and that is Adam Saddlemeyer. But his titles came via the overall competition.
Following the 2003 World Championship here at Swiss, in which Will had his first podium, 2005 World Championship in China, we saw Will take the title.
And then 4 years later, in 2009, at the Lakes of Cast in Stone, Predator Bay, outside Calgary. Ooh, oh my
That's
word.
a problem.
That
Just
is
running into trouble at ball 5, getting a little down course, and we're going to see. We're going to see the ante up for Will Asher, needing a big round 2, not quite completing the 39 off pass.
He's definitely put himself in a little bit of a hole here, and he almost made it all the way through that pass, but save for 1 or 2 errors here. But I mean, he got round that number 3, a little bit of a down course slide. Round number 4, still nothing he couldn't handle, but then this is where the straw that broke the camel's back. Round buoy number 6, and just couldn't really hold on to that much slack. So it's going to be 5.5, and that is the highest score of any skier that hasn't cleared 10.75 meters up to this point. The skiers that have cleared 10.75 meters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
all right,
7. So actually, Will Asher's in 8th. He would have been in 9th had it have not been for the 0 score awarded to Chris Parrish.
Okay, we got 2015 World Overall Champion Adam Saddlemeyer about to take to the water. He's a training buddy of mine, and I gotta say, I'm watching a lot of 41 offs go down these days. This is going to be something fun to watch.
Alrighty. So, getting a message in from our good friend Patrizio Bizzotta. Nico Bizzotta, ciao. Ciao to you too, sir. Here comes Adam Saddlemeyer, 30 meters out of the Czech Republic. But a resident here of the United States, actually works at a signage business, the Lorotono Sign Group. I'm sure Alex and her father wouldn't mind me mentioning that. But there you go, Adam Saddlemeyer. He's a relatively new dad as well.
You can see power all the way through in Adam's skiing. He's got lightning quick reflexes. He's somebody who can really command his 246 turn, and he's he's just got explosive and innate. He's got that juice on the way into the wake that just sets him free of the boat, nice and high all the time, and really capable of some high end performances.
All right, Drew, and continuing to roll. Now, we mentioned a little bit. I mentioned a couple of 0 off settings as they came up on the screen for some of our skiers. Now, some of our folks here are commenting it like saying, please explain the 0 off settings, what the letter means, what the number means. So, in my mind, the letter is the location, right?
Yeah, you got location and then kind of bandwidth, if you will, for the number in terms of just how the boat's responding to the pull of the skier. And it's sort of minutia, but it's not really. It matters. It just kind of identifies how you sync up with the boat. I mean, it doesn't impact the boat's time, no matter what. The boat's programmed to run 16:08 down the center, time after time after time again. It's just where you want that resistance and that application of power from the boat, where you want it and how wide a band you want it. And that's what you see in terms of the ABC and the 1, 2, 3.
And obviously a number deals with intensity, right? Location and intensity for...
Well, as you narrow that bandwidth, you're going to have greater intensity in order for the boat to maintain its, its obligation to a 16:08 time. So there is some discretion in terms of the skier's opportunity to, kind of set up the boat to match their style. And, there's also a familiarity element. Skiers, want to be able to set up the boat on a consistent basis so that they can kind of have what they're used to, and lets different styles be equal in terms of opportunity for in other words, no one particular style having an advantage due to a boat settings.
Yes, indeed, and I have known skiers that actually tweak the settings a little bit between boat manufacturers, but that's a whole nother story. And in total, there are 18 settings that you can choose from, because you've got the 9 settings between 3 letters, 3 numbers, and then you've got the plus as well on top of all of that. But we'll leave that aside for a moment and focus in on Adam Saddlemeyer, who's approaching the course at 11.25 meters. For those folks out on the site that are getting a little bit hungry, our food truck is open and serving breakfast. This is Adam Saddlemeyer, hoping to make a meal out of the slalom course himself. It's a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters. So good show.
Adam's really skiing with a lot of confidence out there. He knows he's skiing well. He's in tune with his equipment. He's been training nice and hard, and he's frequently putting up big scores. So no surprise, Adam's chosen to take the 39 pass with the wind and set himself up for the best shot at 41.
All right, so we are on skier number 15 of 20. Now, for those of you that are entering the competition to win yourself a slalom ski, whether it's the D3 or whether it's the Conley, you have until the start of round 2 to get those entries in at SwissProSlalom.com. SwissProSlalom.com is the place to go to get in your audience entry. Your audience prediction entry. Predict the podium for both the women and the men. And if you do that accurately enough, you could win yourself a slalom ski. Signed by world champions. Believe it or not. Here we go. Adam Saddlemeyer, 10.75 meters. Looking good. Little on the back there on number 2. But just trying to settle in. Trying not to do too much around the turn. Oh, there he goes. 10.75. I like that. So Adam Saddlemeyer has made it to pass number 5, which is 10.25 meters. And Drew, take us how he did it.
That's just a very commanding pass. 39 for Adam, just ripping buoys 1 and 2, setting the stage for an early shot at 3. 3 not that much different than number 1. Now by 4 you can see he's managing the pass a bit. He knows he's ahead of the game. He knows he's got it. He's not quite safetying, but definitely not letting it rip the way he was on 1 and 2. But he's all the space in the world. Just that's mastery right there. 39 off, Adam Saddlemeyer.
Yes, indeed. Right you are. That is 39.5 off. And now getting ready for 41 off, 10.25 meters. The top score is 3. And by virtue of him actually making it to 10.25 meters, he's put himself in the top 8 right now with 5 skiers remaining. Here we go. This now is Adam Saddlemeyer. This is 10.25 meters, 41 off. Gets the start that he needs. Look at him go round buoy number 2. He's still on his feet. He's round number 3. Can he make it outside 4? No. And that is our 4th skier to tie with 3 at 10.25 meters. Amazing stuff there, Drew.
Kind of hilarious because you can see Adam going ahead and giving a turn at 3 a shot, and that's big risk right there because there is a logjam at 3. It is critical to have that 3 in the book going into the second round, and he's you want to say he's willing to take some chances. He's just throwing it all out there. It's just awesome skiing.
And we might be in a situation where the top 8 skiers by the end of this round could all be at about halfway through 10.25 meters.
Won't be the first time, and it's something we see more and more. Definitely be looking for the very top seeds to go beyond 3. They'd love to distance themselves from that potential logjam we talk about. Just looking here at Adam's ball too, just powers his way into the wake, gives himself enough space to give a turn at 3 a shot. Not quite able to make the most of it, and not inside of 4, but nonetheless, it's a full 3 at 41. Awesome skiing.
So, and also don't forget we got a vote for a skier of the day as well. Who in your mind is worthy of that title? Could it be someone like Whitney McClintock, who is out there competing for the first time after giving birth? Could it be someone like Ryan Canepa, who is in the lead right now, a young skier from California, halfway down, 10.25 meters? Is it the likes of Chris Parrish, who made his way into 10.25 meters as well? There are a number of different stories, and if one of them is compelling enough for you to vote on, then do so at SwissProSlalom.com, and add your vote for Skier of the Day. Next competitor to take to the water is Cole McCormick.
This is one of those stories that's just awesome. We got a skier. I don't know how many people know, but Cole's father, Ricky McCormick, an absolute legend of the sport, multiple-time world champion, Olympic champion. His mother, Susie McCormick, a Masters champion and former world record holder. He's water ski pedigree to the finest, and he's a Floridian, a native Floridian, but he's also a Canadian. And Cole saw an opportunity with the Canadian program, and toward the end of his junior career, shifted gears to become part of Team Canada. And I know Team Canada is just delighted to have Cole McCormick on board.
All right, here we go. This is Cole McCormick. This is looking good, looking very strong at this time. Goes in at 13 meters. And we're going to take a quick look with Wade Cox.
I'm here with Will Asher. Will, you're the defending champ. Not the best score, certainly not the score you were looking for. You got one more round, though. Any adjustments for second round?
I don't think so. I'll probably go out and just do the same thing. I just didn't have a very good setup at 1. I lost the line completely, and then from there it was just a scrap. And then you can't really get away with that in a big old tailwind. So I don't know. I felt fine. Just kind of got a little bit later, and then I just wasn't able to make it up on 3, and then 4 was big, and then 5 was a little slow again. So I was a little bit slow, and I wanted to be on 135, and then I actually misgripped the handle on 6. Like I kind of got my hand outside of the rope, and you can't hold it from there. So it wasn't even that big of a hit out of 6. It was just I didn't have the handle with my left hand. So it's like, okay, I didn't.
Well, that's a bone ram, but we're cheering for you for the next round. Tear it up, Willie. Back to you, Tony.
All right then. So we've just seen Will Asher. Kind of got that Latin American general look about him, but whatever works. All right, then. Cole McCormick has run his opening pass. Now getting ready for his second pass. This is going to be 12 meters. Big shout out to the folks over at Seap in Skarnes in Norway, where we had the pleasure of broadcasting the European Disabled and European Under-21 Championships not too long ago. Big shout to Lars Ola and the folks there. Ronnie Kaveslavongen and company.
It was fun. It was fun having you on the team.
And there, we've just seen Cole McCormick go through 12 meters, making it just look easy. And he's a rising star in the sport, Drew.
Yeah, he's consistently continued to up his game, and he's making 39 look like 38, and he's getting through it time after time after time, and really charging at 41. He's getting deeper and deeper into the pass. It seems every month, and he's one of those guys we're going to see get through it at some point soon.
All right, so Cole McCormick just stroking his way through that pass. he had great performances at a couple of pro events. Let's have a look at Adam Sattermeyer's figures. 686, 3.9 to 1, based upon a weight of 174 and a 0 off of A2. So, Cole McCormick, who really acquitted himself well at the Hilltop Pro-Am not too long ago, skied well at the Malibu Open as well. Had a little bit of dip in form a couple of weeks ago at the Travers Pro Grand Prix. But right now, all that's behind him because that's 11.25 meters under his belt. Cole McCormick. And Drew, as you rightly said, Cole McCormick has great pedigree underpinning his ability out there. But not only from Ricky McCormick, but also Susie Graham as well, who was a superstar slalom herself in the 80s, early parts of the 90s.
Yeah, Susie had her time at the top, and when I first made my way onto Team Canada, she was already a veteran, and I got to learn a lot from Susie and watching how she managed herself. She kind of was a pioneer of being a specialist at the World Championship level at that point in time. There really weren't a ton of specialists making teams, and Susie without question was the one to beat for quite a few seasons.
And certainly when it came to slalom skis, she stayed with the old faithful for many, many years. That yellow EP tactic, of which she tells me she still has about 7 of them gathering dust in her attic.
Yeah, and Susie's husband Ricky was instrumental in the shaping of that ski.
There we go. Oh, and that was at 10.75 meters. Now he's going to have quite a bit of catching up to do.
That's uncharacteristic for Cole. It's a shame. I know I love that he's one of those skiers that goes out there, he lays it all on the line and goes for it every time he hits the water. So definitely stay tuned and pay attention to round 2 because he's going to be a skier charging for a spot in the final.
Yes, indeed. It could well come down to a backup score, and now he's really going to have to go hard at it in the second round. As they say en français, tout ou rien. All or nothing. So, handle up a little high, and down he goes, 1 1/2. And now as Patrice makes his way back to dock, he'll pick up our next competitor, and that next competitor comes to us from Switzerland. His name is Benjamin Stadelbauer.
Benny has what you might call the home court advantage here. Right here at home, Swiss is his family's place. It's he's trained here since he was a junior, and had the privilege of watching Benny just put up some massive scores time after time after time out here, and this is going to be fun.
All right, and you may recall that a little while ago I hinted upon a skier that in my opinion is actually closer to modeling Andy Mappel's slalom style, and you're about to see him. This is Benjamin Stadelbauer. You'll see some similarities right off the get-go. Shoulder position, his ability to effectively bend his knees and compress into the turn, ability to hold his angle, and his chest and shoulders up going cross-course, and doesn't get much better than that, folks. That is Benjamin Stadelbauer, opening pass of 13. Skiing all that much. So Benjamin Stadelbauer Beautiful look on that pass, and those eagle-eyed individuals are probably taking a look at our UAV flying in the background and on dockside, who appears to have undergone a little bit of cupping therapy. That is Jonathan Travers. Benjamin Stadelbauer with his second run. Rolling onto the tail of that ski. But still able to steer his way through that second pass, which is 12 meters. No worries there for him whatsoever. All right, so what do you see here, Drew?
I see just a carefully crafted technique that, produces time after time. I see great things ahead for Benny. He's strong, he's tall, and, want to see him ski, free of any inhibition and just let it rip today.
Yeah, and you do hint upon something that I was actually thinking of while you're saying that. For a skier of his ability and his technique and his prowess out there on the slalom course, it just kind of amazed me that he hasn't had more success in these types of competitions. But you just kind of get the feeling that his time's going to come, and it's going to come soon.
Yeah, he's maturing no matter what, and you develop as an athlete, and you got to develop in a lot of ways. You got the head game, the confidence, the technique, the physical. You've got all kinds of pieces that have to come together, and Benny's definitely coming together in all respects, and I think we got great things ahead, and the best thing is he's young. And he skis with a technique that he's so strong. His frame, he'll stand the test of time. And I think we're going to see a lot of really, really great seasons ahead.
And he certainly works on his equipment a whole bunch as well. I mean, he rides the Syndicate Pro, and I looked inside his little hut, which isn't too far away from here. It's actually a little bit more involved than being a hut, but he has the flex machine, calipers, drill bits, tools, whiteboard, the whole bit. I mean, he is into it 100%.
And I think that's a fair comment, but I think it's also worth mentioning that that's pretty much the whole field. If you're not an equal student of your equipment as you are with your technique and all other aspects, you're not among the best in the world in competing here today at the Swiss Pro.
All right, you are. So, Benjamin Stadelbauer. All right. So it looks like we've got some communication with Dockside. We'll return there intermittently with some interviews and points of view of our competitors. Here we go. Benjamin Stadelbauer. This is 10.75 meters. Realistically needs this pass to be competitive. He's ski number 17 of 20. Look at this. There you go. Yeah.
That's perhaps the best 39 we've seen today. That was total command out there for Benny. Just really, really acing every single turn.
Absolute total dominance of this pass, keeping that line nice and tight as he turned in, so he had good contact with the boat immediately from the get-go. Into number two, and that number two was absolutely on fire, out of this world. He is a right foot forward skier, and even number three was better than most people's on-site turns. Look at that. Just slides that ski around.
Yeah, Benny's one of those skiers who's so symmetrical. He doesn't have an offside. He's balanced and really great separation of upper and lower body. Just fluid and great combination of power and grace.
All right, then continuing right along. We've got Benjamin Stadelbauer on the water. About 3 skiers to go after him, and gotten broken over, and that is going to be 2 buoys.
Maybe just a bit tentative, little bit of loss of speed in the glide. Just at the end of the glide here, watch before he makes his turn in. He's shedding, and maybe just a little bit of a loss, and then I see a bit of a hesitation, a bit of a delay approaching 1. Slightly further down course than he was at 39. Not quite together well enough to be able to manage a cut out of 2, and great start, awfully close to probably what he would have liked to have seen. 1 more buoy anyway, and ups the ante to the value of the second round for Benny Stadelbauer.
All right, so got a number of people checking in. One, Mike Hazelwood. All right, Wade, what you got dockside, pal?
So thanks, Tony. I'm here with Cole McCormick. Cole, not the score you're looking for, but you got another round to go, right?
Yeah, still got another round. That wasn't really what I was looking for there. I kind of messed up a little bit at 1 ball, hung on with 2 hands a little too long, and then hips got behind me and had a bunch of speed at 2, and the tailwind just couldn't quite hold it.
And the wind seems to be up and down as it is when the wind. How was it on that 39? You said you got a bit of push?
Yeah, I mean, it picked up for my 38, so I had a pretty big headwind for my 38, and it stayed about the same for the 39. It was pretty strong tailwind, so, just kind of got to be patient, and I'll just remember that for the next round.
Yeah, man, you'll do it. We're cheering for you. Thanks, Cole.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Wade. And as we get ready to bring on JT, Benjamin Stadelbauer's 981 pounds of force with 2 at 39, or 2 at 41, is the lead score.
Well, taking the lead by almost 100 pounds, Benny.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a huge 2-ball.
And he is in line for that $500 bounty alongside the that ski rope from Syndicate. And we've also got prizes available for the best men's and best women's crashes as well. There's your rope tension leader, but going back to the best crashes, the winner in either the men's or the women's would win themselves an Aid Fest if they snag that dubious distinction.
Tony, going back to your comment earlier, the check-in from Mike Hazelwood of Great Britain. That's a multiple-time world champion, former world record holder in the jump event, also known as Will Asher's uncle. How cool is that?
Yeah, nice that he tunes in. It was no slouch on the slalom course either. I mean, I think he was European slalom champion at one time, and he actually pretty much won everything at Marine World that year. Jump, slalom, whatever other events they put on at Marine World, like about 1984 or something like that. He absolutely dominated.
Yeah, just that name, Mike Hazelwood, it's just tenacious to think of, the way he skied every time he hit the water. Just an absolute beast.
All right, and here is Jonathan Travers. Let's not forget he went in at 32 off, or 13 meters. $13-meter start for Jonathan Travers, and he got every single buoy on that particular run. And Jonathan Travers has plenty of support behind him as well. His whole family, Lalani, Jack, Christopher Travers. And we wait for him to come back into the course on the 12-meter line. And thanks to every single one that's watching us here so far.
You can hear that ski nautique coming in for JT's second pass at 12 meters.
His boat of choice, of course. This is JT. Looking good, as he should.
Team Nautique athlete, former Masters Slalom champion.
There's a 12-meter pass, looking very strong, looking in good shape. And why don't we take a quick visit with Wade Cox and find out what's going on. Wade, who do you have, sir?
Hey, guys, I'm here with Natasha Rocher. I was fairly close, from Namibia, which is in southern Africa. And so this is your home.
It is now, yes, since 2014, and I love it.
And so you're getting ready for your second round. How was the first round for you?
First round wasn't good at all. I was definitely hoping for more. Since this is my home lake, it skis amazing, so I'm definitely hoping for more in the second round.
Almost maybe sometimes more pressure at your home lake, huh?
Yeah, that's definitely true. I was pretty nervous this morning.
Well, hey, you have fun, okay? Tear it up your second round. Thank you. Back to you.
All right, then, back right along there. That was Wade Cox with Namibian athlete Natasha Rocha, hailing out of Windhoek. And she's going to be our first skier out in round 2 of the women's competition. And that is going to be coming up pretty soon after the conclusion of round 1 of men's. This is Jonathan Travers. He's gone through 13-12. This is 11.25 meter, the purple loop. Takes a good snap on buoy number 1 and 2. He is a lefty, which means his 1-3-5 side turns are always going to be easier for him to thump. And there you go, good effort. Round all 6 buoys. Expertly driven there by Patrice Legay. And what do you see here from this aerial shot?
I see domination on that 1-3-5 side, so typical of JT. Watch for, he's a candidate for that strongest pull for sure if he, puts together one of those huge 1-3 turns at the right time. It's the same weapon that can get him through 41 when everything's clicking. So firing on all cylinders, JT's deadly, and it's going to be fun no matter what.
And JT actually helps develop the edge binding, which is actually a prize for our skier of the day. You can go to SwissProSlalom.com and vote for the skier of the day, and the athlete that garners the most votes will actually win themselves an edge binding, courtesy of Edge Bindings and JT. So who would you say would be the skier of the day so far based upon round 1? I mean, would it be sort of a young skier like Ryan Knapper? Would it be Whitney McClintock, who's back after pregnancy? Who would you say?
I mean, I'm most impressed by Whitney. I can't believe how quickly she's come back. But, I'd like to see a bigger second round from her to seal the deal there.
All right, let's see what JT can do at 10.75. Oh, look at this. He's trying to stay calm. He's trying to stay relaxed because he knows that if he does too much in the turn, that could have ultimately affected his pass. He goes rodeo style off number 6. How?
I love it.
And he did that at the Grand Prix as well, where he whipped the rope round a little bit there to get the slack out of it. He's the only one that does that in my mind.
Again, not for the meek. JT taking total command here. He gets himself in a bit of a pickle out of 2-ball, riding the tail. Lets 3 rip, but, things are moving. Things are moving around now. He's dancing a bit for 4, on the tail a bit, but knows he's got to go. Whips the turn at 5. Gosh, that's a late line out to 6, but he's managing it, and he juggles the rope. Nothing new for him. He knows he can manage the pass and get out the gate at 39.
All right, 39.5 off 10.75 meters. He's just run that. He's getting ready for 41 off 10.25 meters. As we're in the middle of a little bit of a brief rain squall. All right, we'll be back right after this.
JT 41 off. Here we are, money pass.
All right, here we go. Jonathan Travers, 10.25 meters. The rain didn't stick around for too long. And Jonathan Travers, he gets round to buoy number 2, and that is going to be enough for him, which currently puts him in a multiple weight tie for 4th, along with Benjamin Stadelbauer and Yeah.
Tony, what we see here is such a big number one for John. You can see him just bow down with the left shoulder, gets himself maybe pinged a bit to the inside, going to 2, just a touch narrow, not quite able to execute the way he wanted on 2, but he's he's set up with a solid 2 at 41 and 1 round to go.
All right then. So as it stands right now, we've got skiers such as Cale Burdick, Thomas de Gasperi, Adam Saddlemeyer, and one other person, yes, Ryan Canappa. They are all tied with 3 at 10.25 meters or 41 off. Then you go down to the next skiers that were tied with 2, and there's 3 of them. There's Benjamin Stadelbauer, Jonathan Travers, and Stephen Neveu, the very first skier out in the water.
Okay, we're coming down to what is a kind of a common theme at many of the majors around the world over the last few years. We're down to Freddie Winter, Nate Smith.
All right, let's go to the dock and meet up with Wade. Wade, what you got?
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Ben Stadelbauer. Really close. Like did all the good work, ran 39. Maybe could have had a little bit better start, though, at 41.
Yeah, no, I did the hard work, and then you get to 41 and it gets harder, so it never gets easier. But I think I had a good set. I had a good feeling out there, and I think it's a start, and I hope I can build onto the next round. But yeah, close, but not quite there yet.
But probably a backup score at worst case with your 2, and maybe get a 3 or 4 next round, huh?
Yeah, no, for sure. 2 is not a bad backup. So, I mean, I got that already. And then if I can improve up on that, it'd be good. But the main key is I had a good feeling on my ski right now. And if I can bring that to the next round, I think it should be good for me at least.
Well, there you go, guys. Back to you.
So, some great skiing that we've seen so far. Some great skiing to come. Folks from Thorpe and JB Ski are cheering on their skiers, and the first of them is going to be Freddie Winter. Freddie Winter is going to be our next competitor to come. The pride of Wandsworth in London.
Freddie's your 2017 World Slalom Champion. He's also frequently the author of some serious yard sales.
Yeah,
always
right
laying it
about
on the line, max out, full speed, full intensity. Gonna lay it on the line no matter what. Freddie Winter.
All right, so hard to tell at this point in time who has the best crash among our men or our women at this point. They've been fairly innocuous at this time, but now we've got Freddie Winter. We'll see what happens. But he starts at 30 meters or 32 off. Now, incidentally, the top prize for the best crash for both women and men is an aid vest, courtesy of Aid Suits.
I'm not really too sure about the strategy there. I mean, Freddie gets them free anyway, so I don't see him, It'd be nice if there was something else in it for him.
You've got a point there. You've got a point there. So, now, on the starting dock, our very last competitor out in round 1 is Nate Smith. And for those of you that want to enter that competition for the slalom ski, time is fleeting. You have to get your entry in before the start of round 2. By the time that boat hits the dock for the start of round 2, your entry had better be in. Otherwise, it's too late. Here we go. Freddie Winter. This is sweet looking pass, 12 meters. All right.
I really love watching the balance there. You notice the consistency in the water brake of Freddie's ski, that D3 Ion working so well for him. He's balanced and centered and just managing to continue to move without anything really breaking the stride of the whole picture there.
So, keeping it smooth, keeping it flowing. Not looking in bad shape. Can't see too much wrong with that pass, as I'm sure all of you guys watching around the world would agree in your multitudes. So
Freddie's another candidate for the strongest pull as well. I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely.
2 bars definitely, may well already be, considering whose name to put on the check, and I think there's a shot at Freddie being one of the recipients here.
Yeah, might be interesting to see how much he's pulling so far, but then again, it is the opening 2 passes, so it's gonna be fairly light on the line, I would say. Once he gets to about this pass and deeper, then we're gonna hear some serious gruntage. 11.25 meters. Throwing it from side to side. Nicely done. Very, very smooth again. And that is 11.25 meters, made to look like 14.25 meters.
So we'll go next level on the psychology of what's going on for these top athletes, and the 38 pass, as much as it's a gimme for the field in the most part, it's an opportunity at what that gate's going to feel like on the critical pass, on the 10.25 41 off pass. So don't underestimate how important the 38 is in terms of the skier having the chance to really feel what the conditions are like, in that critical start for the 41.
All right, so those of you that are watching through our YouTube channel and want to get the start list, running order, and all the information on this event, SwissProSlalom.com is the place to go. And that's also the place to go to enter for our audience competition and also submit your vote for the skier of the day. There is Nate Smith on dockside. Not too far away is Natasha Rocha. So our penultimate men's skier in round 1. This is Freddie Winter. Oh, horrible turn off buoy number 1, but still managing to stay on his feet. He's there on buoy number 3. Oh, taking a big old hit there. Ooh. My shoulders would be screaming blue murder at that point, but I tell you what, Freddie Winter did well.
I'd say ball 4's got to be into the 900s in terms of strongest pull.
Took a big old hit. 6 at 10.75 meters has been confirmed. He even took a pretty sizable hit off number 1 and 2. As they say, the hits keep on coming.
So losing a bit of ground on 3 with that loose rope, and you can see him just drop into a massive turn on 4. Just textbook Freddie Winter here.
Nice little elbow slam there. But there you go. That is Freddie Winter. Now, this now is 10.25 meters. Now, 3 buoys is currently the lead, and it's held by 5 people as a tie. If he can get past that point, it will definitely boost his chances. Round number 3, can he get a piece of 4? No, and he doesn't even make a play on it.
Maybe not quite the gate Freddie was looking for. You can see him a little bit narrow. He's a little timid in that pull out. Maybe the headwind caught him a bit, but he's slow to a commitment. He manages through number 1 fairly well. A little bit of loose rope. Has to bear down to 2, but at this point he's surviving to just try to eke out a 3.
All right, yeah. So I mean, the first couple not too bad, and he just almost looked like he was content to run 3, and that would be enough to at least establish a tie-break score. But right now, as it stands, he's tied with about 5 other people. So 6 skiers have 3 at 41 off.
Well, Tony, with a whole other round remaining, there's no telling whether 3 is going to be in clear or whether it's going to come to a backup. or possibly even more than that. But one thing Freddie's got the advantage of is seed, and he will be skiing toward the latter part of the group in the second round, so he will know definitively what the cut line is when he hits the water for round number 2.
Right, you are, and hopefully we'll get the list. Oh, yeah, there you go, right on time. We've got Burdick, Canapa, De Gasperi, Saddlemeyer, Winter, Neveu, Stadelbayer, and Travers. The only person on that list who had only 3 people on that list who didn't get halfway down, and that's Neveu, Stadelbayer, and Travers. So.
How's it going? A2. Oh, this water's so warm.
Okay, point made from the scoring tower. Round 2 seeding will be determined for the ties in a random fashion. So,
Whenever you're ready.
Who's to say where in the group of 3s Freddie Winter will be seated in the round 2?
All right, here we go. This now is the world record holder, Nate Smith, and former 2-time world champion from 2013 and 2015. And actually, point of fact, the only 2-time back-to-back world champion in recent memory, because the others that actually had 2 world titles each had a spell in between where they didn't win it. It was the other person type deal, if you see where I'm getting at.
Nate came on the scene, and since coming on the scene, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, he's consistently been, the one to beat. He's put up more successful 6 at 41 scores than the rest of the athletes combined, and really is poetry out there. He's a modern day model of textbook slalom skiing. A blend of the classical style with a lot of the efficiencies of what's required out there today.
All right then. And just to remind you good folks again, as if I haven't reminded you enough times before, your entry for the audience prediction prize needs to be in before the start of round 2. If you are waiting to submit your entry in for those audience prizes, which is 2 slalom skis, one of them a D3 Ion and the other a Connolly GTR, you must get your entry in before the start of round 2. By the time that boat makes it back to the dock for round 2, your entry had better be in at SwissProSlalom.com. 12 meters. Velvety smooth. Looking good. And so does our boat, as a matter of fact. Our unique bow cam being provided to you by Ravenol. German-engineered motor oil. Got to get it.
Great to see Ravenol supporting the Swiss Pro here this weekend, along with the lengthy list of great patrons here, great supporters of the sport. None more than Ski Nautique Boats, a mainstay here at Swiss.
All right, so let's see what we got. That's Nate Smith. He has run through the opening 2 passes, 13 and 12. I think actually, when was the last time we actually saw someone actually ski in on 14.25 meters for their opener pass? It seemed like forever ago. Actually, the last person to ski 14.25 meters as their opener was Jamie Calhoun. Here we go.
Such an early line in the course. just able to create such speed and carry it through the finish of the arc.
And he transitions his weight from the front to the back very, very efficiently. I mean, a lot of people that would attempt to do that will probably tend to overdo it and lose balance. But he just has the simple knack of being able to do that and still gain angle across course and go off to the races.
He's got a very intuitive technique. Nate just knows where he needs to be and is one step ahead of the game in terms of moving there.
All right, so originally out of McCordsville, Indiana, but a resident in this part of the world, does make the odd trip back, to slalom out there, and actually recently returned from California after attending his, I believe, his sister's wedding, as a matter of fact. So he hasn't had an awful lot of time on the water in recent days. But we'll see. We'll see what occurs with Nate Smith. I mean, there are just certain skiers out there that don't rely upon an awful lot of practice. It's nice to have it, but sometimes, you're in situations, timing and what have you, scheduling, where you just have to be reliant upon your own natural technique, your own intuition to get you through.
Well, one of the great things about this event, Tony, is with best of 2 rounds format. There's a fair amount of skiing before the final, and you really need 1 out of 2. You need 1 out of the first 2 rounds to be great, and look for Nate to have an eye toward going beyond 3. Who's to say whether or not that can actually happen here? But we're going to see. To be able to skip that logjam and go beyond 3 is definitely something I would be betting Nate has his sights on.
So, Nate Smith, 3-time winner of this event, won the event in 2016, 2017, and 2018. And coming back at 10.25 meters. I mean, it's just hard to believe that the pass that we just saw there was 10.75 meters. I mean, when you look back at the history of slalom skiing, I mean, the first 11.25 meter pass was completed in about 1980 by a rather unknown skier named John McElroy. It took about the best part of 2 decades before 10.75 meters started to get cleared. And it's only within about, within the last 5 years that 10.25 was, you started to get scores into 9.75 meters on, I wouldn't say a regular basis, but at least you had some skiers that were getting into that line length. Here we go now. This is 10.25 meters, more than 3. A piece of 4 here will give him the lead, and it is. Look at this. Oh, he tried to make a play on 5. Did he get the ski outside? We're going to have to go to our VAO to take a look at this. A video assistant official.
I'm sure Nate may be kicking himself. Almost a safety on ball 4 there. He looked well on his way to running it here. Not the very best one he's ever had, but gosh, is he ever on time at 2? Just lightning quick, leaving the buoy line, and in great shape, making a finish on 3, and looked well positioned to finish the pass here, entering 4, but then just got on the tail and didn't get that contact and connection immediately out of the buoy line. Looks like he got his feet outside of 5.
Okay, we're going to go frame by frame here to make sure from our internal boat view to see. This is going to provide us with a clearer perspective. We have multiple angles of this performance, exclusive to TWBC. Number 4. That's enough for the lead. Now, let's go frame by frame here. Okay, so what do you call that? 4. Okay, didn't get outside buoy number 5. So, that is a conclusion of round 1. Let me repeat to you once again, for you folks watching at home or indeed are on the shore side here and have access to the internet on your cell phone. If you want to enter the audience prize competition, you have until the time it takes for that boat to refuel and make its way back to the dock for the start of round 2 to enter. There is your leaderboard in round 1. Nate Smith, your leader, with 4 at 10.25 meters. Then we've got 5-way tie for second place between Burdick, Canapa, De Gasperi, Saddlemeyer, Winter. Then we've got 3-way tie for 7th with 2 between Nephew, Stadelmeyer, and Jonathan Travers.
Look for those skiers, Tony, in that logjam tie for 7 with 2 to be getting more than 2 in the round in the next round. That's where we're going to see a big push is skiers wanting to find their way clear into the top 8.
All right, so just as a reminder, we got prize on offer for the biggest crash as well in the women's and men's competition. No real candidate has come through on either one, and those competitors who are chasing for one of those last spots going through to next round, that's where we're gonna possibly see it happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue on with the Swiss Pro Slalom right after this.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
Couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born
All right then, folks, welcome back to the Swiss Pro Slalom. Now, here's the latest news. For those of you that want to enter the audience prize competition, you have until the time it takes for that boat to return to the dock to get your entry in. Zach Warden, he's got his entry in. I've got my entry in, and I'm sure about over 400 of you have entered as well for a chance to win a brand new slalom ski, where it's a 66-inch D3 Ion signed by Nate Smith and Freddie Winter, two world champions on one ski. Cannot beat that. Or a 66-inch Conley GTR signed by world champion Manon Costard. Some great prizes there, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, they work if you got a couple world champs riding them. So, and then to have their signature to boot, it's pretty cool.
Speaking of boots, take a look at this. Take a look at this. Now, if you vote on the skier of the day, if the athlete gets the most votes, they get this.
That's the hard shell I run. That's the, in my opinion, one of the best ones on the market, and they make a great hard shell and a lot of control, and you'd be a happy camper to be riding that thing on your ski.
Yes, indeed. So, we got two things going on. We're interactivity on SwissProSlalom.com. We're absolutely going nuts here with the interactivity. We've got audience prizes. We've got skier prizes. We've got the running orders. We got everything you can possibly need, including the live webcast that is front and center at SwissProSlalom.com. SwissProSlalom.com. Now, that boat is making its way towards the end of the lake. I'm just trying to time it because I actually have the kill switch on the audience prize competition. So when that boat hits the starting dock to pick up Natasha Rocha, which will start round 2, then that will be it.
Alrighty. Got a solid-looking lineup here for the ladies. It's going to be a fun round.
All right then, folks. Time is a-fleeting for you guys that are wanting to enter the audience prize competition. The boat is halfway down the lake. As soon as that boat hits the starting dock, the competition is over. And then your predictions are locked in for the remainder of the competition. As Becky Lathrop at the wheel. All right, folks, the competition is over for our audience. The competition is over for our audience. Best of luck to the rest of you going forwards. But you could still vote for Skier of the Day. Make sure you participate in that. So it's 55K, 14.25 meters. Our next skier to take to the water, our first skier to take to water in this round is going to be Natasha Rocha.
Yeah, I know.
From Namibia.
I didn't know that either.
So let's see if she could do a little bit better this round than she did in the previous round. In the previous round, she got half a buoy on 12 meters.
Let's see what she's got for us, Tony. Nice looking opening pass here, 28 off. just feeling it out. Like I said, a half buoy at 35, probably not super excited about that. Wants to push a little bit further down, especially with some of the competition here to come. Nice looking opening pass. The wind's kind of laid down here a bit, Tony. I know I was watching the webcast on the way out this morning, and I know it was kind of picking up, and some skiers were really deciding what to do, being that headwind off the dock. But now it's kind of calmed down a little bit, and that opens the door maybe to take a little different strategy on what pass you're going to start at, if there's any opt-ups in there, stuff like that.
All right, and our webcast brought to you in glorious HD, 1080p on your big screen TV. Taking a look at dockside right now. Our next skier about to take to the water, I believe, is going to be...
Where's that course again? This is going to be Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse Duberton. Anna Gay is a scratch. So let's take a look.
Right, 32 off coming back. Like you said, Tony, not much wind out there really to contend with. This should be a pretty easy pass. Get a little bobbled up there at 4, back in it at 5. Still a little bit early, but she wants to kind of work those kinks out, feel it out a little bit. Get settled in here for a nice start, hopefully at one ball there at 35, coming back down the lake and get herself a little further down that course.
We'll see how she gets along. Let me get the file to you first.
All righty. Coming back, we got shortening the rope down for Natasha down there. Going to be coming back at 12 meters. Had a half buoy the first round. I know she wants to definitely push it further down the lake this time. She has the opportunity going off first, so it's really she's setting the score to beat for this round 2 for this open women's division.
All right, here we go. Natasha Rocha. This is the 12 meters, or a little bit of a slide off buoy number 1, but she's better this round than she was in round number 1. Wow, look at this. We could be in record setting territory here, the Namibian slalom record, but unfortunately unable to make a play on number 6. The Namibian slalom record is actually 2, I believe, at 38 off. But a good effort, certainly better than a few hours ago. And what do you see there, Zach?
She got a good-looking start there at one ball, a little bit slow out of the finish there, and then out of 3 here, gets a little hicked up and kind of bent over at the waist coming into 4, and just that ski kind of released a little bit narrow and started playing catch-up, and unfortunately he started catching up with her 4 and in the 5 there, and going to end up going inside 6. But like we said, Tony, a much better performance than we saw this morning with a half at 35, getting all the way down just inside 6 ball there. So I think she'll be a little bit happy with that. A few buoys off that record back home, but regardless, it's still a nice performance. 5 buoys at 12 meters.
So I'm sure she'll be a happy camper, making her way back to the dock. That is Natasha Rocha, and Jessie Duberton is our next competitor to go. Actually, the next competitor would have been Anna Gay, but unfortunately she decided to not to compete in this round. I'm not too sure why. Maybe you have a reason for that.
I think she had a little off-the-water incident. I think need to make a quick little trip to the to the urgent care real quick. But she's going to be all right, get some things sorted out. Unfortunately, not going to see her competing here in the second round, but wish you well, Anna, and more importantly, next on the water we'll have Jessie.
Yeah, we certainly wish her the very, very best of luck and good fortune along the way, Anna Gay. But let's focus our attention to Jessie Duberton. So there we go, Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat.
Becky's always been one of my favorite drivers to have during tournaments, and growing up and skiing tournaments down south in West Palm, Becky was always a very familiar face to have in the boat, and always nice to drop down the end of the lake after a slalom pass and have a nice smile on your boat driver, and Becky's definitely guaranteed for that. So here we go, Jessie coming in, starting off at 28 off as well. Like we'll see a majority of these first group of girls going big two ball there, kind of testing out that ski, testing out the radar, see what it can do. Getting lined up, testing the waters for what's going to be, 32, 35, hopefully getting into 38. She, too, had that half buoy score at 35 off from round number 1. We're going to need a little bit bigger score than that if she wants to kind of push her way up into that running order, but capable of it for sure, especially if she keeps having two balls like this.
All right, so getting ready for the next pass and just taking a look at our audience competition statistics. Nearly 1,500 of you submitted entries. They want that. They want the ski. They want either that D3 or that Connolly with the exclusive signature on them. It's one of a kind.
Yeah, what a turnout. Just shy of 1,500 entries submitted there. I definitely see some familiar names on some voting here. I don't want to give too much away, but I like some of your picks. I see some dark horses in there, so we'll see how it all shakes out towards later in round 2.
All right, let's have a look and see. Jessie Duberton at 13 meters, started in on 14.
Nice, strong-looking pass from Jessie on 13 meters there. She looks dialed in. She's got a nice tight line the whole time. I love the power she has after the finish of the turn. She gets locked in and loaded nice and early, and a lot of times you see skiers kind of adjust their intensity of their passes they're going through, and what I like about Jessie is she's getting intense right from the very beginning, and that'll pay dividends once she gets down to 35, 38 off.
Right, you are, and Jessie Duberton has competed in a fair share of Swiss Pro Slalom events, so has been pretty much a regular. Always enjoys coming down here, and
all right. Okay. Well, we had a half buoy for Jessie at 35, round number 1, so she definitely wants to improve on that. That was a great-looking 13-meter pass, and if she can ski that 12-meter coming back with that aggressiveness and get a good start here, I don't see any reason she shouldn't be able to get through all 6. Here we go, nice wide pull out for that gate here. Needs to get a good one. Strong, powerful-looking one, early over 2. Little hiccup at 2, needs a big 3 to make up. She gets it there. Waiting on 4, ski around 5, and looking much better than round number 1. We had a half at 35. Getting all the way through 35 there. That was a clean-looking pass, Tony, and like we said, she was nice and aggressive from the very start. And, man, I was impressive skiing, and if she runs, gets a good one ball here at 38, I could easily see her getting well into 38 with that powerful stance behind the boat.
Yeah, I think she definitely got the bit in her teeth this time around, determined to make amends for the error that cost her the pass of 12 meters or a 35 off in round number 1. So we'll see what she's got, and let's get with Wade.
Here with Natasha. So, bigger smile than the first round, huh?
Yeah, bigger smile. Was hoping to make that pass but it's better than the first round, so I can't complain.
Yeah, good deal. And as we talked earlier, you live here now, so kind of nerve-wracking. Your dad standing there. You got family here, right?
I got a lot of support, which is always nice to have, and skiing at the home lake is always great. I mean, the conditions were good, calmed down, so I'm happy with that.
Well, good for you. Great skiing. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Here comes Jessie Duberton. Oh, and looks like a two-buoy count is going to go her way.
Let's go back and watch this replay, Tony, see what happened down there. Big-looking gate there in number one. I'm wondering if it bit off a little more shoe. Kind of came in a little bit narrow, lost that line out of one. And, I think that that intensity level that we saw earlier at 35, it snuck up on her a little too much out of that gate and just took a really aggressive gate line, got off the handle pretty quick, and gave that rope back to the boat, and just not able to have a tight line and get that powerful finish out of one like she did at 35 off. And, at 38, you're only going to be able to get another buoy or two down the rope at that rate.
Indeed, indeed. All right, so she got one at 38 in the round previous to this, so two at 38. It's fairly consistent skiing, I guess. Next skier to take to water will be Paige Reaney. And then after her, it's a stepmom.
Hey, good skiing.
All righty, Paige coming in. Opting to come in at 13 meters here, 32 off. Our first two competitors starting at 28 off. 32, I'd be giving her, a 38 headwind going down the lake. Of what wind's left, I still, looking across over here at Swiss Fairways, I can see the flagpole. A little bit of wind down here at this far end, but we're pretty well protected. Setting herself up for, a nice 38 head and hopefully getting through that 38 and then piece of 39.
All right. Looking very, very smooth on that new addition, that new radar slalom ski that they're putting the finishing touches on. And let's check in with Wade as we see the tail end of Paige's pass.
Hi, we're here with Louisa getting ready for her second round. So 4 at 38 the first round. What are we looking for you this round?
Well, hopefully I can get into 39 this round, round 38, and then just see what happens.
It's a nice day. The wind's calmed down a little bit now, huh? You ready?
Yeah, it's amazing conditions right now, so I'm very excited to ski.
Awesome. Tear it up out there, girl. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And back into the course. Paige Reaney. Oh, look at this. Not looking too bad. Going cross course. Really hammering these turns. And it's a 6-buoy count.
Got Dad down there. Mr. Matt watching from the dock. Good looking pass from Paige there. Got off started a little bit hesitant on 135 there. You'll see kind of one ball just off the handle a little quicker, kind of sitting on the tail end of the ski, and then here she went over to 4 and then had a nice big clean 5 ball. And I know that's essentially what she wants to start with. One ball just starting a little bit narrow, kind of hesitant a little bit, and you can get away with it at 35, but when you're getting down into 38 and 39, you can't really afford to kind of hesitate and take a relaxed approach at it. So I expect to see a little bit more aggression here coming into one ball for Paige on pass number 3.
All right, Whitney getting limbered up there before she takes to the water. Could she be your pick for Skier of the Day competition? Go to SwissProSlalom.com and submit your vote to who you think is the Skier of the Day, kind of like MVP.
All right, well, Paige coming in 38 off. She had a score of 1 the first round. Let's see if she get a nice aggressive start. She does. Gets got ski back in the water. A little bit out at 2, but early to 3. Needs a big 3 ball pushed up a little bit there. on that ski, just unfortunately not able to hold in on 4-ball there. I like the one she got, Tony. It looked like a nice start to 1-ball there. And 2-ball, that ski really whipped around a little quicker. I think she anticipated the line wasn't quite there and got her broke over at the waist. But big 1-ball there. You'll see here just a little bit out of shape, and it's tough to kind of keep that angle going into 3. And at that point, you're really trying to play catch up the rest of the way. It's tough to do that at 38.
Okay, so that is going to be 3.5 at 38, 3 1/2 at 38 off. It's an improvement, but really her chances of making it through to the next round have been dealt a blow as a result of that performance, because there are quite a few competitors. In fact, the top 4 competitors after round 1, each of them's produced a score into 39.5 off. Water.
Alpha 2. And I'll go 13 this time.
All right, Tony. Well, next on the water, a familiar face to the pro women's slalom events, but usually don't see her this early off in the competition, mainly because Whitney's usually training quite a bit, and but recently just had her first child, and so excited to see Whitney back out in the water competition, and I know she wishes that she's hoping to push down, but I think she's more excited just to be out here skiing in her first competition back from, giving birth not too long ago. So happy to see Whitney out here, and let's see what she's got for us today.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Whitney McClintock-Reaney, who scored a second-place finish last year via that runoff in the women's final. But I'll tell you what, her being out in the water this soon after having a baby, man alive, it beggars belief.
That's impressive for sure. But, that's vintage Whitney out there. Looks strong. Got that big wave on 2-4. So that's Whitney. I can tell. She looks good out there.
Hasn't lost any of her technique even during that maternity break. And that long break that most of us have had because of the pandemic and COVID-19, if pretty good timing, I would say.
Yeah, if you were going to pick a year to take some time off and get your family going, this was a good year to do it for, not having to miss out on too many tournaments and, hopefully get this all cleared up so next year we can hit it with a full head of steam. And Whitney by then will be back locked and loaded into peak skiing form. And so, but it's good to see her out here, and it's nice that we're able to kind of catch up and have these last little string of events towards the end of the year.
All right, you are. We've got Whitney McClintock-Reaney. This now is 12 meters. She started it on 13. So looking grand.
All right.
And we're seeing our UAV shot there with Whitney McClintock getting through 12 meters in very, very short order. Let's see if she can get through 11.25. How you doing, sweetheart?
All right, 35 off there for Whitney. A year ago that would be a walk in the park. I'm sure it's a little bit harder, but it's back to basics for her. Still good looking style, super strong behind the boat, nice proud chest, something that Whitney's always been known for. Can get aggressive when she needs to, but that was a nice pretty 35 off. And let's see what she could do here at 38. She had a 1.5 in round number 1. she's capable of 1.5, 2 at 41. So definitely some big scores from Whitney in the past, but I'm just happy to be out here. And I'd love to see her get through this 38 and kind of get back to those old ways, so to speak. But
all right, then, for those of you that are watching in and wanting to enter the audience prize competition, well, that competition is closed, I'm afraid. It closed about 15 minutes ago at the start of the round 2. Certainly gave you plenty of notice to get your entry in. And there we go. There's Whitney. Oh, 11.25 meters and just didn't look in rhythm right from the start.
Yeah, I got a little in the back seat out of 1 there. Got a little bit in the back seat out of 1 there, and then 2 being her offside turn. It was a decent 2 ball, but just kind of got started off, and usually Whitney's able to fight back into those ones, but 2 here at a little bit bent over, lost that angle coming into 3, and that sets her up narrow for 3 ball. And she needed a big 3 here. She tried to get it, and just a little bit too far in the back seat there. 3's all she wrote for Whitney on pass number 3.
Well, it's a buoy and a half more than she did in the opening round, so baby steps, as one would say.
There you go. The glass is half full, Tony. The glass is half full.
I thought you would have caught on to a little bit with that one, with that expression, baby steps.
Oh, I see what you did there. Nice pun.
There we go.
Ah, see. All right, I'm getting warmed up.
I do actually remember a while ago, and this was an article that was actually published in Water Ski Magazine or Spray Magazine, that one of our good friends who's actually officiating under the tent actually wrote a pretty good article about skiing and training while pregnant, as a matter of fact. When she was pregnant with Tara back in the day. I remember that quite well, as a matter of fact.
Well, I didn't. I'll be honest. I didn't really read that article.
Yeah. But I do remember the article, Cindy, and it was very well written.
All right, Tony. Nice performance there from Whitney, 3 at 38. Next on the dock, we have Miss Alex Garcia. Alex, a student at University of Alabama, freshman this year. So I know she's been excited to ski a little bit collegiate skiing. And for the first time, I think maybe 3 weeks ago, ran that 38 off for the first time, getting into 39. So really starting to solidify herself as a force to be reckoned with on the slalom course.
And her entire wardrobe now is all houndstooth.
Oh, God, I hope not.
All right, let's have a look and see. Roll Tide, as they say. We got Ali Garcia now. 14-meter start. So not bad. Alrighty. Okay, as we see Ali Garcia go through that pass. Wade, who you have?
So, Whitney, a little bit different skiing now as a mom. It seems like you're like on top of the world, having more fun than anybody here.
It is fun, and I mean, that was just a perfect example of it feeling really good. I set myself up for that headwind 38 right now. Of course, I want a headwind. Just got a little deep at 3, and there's no coming out of it right now, just a week. It gives me a lot of appreciation for this sport right now.
Well, you got a whole bunch of people up here cheering for you because you're a mommy, so that's kind of the fun thing, right?
I love it. I mean, the people are there to support me, and I'm going to come back. I'll be competitive again soon.
We're cheering for you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, and kudos to Whitney for getting out there and competing and getting some scores into 38 off. So, Ali Garcia, who actually scored 1.5 at 38 off herself in round 1. We'll see if she can get the bit between her teeth and to come up with something a little bit more substantive.
Yeah, here we go. 13 meters should be a nice, walk in the park, so to speak, for Ali, and got a score 1.5 at 38 in round number 1. I know she wasn't too happy with that. Traveling down here came down from Alabama to ski this tournament. And we talked about it a little bit a couple weeks ago at the Travers Grand Prix about some of the skiers who don't really get the score they wanted to in round number 1. They tend to come out there a little bit fiery, a little bit more aggressive right from the start, which is what we're seeing from Alex right now. A woman who's capable of getting through 38 off and into 39. 13 meters really shouldn't be an issue, but she's skiing it nice and aggressive, kind of getting dialed in, getting that intensity and that amplitude stoked up for 35 and 38 coming up.
All righty, Roo, and looks like we've got a few folks tuning in. I think Zach mentioned Mike Hazelwood from a little bit earlier on. We've now got Franz Oberleitner joining in the conversation as well. No, pretty much every skiing legend from about 1960 is tuning in.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Franz fly over yet in the ultralight and come by and do a drive-by. Maybe he'll break it out for us this afternoon.
Is there a drop zone around here?
Well, it doesn't matter. He'll land that thing wherever.
All right, then. Here we go. As Rhea Yorga gets ready for her turn out there on the slalom course, we have on the water Ali Garcia. Takes a good hit off buoy number 1 and number 2. This now, I believe, is 12 meters. Little on the back of the ski, but that's her style.
Yeah, a good look at 35 there. A little bit maybe too patient on 2-4 there, getting in that back seat a little bit, but she's got a killer 135. She's able to make up for that. I'd like to see her take a little bit more aggression in this gate, a little bit stronger start, and kind of get off to a little bit harder start. A decent 1 there, but you can kind of see she's a bit slow here at 2. That ski kind of wheelied up here in a little bit. You can get away with it 35, but if she wants to get down the rope at 38 here, she's got to be more aggressive, get a strong start there, and really kind of get that good 2-ball, which is her offside, to kind of set herself up for a 3, 4, and then down the line a little bit further to get all the way through it.
Right, you are once more, Zach, and looking inside that towboat, Becky Lathrop, the legend that she is at the helm of that Nautique. Glad to have her present here. And there is our Nautique, 6.2 liter PCM, 450 horsepower, 465 foot-pounds of torque, and lubricated by Ravenol.
All right. Ali coming in, 38 off, had to score 1.5 the first round, needs to get a good start to this pass. Backseat at 1, she's going to be in a big 2 there and just not able to get it.
So 1.5 again.
Yeah, 1.5 again. I mean, consistent skiing. I know she's going to be a little disappointed with that score. She's capable of getting a lot further down the line here. And just even on that kind of on her edge change coming through in the 1, you saw her hips a little bit far behind her, handles a little bit away. And when you start a pass like that, it's so tough to get back into a normal rhythm when you kind of start off with on the tail of the ski there. So,
all right, we'll see what she can do in about a couple of weeks from now at the Mastercraft Pro. But for now, it's 1.5 at 11.25 meters as we rejoin Wade Cox at the starting dock. Who do you have?
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Paige Rainey. Paige, wasn't your best weekend. You've been this rising star. So how are you going to handle this weekend?
I'm just going to kind of put it past me. I mean, I didn't have the best 2 rounds, but it's okay. So, I mean, it's not a big deal. I have so many more years doing this, so it doesn't really bother me that much. But
yeah, and right, you're young. You're 20, right?
Yeah, I am 20, yeah. So I have a long time to go. So.
And taking online school, I hear. And what is your major going to be?
Communications.
Well, there you go. She's already practicing. Best of luck, Paige. Back to you guys.
All right, this is Rhea Yorga. Looking good, looking in very, very good shape indeed, representing Switzerland. Land of Toblerone. Swiss Army knives. And square flags.
I learn something new every day, Tony, when I get to announce with you.
Yes, Switzerland is the only flag in the world that's square. It is.
Well, I believe you. I did not know that. Fun fact for all you guys listening today.
I could bore you to tears with vexillology questions.
Let's just focus on slalom skiing for right now, Tony.
Yeah, we can. We can do that. And there's Alice Bagnoli. There's Ali Garcia with her strength statistics, 478 pounds, 3.4 to 1 ratio against her body weight of 139, and operating off A2 so far as the 0 off is concerned.
Alrighty, we'll be paying attention to those weight to pull ratios a little bit further down the line as we kind of get towards the end of this event, because we do have a $500 cash prize for the biggest pull of the day, which is always fun and exciting for some of these skiers.
And a syndicate slalom line. So, there you go. That's great skiing there from Rhea. Going right down the line.
All right, like we said, still opting to start at 28 off. She'll have a nice 35 headwind here. Turning around, looking back. The wind really doesn't seem to be a huge factor, so she should have a nice 35 tight line coming in here. It could play a little bit of role that start at 38. We saw it kind of get a hold of Alex Garcia a little bit, as well as Paige Reaney. So, we'll see if some of these girls start electing like Whitney did and go off at that 32 off and start giving themselves a 38 down the line here.
That reminds me of a Jerry Rafferty song, Right Down the Line.
Oh, Tony.
Wisdom
for days. Wisdom for days.
Actually, that'll be a valid question. You've got Sirius XM, haven't you?
I do.
I'll be curious to know what your presets are.
Channel 34, lithium. And then channel 44 if I want to get a little fun rap music in there. All right, 12 meters. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Nicely done, Ralph buoy number 1. This is 12 meters. Look at her go. Come on, Rhea. Ooh, look at this. On fire here.
All right.
211.25 meters in the round previous to this, and looking in good shape to get to that score again.
Yeah, a good looking pass there. I saw her pulling a little bit longer into 135. I haven't watched Ray ski a ton, but she had a nice gait there, but got a little bit in the back seat. And you can kind of see her going into 135, tends to stay and ride that flat ski for just a little bit too long. When that happens, that ski accelerates down the course, and it makes it tough to regain that line control and slow things down. So if she wants to get a good start here at 38 and get down the line a little bit more, she's got to make that edge change a little bit quicker coming into 135.
All right, then. To answer your pressing question, Utopia.
All right, well.
First wave.
Real quick, Tony.
And Yacht Rock.
On the, we'll see Popeye, the big muscles there. That's our in our syndicate ski line today for our biggest pull of the day, weight ratio. So definitely one of the best ropes in the business, and probably one of the most unique trophies I've seen for a competition. Being a jumper, I kind of want to get some things going on that end. I want a Popeye trophy on my wall. Is it still too late to get my entry in for slalom? I could go borrow some gear and see how hard I could pull real quick.
Well, you might want to eat one or two of these bars here. It might get you give it a little bit more grunt. Here we go.
All right. Oh, and
half a buoy.
Half buoy at 38 off. Unfortunately, there, just even like kind of threw her gain through the edge change there, just a little bit too far in the back seat, and any little mistake like that, or body mechanics are being a little bit out of whack, is amplified when you get down to these shorter line lengths. And she was going for a big one there because she knew she needed it, but just a little bit too far in the back seat to hang on.
All right, so we are 7 skiers down. We've got 7 to go because our field is 14 deep, I guess. Maybe 13 deep as we had the exclusion of Anna Gay. But now we're coming down to the skiers who, for one reason or another, couldn't make it through 11.25 meters, even though they're capable of doing it. And if they get get to that particular point and getting into 10.75 meters, then they could start to move their way up the rankings and possibly knock out maybe one or two of the skiers that could well have thought, okay, I'm through to the next round of the competition.
Yeah, I mean the table's still open. Regina Manon posting those scores deep into 39. Those are definitely some big scores for these women to follow. But Jamie Bull and Allie Nicholson I don't want to say leaving the door open. They left the door open a little bit with a 1 and a 3 at 39 because all the remaining skiers are all capable of running 38 off and getting down the line. And who knows if they're able to finally hook up at that one ball and if we'll see some shuffling at the top today. But it's going to take getting through 38 off regardless to be able to even put some pressure on some of these girls that are already in that top 4 position.
All right, coming to us from Italia, this is Alicia Bagnoli. Looking good. Don't see too many problems with that particular run as she makes her way through, and Becky enjoying life there with her big signature hat on. Gotta love it.
Becky's always a pleasure to have in the boat. And like I said earlier, skied a lot of events behind her in a lot of slalom tournaments down south, and it's great to see especially see a female driver in the boat pulling some of these competitions is always fun. And kudos to her for going through and sticking with it, and really become renowned for her driving skills, and asked to drive a lot of these events for the pro women and the pro men. So very cool little side note there for Kelly.
Whoa, hang on a second. Opting up.
See,
hello.
I told you. See what this wind was going to do. She knows she needs to get through 38. So right now she's going to opt up to 35 off, get through that 35 off tailwind, set herself up for a nice 38. It's an interesting strategy there. I was always a fan when I was slaloming of opting up. I thought it was fun. It kind of got me pumped up, but in order she's got to get through this pass.
Well, she's definitely not here with the thought of just making up the numbers. She wants to make an impact, a serious impact here. And look at this. This is a 12-meter attempt. Needs to get through this. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. 6 buoys on an opt up.
And
yeah.
All right. That's how you opt up, Tony. You go out there.
Yeah.
You do it, and you throw down the muscle and get through it. And now the benefit of that is she's a little bit fresher. She's coming in at 38. It's only her 3rd pass. She really hasn't used a ton of energy yet. The wind is starting to pick back up a little bit. So, really some ideal headwind here coming back in for 38 because we know she's got to get all the way through it.
Yes, indeed. That's how you own your risotto.
Tony, I got to come up with some better catchphrases so I can keep up with that.
Yes, indeed. All right. Culinary delights aside from the land of prosciutto and melon, which is one of my favorite meals in Italy whenever I get there. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to escape the United States this season, but still hoping for next one. All right, Alicia Bagnoli.
All right, let's see if this opt-up strategy is going to be able to pay off for a big headwind coming in. Nice looking tight line out of 1 there.
Oh, look at this.
2. She needs been out of shape.
And inside 3.
Oh, man. Tony, she had a great start there. I really liked her 1 ball, and it was almost she got off the handle a little bit too soon into 2 ball, and that headwind kind of slowed her down and caught her up, got her narrow. And you can see her, she kind of got really bent out of shape across the wakes there. When that happens on this short of line, it's really tough to recover from that. But
the strategy was sound, certainly, opting up for through to 12 meters and running that. But just getting that separation from the boat off number 2 and just couldn't really get it back underneath her. And 2 buoys, 11.25 meters. Now, how many skiers do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 remaining. So let's just say that in order to make it through to next round of the competition, at least among the next 2 ladies, they've got to slalom more than possibly 1 at 10.75 meters. But then again, it might not all be cut and dry with that. But it's the ABC. You need to get through 38. You need to get the 1, and then you've got to hope and pray that it's got to be enough.
Exactly. I mean, a 1, granted, that might get you tied for 4th, but if we go back and look at backup scores, some of these girls, a 3 at 38 for Chelsea Mills coming up. So let's see if she can improve.
All right, let's have a look. Alicia Bagnoli, in spite of all of that, she does have the lead.
That was that big 5 ball we saw there at 35 off coming back down the lake on that opt-up. 633 pounds. That's
this is the rope tension leaderboard, by the way.
That is impressive.
Yep.
But that was that 5 ball we saw on that opt-up 35 coming back. So putting herself in the putting a ring in the hat for strongest pull.
She'll definitely have my vote for skier of the day.
Yeah, for after an opt-up pass like that and to come back and deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, skier. If you think that's a performance that earns skier of the day honors, go to SwissProSlalom.com, and submit your vote. Still a lot more skiing to come, though, but we've got Chelsea Mills, a native of Charlotte in North Carolina, home of the ever-popular Carolina Panthers, at least in this part of the world.
I can't agree. I'm a Bucks fan there.
No, I know you are.
All right, Chelsea coming in. Nice, easy warm-up pass. These first 2 passes, really, the skiers out there, you're filling out your driver, you're filling out your skier, but more, they've already had a round. Right now, they're checking the wind out. We saw Allie go out there, or at least just go out there and feel it out and say, maybe that headwind's a little stronger than I anticipated, so I have the opportunity here to opt up. We'll see if Chelsea has a similar strategy or she wants to run right up the line.
All right, looking at some of our comments, and I think this one's already been answered by one of the other commenters, whatever. But Shannon Barley Waters said, for us non-skiers, can you please explain how the wind affects your skiing and why you want a headwind versus a tailwind? Someone's looking for some free coaching. Zach, over to you.
Well, I know Shannon. And
you do?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, Shannon's a good friend of mine and grew up out at Jack Travers Ski School, and so they do some skiing out there. And her husband, Brandon, was one of my coaches growing up. So
she's trying to direct us.
I think she's trying to give us a little cue. So for you non-skiers out there, Shannon, the headwind, the beauty of having a headwind in slalom is it helps you slow that ski down a little bit, and it helps you keep a nice tight line. So right now, Chelsea's coming back in on a tailwind pass. What makes it tough being a tailwind is that wind's pushing you behind the back. These skiers and these skis are already designed. They have wings on them to try to accelerate across course, but when they get out to the buoy line, riding that flatter ski on its edge, the goal is to be able to slow it down enough to be able to keep the ski in the water and turn it. So, you might not think it sounds like much, maybe 5 or 10 miles an hour, but you really do feel those effects quite a bit on your body, pushing you down the lake. And we've seen some fun strategies in the past. Patrice Martin was one of my fun guys to watch. He was a guy who broke out a speed suit for slalom skiing, and I don't know if it worked or it was more style or what it was, but I mean, just to say that the wind does play quite a big role, whether it's 5 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour.
But a lot of skiers actually these days with the ski designs, they're more apt to try and keep their water speed up a little bit as we rejoin Wade Cox on dockside. How you doing, sir?
We've got one of our rising superstars, Allie Garcia. Maybe not your best weekend ever, but hey, we got a lot of years and good stuff left for you.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to kind of get everything figured out on my gates, and unfortunately couldn't quite do it today. But
So what are you going to learn from this weekend and take with you?
I'm going to go home and work on my gates and check my gear more often because I did rip my kicker. But it was really fun. The conditions are amazing. This tournament is always so much fun, and you really can't complain about anything.
Good stuff. Awesome weekend. Thanks, Allie. Back to you guys.
All right, taking a look at Chelsea Mills. She started in at 28 off, I believe. We'll get confirmation of that. That was actually 35.
All right, we'll come back and watch this replay. 35 off. Nice looking pass for Chelsea. Looks nice and in control here throughout this entire pass. kind of getting off the handle, being maybe a little hesitant on that 2-4. It is her offside. But a good-looking 35 off for Chelsea, but she knows that she needs a big start here at 38. There might be a little bit of tailwind pushing her down the lake, but if she gets through that 38, that sets herself up for a headwind 39, which is the scores to beat right now. It's going to take at least one, if not further, in the 39 to get herself through to the finals. And
Chelsea Mills is actually part of a sports psychology practice over in Charlotte, in North Carolina, called Winning Mindset. I spoke to her a little bit about that over at Hilltop in Arlington, Washington, and not only does she deal with sports psychology to a certain extent, but she's also a certified tennis coach as well.
Wow, that's impressive. I tried playing tennis, never was good at it.
She actually started playing tennis before she ever got into this gig.
All right, good looking start here at 38. Big 3-ball needs to kind of make up some ground here. He's going to take a big 5. Did she get it? Not quite. 5 at 38 for Chelsea. Taking that pass tailwind there. Might have caught up with her a little bit towards the end there.
That does put her ahead of Luisa Jaramillo, but not enough to get her into the top 4 at the moment.
All right, guys, just for you watching on webcast, we do live in Florida, and it does rain, so bear with us a little bit. We're going to see if we can get this storm to pass through real quick and then get these skiers back on the water. So stay tuned, and we'll get you back out there as soon as this rain passes through.
All right, then, our next competitor to take to water, and she's approaching the course right now, Luisa Jaramillo. A 13-meter start. Who's a graduating senior at South Walton High School, not too far away from Santa Rosa Beach. And I think a competitor who would still be eligible to compete in the Junior World Championships come next season. Well, she was eligible to compete in these Junior World Championships, and I think the IWWF put in an exemption, and now for anyone that actually was eligible to compete this year can compete in the Junior World Championships next year.
Yeah, and I think that's the right thing to do, Tony. I mean, this year, unfortunately, was a bit of a wash for some of these events, and it happened to land on a World's year for these juniors. And the Junior Worlds is a big undertaking for these kids, and it's glad that they're not going to lose that opportunity, due to circumstances outside of their control, not to be able to compete in an event like that. I got to ski in several Junior Worlds, and it was really those tournaments that solidified my love for the sport and allowed me to really kind of push it down into my pro career. So I'm glad that IWSF was able to make that happen for these juniors.
Yeah, the last Junior Worlds you were involved in was like 2008, wasn't it, where you actually got the World Jump title and the Junior World Championship record? Is that correct?
Yep, that was what was
in
that?
Peru.
That was down in Peru.
Ayama Lucas. So there we go. This is Luisa Jaramillo. Looking in great shape there.
Good looking pass there. Let's see. I know you guys in webcast there can see that dark sky behind us. It's only a matter of time before the sky lets loose. So let's see if we can get some of these girls skied before before the rain above kind of starts to spoil our fun a little bit.
And we've been on a pretty frantic pace trying to get our skiers skied in each time the boat makes its way back to the dock. I mean, not only are we battling the weather, but we're also battling daylight as well, because in May we have plenty of daylight to work with. In October, not so much.
Yeah, it makes it tough this time of year. It's tough to get an early start, and then it really starts creeping down that sun a little earlier in the night than we want. But wind's starting to gust up here. Tough conditions, kind of being on this cusp, and it's unfortunately the way you draw it. Drawing straws on where you're going to get any wind conditions like that. That's the nature of the sport. Sometimes the conditions will vary between skiers and between rounds, and strong headwind coming back in here.
So it's all on Luisa Jaramillo's shoulders. This is 38 off, 11.25 meters. She started in on 30. Oh, and not the best of starts, and cannot make a play on number 3. Which means that our final field is set before they even hit the water.
Yep. Our 4 remainder skiers all made it through that 38 off. Not for lack of effort for some of these other women's earlier off in the event, all leaving it all out there in the water, trying to get through that 38 to put some pressure on Allie Nicholson, Jamie Bowman, Anka Starr, and Regina Jaquist. But as it stands right now, our next 4 women that you'll see on the water are all guaranteed through the finals, which kind of opens up a unique strategy for these skiers, whether they decide to take it easy and just get a nice feel-out set and not push it too hard, or they want to really go 110, 120% and see how far they can take it to be able to see what they're able to do in the finals.
Yeah, basically test out wind strategy and a whole bunch of other things that they may want involved with. They could even experiment with an opt-up, and see how that pans out.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a strategy round right now. Same thing that we do for jumping. If I know I'm already guaranteed into the finals, I'm using whatever jump or whatever opportunity I have to see how late in the course, see how aggressive I could possibly be, and not push it over the limit. So that's what we're going to see probably from these next couple slalom skiers. It may just be a feel out, maybe try a different letter, test out a different, do they want to start at 32 or maybe go back to 28 and opt up to that for a 38 headwind, or maybe play around with 38 downwind, taking a 39 headwind strategy. So we'll see what the girls got for us here. Wind's definitely picking up on us, Tony.
And there's Allie Nicholson. She's happy. And why not? Because she knows that she's going to be skiing in the final round, no matter what. So, one at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this, and rocking that Syndicate Pro. This is Allie Nicholson, hailing out of Gallatin, Tennessee.
All right, and Allie this year has really been skiing well, kind of getting dialed in, riding the new HO, and a fun competitor to watch, nice and tall skier. She's light on the line, but she's a little girl who could pack a lot of punch. And I know going into this season, working with HO and Wade and Marcus and those guys talked about, wanting to be able to, her goal for the season was to just to make some podiums at some pro events. And she's already got 2 of those this year, finishing off, at this event here, definitely trying to push it into, see if she can get another podium finish for this year.
Yes, and Allie Nicholson, aside from what she does on the water, she just recently got a qualification to become a nurse. She works at a medical practice hospital in Pensacola, up there in Escambia County, Sonoma counties, and she, for 12 hours a day, she is dressed head to toe in full PPE. I mean, think of the movie Contagion with the respirators and all that kind of stuff, and you pretty much get a picture of what Allie Nicholson's life is.
Yeah, so I know it's probably definitely a relief to come down here and be able to relax a little bit in that tournament. And I talked to a lot of these skiers. If they're just pro skiers, skiing is their livelihood. A lot of these skiers nowadays, they have full-time jobs outside of just competing here. And myself working full-time, it makes your time on the water a lot more appreciative. And so it's good to see Allie out there, not only putting herself through school and a rigorous school schedule and to do what she does, but then to be able to still compete at this level, slalom skiing is huge. And a little bobble there at 2-ball-4, but kind of gets back in it. 35 off here for Allie.
Nicely done. Like what she's doing. Ali Nicholson through the exit gates and getting ready for our next pass. So Ali Nicholson started in on 13 meters, to the best of my knowledge, which will make this next. So 11.25 meters is next. Former skier for the Moccasins of FSC. And we've had collegiate experiences competing at the collegiate nationals, haven't we, Zach?
We have. I've had you there for a couple of them. And they're collegiate skiing. I mean, for anyone outside of the sport, it is a really cool opportunity for skiers to be able to join a water ski club in college and ski for a team. And because oftentimes with water skiing, we're a solo event, so it's fun to have that team aspect, and then you do it in college. So. All right, got the rain starting to come down here. I'll be curious to see what we decide to do with Ali on the water. You can see there in the webcast, drops starting to hit pretty hard. It looks like we're going to get ready to get hit here pretty soon. Looks like to me that I'm hearing pack it up from some of our officials. Probably going to bring Ali back in the boat.
Looks like that boat's hitting, going back towards the dock. So.
All righty, well, let's get hunkered down, Tony. We'll be back with you guys here live as soon as this rainstorm clears.
All right, then. We'll be back right after this 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know
Water skiing is fun. Being cold and trying to water ski, however, can be miserable. So for all of you die-hard early and late season skiers out there, let us introduce you to your new friend, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits. The goal was simple: design high-quality, long-lasting wetsuits specifically for water skiing without compromising feel and mobility. The water-repellent and quick-drying 1.5mm high-stretch neoprene provides the elasticity you want with the warmth you need. All wetsuits are constructed with glued, blind-stitched seams as well as water seal locks on wrist and leg openings to keep you semi-dry during use. We are proud to be able to offer you another tool to keep you on the water longer and moving closer toward your goals. So before the cold water season hits, be sure to get your hands on one of these, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits.
My name's Freddie Winter. I'm a professional water skier. I'm the 2017 World Champion, current Masters Champion. So I got to know the guys at Aid Crew a few years ago, and I was immediately pretty excited about the way that they were going about designing their product and their brand. It's got a youthful feel to it, which I can definitely get behind. I feel really good about that, and the stuff they make is just beautiful. It fits really well. I can put it on and feel at home immediately, and I've won a lot of tournaments wearing their stuff, and I'm looking to continue to do that. So the thing I especially like about the life jacket is that I have no restrictions on my body. I feel like I have the safety aspect, but also I'm not restricted anyway, so I can go and put my full reach on or whatever I need to do when I'm on the water in order to go and perform my best. What more can you ask for really from a ski vest? So really excited to be with Aid Crew for the 2020 season and looking forward to all the great success that I believe and I hope that I'm going to have going forward wearing the Aid Crew ski vest.
I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you, I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now.
Water skiing is fun. Being cold and trying to water ski, however, can be miserable. So for all of you die-hard early and late season skiers out there, let us introduce you to your new friend, the all-new line of Syndicate Dryflex wetsuits. The goal was simple: design high-quality, long-lasting wetsuits specifically for water skiing without compromising feel and mobility. The water-repellent and quick-drying 1.5mm high-stretch neoprene provides the elasticity you want with the warmth you need. All wetsuits are constructed with glued, blind-stitched seams, as well as water seal locks on wrists and leg openings to keep you semi-dry during use. We are proud to be able to offer you another tool to keep you on the water longer and moving closer toward your goals. So before the cold water season hits, be sure to get your hands on one of these, the all-new line of Syndicate Dryflex wetsuits.
My name's Freddie Winter. I'm a professional water skier. I'm the 2017 World Champion, current Masters Champion. So I got to know the guys at Aid Crew a few years ago, and I was immediately pretty excited about the way that they were going about designing their product and their brand. It's got a youthful feel to it, which I can definitely get behind. I feel really good about that. And the stuff they make is just beautiful. It fits really well. I can put it on and feel at home immediately, and I've won a lot of tournaments wearing their stuff, and I'm looking to continue to do that. So the thing I especially like about the life jacket is that I have no restrictions on my body. I feel like I have the safety aspect, but also I'm not restricted anyway, so I can go and put my full reach on or whatever I need to do when I'm on the water in order to go and perform my best. What more can you ask for really from a ski vest? So I'm really excited to be with Aid Crew for the 2020 season and looking forward to all the great success that I believe and I hope that I'm going to have going forward wearing the Aid Crew ski vest.
I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now.
Water skiing is fun. Being cold and trying to water ski, however, can be miserable. So for all of you die-hard early and late season skiers out there, let us introduce you to your new friend, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits. The goal was simple: design high-quality, long-lasting wetsuits specifically for water skiing without compromising feel and mobility. The water-repellent and quick-drying 1.5mm high-stretch neoprene provides the elasticity you want with the warmth you need. All wetsuits are constructed with glued, blind-stitched seams, as well as water seal locks on wrists and leg openings to keep you semi-dry during use. We are proud to be able to offer you another tool to keep you on the water longer and moving closer toward your goals. So before the cold water season hits, be sure to get your hands on one of these, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits.
My name's Freddie Winter. I'm a professional water skier. I'm the 2017 World Champion, current Masters Champion. So I got to know the guys at Aid Crew a few years ago, and I was immediately pretty excited about the way that they were going about designing their product and their brand. It's got a youthful feel to it, which I can definitely get behind. I feel really good about that. And the stuff they make is just beautiful. It fits really well. I can put it on and feel at home immediately, and I've won a lot of tournaments wearing their stuff, and I'm looking to continue to do that. So the thing I especially like about the life jacket is that I have no restrictions on my body. I feel like I have the safety aspect, but also I'm not restricted anyway, so I can go and put my full reach on or whatever I need to do when I'm on the water in order to go and perform my best. What more can you ask for really from a ski vest? So I'm really excited to be with Aid Crew for the 2020 season and looking forward to all the great success that I believe and I hope that I'm going to have going forward wearing the Aid Crew ski vest.
Hi, I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
Well, hey, folks. Looks like we're back.
Long time no see. It's looks a little clearer in the background for right now. So a little rainstorm ripped through there, Tony. Kind of caused some frantic running around, get some things packed up, keep all this amazing equipment you guys have for this webcast, keep it dry so we can keep streaming to you guys for the rest of the day. But we're back on. We get a preliminary pass going and get caught back up from where we left off at with Allie Nicholson.
A little damp. How are you?
I'm good. I got a chance to catch up on my fantasy football team. So,
how's it looking right now?
I'm not doing too bad. But I don't want to speak too soon because last time I did that, it came back to bite me.
You drafted Tom Brady?
I'm not that loyal of a Bucs fan.
Okay. Yikes.
Now, I believe with what we had, Allie ran 32-35, and with the rules and what they state, if a skier is interrupted for more than 10 minutes, a slalom skier is elected to take a warm-up pass from the previous line length or pass of her choosing. So before the rainstorm, Allie would have been coming back in at 38 off, coming back down the lake. So I believe what they'll do is bring Allie back to the far end of the lake. She'll take a warm-up pass, maybe a 32, maybe a 35, and then attack that 38 again as if the round was never interrupted. Now, if something were to happen and she was to fall on that warm-up pass going back, that would be no harm to her. It's there for a warm-up. It's been more than 10 minutes. So it's a tough spot to be in, but, as athletes and as skiers, these are the best in the world, and this is what they train for is, moments like this where you're faced with some adversity or some tough conditions, but Allie's been doing this for a long time, and she should be good to go.
There we go. It's a bit like Surf Pro, like it never happened.
Yeah, exactly. So,
indeed. All right, so that's what we got facing us. Got Allie Nicholson, and looks like she's going to go in at a pass of her choosing. Could be anything, yeah. She might want to go full on ridiculous and go like 34 mile an hour long line if she wanted to.
I think that'd be harder to run 38. I don't know if I could do that. But just to recap, while we're waiting to get Allie on the water, recap from round number 2. We had Natasha with a 5 at 35, Jessie Doberton with a 2 at 38, Paige Reaney with a 3.5 38, Whitney McClintock Reaney with 3 at 38, Alexander Garcia with a 1.5 38. Alicia had a 2 at 38, Chelsea Mills 5 at 38, and Louisa with a 3 at 38. So some good skiing here. Unfortunately for those skiers that I just named off, they're not going to be able to make it through to the finals because the next 4 women have a complete pass at 11.25 meters. See, Allie Nicholson had a 1 at 39 in round number 1. So at this point, we talked about it before the rainstorm. Go out there, attack it. Get a feel for what it's going to feel like in the finals. Be aggressive with it. Maybe try to ski a little bit harder to see if how far down that 39 she can take it, because she's got people like Jamie Bull, Manon Costard, and Regina going off the dock after her.
All right, so, yep, pretty much like Zach said. The next 4 skiers all running 11.25 meters in round number 1, the only 4 to do it. So by that estimation, all of those skiers have made it through to the next round of the competition. There is Ellie Nicholson by the start dock, newly qualified nurse. Works 12-hour days, maybe more. Dressed head to toe in PPE, respirator. That's got to be the look of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a pretty sum up 2020 pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to publish like Time magazine like issue of the year, that would be pretty much it, wouldn't it?
I got a feeling there'll be a couple of those covers coming through the year, but yeah, it's good to be back. Hopefully this rain holds off. The radar does look like there's some maybe some rain down the line, but hopefully it still pushes a little bit further south than we're at right now. Skies are looking good behind us. Hoping that this holds off. We can get through this round 2 of the women into the men. That way we can get our top 4 for the women and top 8 placement for the finals here at the Swiss Pro.
Yeah, looking forward to some more great skiing, but obviously there is that 10-minute time factored in, with the potential for Ali Nicholson to go in at whatever she wants.
Yeah, so
warm up.
A tough position to be in, but a lot of these slalom skiers, for as long as you're doing it, and especially when you're skiing a lot in the South and in Florida in particular, rain delays happen, storms happen. There's a lot of times where you'll be mid-set and you have to come in and then go back out cold. But that's what these guys train for, and I think Allie shouldn't really struggle with that too much at all. 38's a pass that she's comfortable with and familiar with, and she'll be able to go out there and get it. All right, take a look at the webcast there. These guys are just getting the boat dialed in, making sure all the antennas are running, boat camera, all the videos, all these amazing angles that they provide for you guys for webcast, get the rope tension meter running. So a lot of behind the scenes things to make a broadcast like this happen. So props to you, Tony and Vincent.
You hear that from JT. The most important part of all of this deal is the rope tension, because that's where he has the most potential of winning some cold hard.
Yeah, I talked to JT during the storm, and I think he's actually going to break out the neck collar for round number 2 and then just go for big pulls.
Is that true, JT?
He's giving us a thumbs up.
He is? Okay, he's gonna throw the cattle collar.
Couldn't help you with that one. Thank you, Chelsea.
All right, so we should have the running order coming up any moment soon. That will tell you who's coming up next. And looks like the skies have cleared a little bit, at least for the interim. But you just never know with October showers.
Yeah, welcome to Florida, Tony. Welcome to Florida.
Oh, I love Florida. But I love my Saints and I love Louisiana.
I did some time there. It was fun.
Yeah, you did.
I got my 3 years in. I ate enough of my my jambalaya and broils, and I had too many daiquiris, so I had to come back to Florida.
You're all daiquiried out. Alrighty, so 4 skiers to come to round off round 2 of the women's competition. You see the first of them getting ready. That was Ali Nicholson. The crowd, what we had of it, are a little slow getting out from underneath the tarp, so we'll see them back out towards the mid-tower in just a moment. And Ellie Nicholson, 55K, 13 meters. Looks like she's going to start where she... Yeah, 13 meters.
All right, ready when you are.
All right, here we go, Ali Nicholson. Still trying to determine whether this is a complete restart or a warm-up pass at 32 off or 13 meters. It is a warm-up pass from what we're able to ascertain. Starting over.
All right, well, we're figuring it out here, too. We're just getting word from our judges, so Allie's going to elect to go out there, and this is going to be just a fresh start. You know, they determined that the conditions were bad enough in the first round and the break was long enough that we're just going to go ahead and go back out. 13 meters, I don't believe that would be a protected score. I could be wrong on that, but regardless, it would be a full 6 buoys at 35. You know, Allie should be able to eclipse that. But starting off fresh here, 13 meters, Allie Nicholson, a fresh set of downs, so to speak.
There we go. Little football analogy thrown in there. I love me some football.
I did too. I got the NFL Red Zone going right now.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. My Bucks. Alrighty, we got Jamie Bull warming up on the dock down there. Jamie posted a huge score earlier this week, running through 39. Big score for her, but back on the water, fellow teammate, HO teammate here, Allie Nicholson, coming back in 12 meters, Tony.
All right, let's see what she's got. Good start, round buoy number 2, keeping the ski out ahead of her. Not looking in bad shape. Doesn't have to work nearly as really as hard as some of her competitors to run that pass.
Good looking 35 there. Got a little taily out of 4, which 35 she got away with it there, but that makes me nervous coming back at 38. She's got to stay more aggressive and stay more on that front foot coming into that offside turn because a turn like that at 38 is going to eat you up pretty quick.
And just has that uncanny knack to in using her knees to guide that ski around and then just get behind the handle and then off to the races she goes. She's really, really improved in leaps and bounds in the last few seasons or so. And the fact that she's a full-time nurse certainly hasn't detracted from her slaloming abilities.
No, if anything's getting more dialed in, but here we go. Allie coming in, 38 off. Like we said, she's already into the final. She got through this pass in round number 1. I know she wants to do it again, get another crack at 39, see how far she can push it.
All right, Allie Nicholson. Nice. 38 off right now. And solidifying her greatness. There we go. That is a 6 buoy count at 38 off. And even that score right there would have been enough to send her through to the next round, irrespective of what she scored earlier.
Yeah, no, I mean, got right through 38. Now here on this gate, you can see her get locked in, and those hips just never quite get up to the handle. And when she does, kind of rides that flat ski in the one there and kind of puts her in the back seat. You can see they're barely able to hang on. Really need to borrow one of JT's neck collars there out of 1. But kind of gets herself back composed again, back over to 3, and at that point was able to kind of get back in her rhythm that she needed to be in from the start. 39 doesn't play around. You know, you can't afford to be that far in the back seat coming in the 1 ball there because it's going to chew you up and spit you out right away. So I like to see a little bit wider gate there, a little bit more front foot pressure through that second wake. Get herself that onside turn out of one ball, and then get a good one, and that's going to put some pressure on Jamie and Manon that are further up in the series.
All right. There's Jamie there, just getting focused, just pacing up and down the dock and seeing what Ali Nicholson can do. Now, obviously, Ali Nicholson has done enough to make it through to the next round. All of our four skiers at this stage of the competition have, but now it's just a case of where you end up with the seeding.
Yeah, and just unfortunately there, another one at 39 for Ali. Tried to get the ski to be a little bit more aggressive in turn, and then just wasn't really kind of hooked up and connected and ready for that pull, and you could tell. So he came up a little bit narrow there at one. And when that happens, that ski tends to roll over a little bit harder than you anticipate, and your body's not there to catch up for it. But through 38 again, that's a good confidence round. There's two back-to-back rounds through 38 into 39, because that's what it's going to take to really put herself on the podium at this event. So she'll go back to the drawing board a little bit, kind of figure out what's going on, and then that way she'll be able to attack in finals.
All right, then. So fourth place is where she came into this round. That's exactly where she'll stay because she didn't exceed the score of Jamie Bull. And Jamie Bull is our next competitor to go. You see the stats there for Ali Nicholson. So here we go. So Jamie Bull, who won her first pro title not too long ago at the Hilltop event in Arlington in Washington, not too far away from Seattle. Scored into 41 off, or 10.25 meters in that event, and has been pretty good in getting into that line length recently with a tournament over at Jack's.
Yeah, Jamie getting through 39 off earlier this week over at Sunset Lakes, and really posting big scores. And the cool thing to see about Jamie, she's been been seeing more and more consistent. So let's go ahead and head down to our dock. I believe we got Ali Nicholson down there with Mr. Wade Cox.
Right, you are.
So here with Ali Nicholson, who actually already knew she was going to be a finalist when she left the dock. A little bit different skiing without all the pressure, right? Almost like a free set.
Yeah, I just wanted to go out there, see if I could get a little deeper at 39, see if I could get a feel for it before going into the finals. Guess I'm going to have to save that for the finals, see what we can do next round.
And that'll be coming up soon. So you've scored the same score both rounds. So trying anything different for the finals?
We made a little bit of a fin adjustment after the last one. I think I just got to figure that gate out at 39. I'm just going a little too hard. Got to soften up a little bit, see if I can get a better one ball.
All right, there we go. That's Ali. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed, Wade and Ali, who we'll look forward to seeing coming first off the dock in the final round of the women's competition. Second off the dock, unless she improves by over one buoy and doesn't have that score beaten, is Jamie Bull. Here she comes. Looking strong. Good knee bend. Little flat footing on some turns, but that's nothing she can't handle. And that's a beauty of a pass. That is a 12-meter run.
That's a good point there, talking about kind of flat-footed a little bit. 35 off really isn't a tough pass for her, but I know she's kind of pushing that ski around a little bit too hard on 2-4. And kind of causing that ski to stall out a little bit. Want to see her take a little bit more speed into that turn and let that ski come all the way under her before she starts pushing on it. So a couple little things to work out, but again, it's 35 off. She's trying to ski it patient and not be overly aggressive, because you can kind of get yourself some trouble by working too hard at some of these earlier passes. But 38 off, want to see a little bit more balanced, a little more front foot pressure coming into that onside turn.
So continuing to get more and more votes for Skier of the Day. We're almost at about 800 votes coming in.
Yeah, some impressive voting from all you guys out there. We had just shy of 1,500 votes, on our podium shots for win those slalom skis, and now our skier of the day, we're getting up there, upwards of 800. So keep the votes coming in for who you think should be taking home skier of the day between his men and women.
All right, coming to you from beautiful Lake County in Central Florida. This is the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom event. Nicely done. There is Manon Costard dockside, taking a brief look at what Jamie Bull has just produced out there at 38 off.
Yeah, some of these skiers, I like it's beneficial to be able to be at a starting dock where you can see your competitor skiing, because being later off in the round, it is nice to watch the people go out there. You could see if maybe it's a little bit of rollers, if the water's moving a little bit, kind of get an idea of what it's skiing like out there before you're actually out there on the water and make any adjustments, mentally or, physically with your ski or your setup that you need to prior to actually going out there and competing.
And Jamie Bull, who I think actually returned to Canada for just a short amount of time, then actually came back, then skied in this event, and she'll head back to the Great White North very soon afterwards. And travel and being able to be as mobile as one would want to be has been difficult at best, what with the pandemic and COVID-19 and all of that, and all the restrictions that go along with it.
Yeah, I know Drew touched on it earlier. Unfortunately, we are missing some competitors here. Just travel restrictions, not be able to make it over to stateside, but still filled a very strong cast of skiers here. 39 off, Jamie Bull. A little bit out of one. Let's see if she needs a big two ball here. She gets the ski back down under her. Early for three. Hitched at three. I'm not sure if she quite got that ski around four ball. We'll go back and take a look at that on our instant replay here.
See if she made a play on it, because this is 39.5 off 10.75 meters.
Regardless, even if she did get that ski around, it's only going to be 3.5, but judging by her reaction, I don't think she knows if she got around it either. Had that big two ball there and got that ski on top of the line, picked her up a little bit. Narrow at three. Let's see what we got going on here. Did she get that ski around number 4?
Oh, and we need a roll back on that one if we can.
I'm not sure. Tony, just watching it quick there, I don't think she got that ski quite all the way around, thus giving her another score at 3 at 39 unofficially, which would keep her in the third seed. She won't surpass Manon's 4, so that's a nice spot to be in. She knows what it takes to make the podium, but she's tired of making podium and she wants to take home another gold. So let's see what we got here from her. She inside 4 ball there, but nice performance from Jamie Bull. 3 at 39 off.
Excellent. Now the only potential for movement now exists between Regina Jaquus and this competitor so far as the top seeding is concerned. This is Manon Costard, the current world women's slalom champion. Entrance gates number 1. Native of France, and would ordinarily ski over at the Stade Petro facility in Lacanau in western France, not too far outside the city of Bordeaux, but has been spending a lot of her time here in Central Florida, and doing pretty good out there. Opening pass of 30 meters, and looking very, very strong as a result.
Yeah, I've been on a fun skier to watch. I really like her style. She's kind of got that French style, kind of like we see from Sasha in France, and really kind of gets low behind the boat. Knees are bent, and that allows her to stay nice and powerful behind the boat. Almost a bad part of that sometimes is there's a lot more movement with the body going on. You start eliminating variables with the knees and the shoulders, but Manon chooses to get lower behind the boat, get those knees bent to get in a more powerful position. But she does a really good job of, through the edge change and up and into the buoy, standing tall on that front foot and getting that ski to slow back down and really keeping her chest as still as possible.
Right you are. There's Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat. Now bringing in Manon Costard. Now, the only way that Manon Costard can move into the top-seeded position is if she gets more than 2 at 41 off, and is unbeaten between the time that she ends her run and the time that Regina ends hers.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to take a big score from it on to unseed Regina out of that top score. But we just saw at 38, so we'll go ahead and we'll go down the weight on the dock.
Here with Jamie Bull, our second finalist, and sort of a scenario you've been in before. You already knew you were in the final. So what were your sort of goals when you're out there that round?
I just wanted to feel it out again. I'm taking start at 32, which we're going to have to do in finals. So hoping to get a little further down the pass and maybe see 5 or 6 and see what they look like, but it's all right.
Yeah, so it actually looked like, it's kind of far from here, but it actually looked like your 39 was okay, huh?
Yeah, definitely the start was pretty good, and I kind of came up into 3 and hopped on the tip and kind of got jammed a little bit, so I was slow to 3, but yeah, I'm excited for finals.
You got some left, too. All right, see you soon. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you there, Wade, and thanks once again to Jamie Bull and on her performance there with 3 at 10.75 meters. She'll be second off the dock in the final round. Let's see what Manon Costard can do here and now. Good strong knee bend on the entrance gates and setting itself up a good rhythm on the first couple of buoys. On passes this short, you're almost on autopilot so far as rhythm is concerned, unless you get into a little bit of trouble, and then you're going to have to dig deep. But Manon Costard not at that point yet.
No, in 38, she's no stranger to 38. She's put down countless 38 offs, and right now you really couldn't ask for better conditions. There's hardly any wind out there. The flags are pretty much at a standstill, sitting down. This is just textbook skiing right here. There's not a lot of variables out there. It's a boat she's comfortable with, familiar with, a driver that she skied with before. Now it's just all a matter of who's going to be the better skier today when you're eliminating variables like wind and water conditions.
So as we continue to do a quick circle around the world, yes indeed, it's about 11:30 in the morning in Los Angeles. It's 7:30 in the evening in London, an hour later for most of Europe. If you're tuning in to us from Melbourne, Australia, it is 5:25 in the morning on Monday.
Tony, please tell me you got something pulled up that's telling you this, or did you just rattle that off the top of your head?
I've got timeanddate.com. There we go.
All right, 39 off. Manon Costard, let's see what she can do here. She got a 4 in the first round, big 1 ball. Needs to settle down at 2. She gets a nice 2 there.
Look at this.
She's in this, Tony.
Look at this.
Come on. Can she get that ski around 5?
Come on.
She does.
Gotcha.
Hold on.
There you go.
Hop, skip, and a jump, and out the gates. 39 on. Tailwind, Manon Costard.
Yeah, tail 39. Wow.
Impressive skiing.
It is. Now she definitely wants that top spot, I would say. That top seed.
Yeah.
If she gets more than 2, she'll have it, unless Regina comes back and beats that score that Manon produces.
Yeah, but, regardless, that's a huge confidence boost going into the finals, because she knows going up against the likes of these other 3 women in the finals here, all capable of running, deep into that 39 and running that. It's a nice confidence boost to get through that pass, know that it's capable today, that you can do it, and then you guys got to do it one more time this afternoon.
So, good effort there from Manon Costard. Great skiing from her. As I'm sure all of you around the world tuning in will have noticed. Certainly in France right now it is 8:30 in the evening, just a little bit before. Those of you watching us from Tokyo in Japan, konnichiwa. Monday, 3:25 in the morning.
All right.
So here we go. Manon Costard. If she can get more than 2, she will improve her seeding. Boom. Round number 1 will not make it outside number 2. So she stays put, and she'll be second to last off the dock.
But definitely a big score there. And Tony, I liked what she did there. She wasn't trying to check up at 1 ball. She wasn't trying to just get a 1 to get a score. She was turning 1 with the aggression that it's going to take to get over to 2 around 2 and then further in the 41. So I liked her strategy here. I know it's maybe not the exact result she wanted, but that's the kind of 1 ball, that start is what she's going to have to do to get a piece of 2 ball. And unfortunately, the boat got the best of her at the finish of that turn. But, now she knows how hard she can push it. Maybe she pushed it a little bit too hard there. She backs it up a little bit for the finals if she makes it back to that 41 off pass.
So, good effort there from Manon Costard. Really working that knee bend, and that number 1 just needed that ski to come round a little bit more. And she might have been off to the races. But there you go. There's Manon Costard, 560 pounds, 4-to-1 ratio against her weight of 139 pounds. Stand at 5'8", and has the 0 offset at Bravo 2. Straight down the middle.
I like it.
Look at that shot there.
That's the beauty with, in the last development of all this camera technology and webcasting ability to provide a shot like that. I remember back in the day we were trying to we bought a video camera and we were trying to make films and learn how to edit on a computer. And, we tried everything from strapping a thing to a RC plane to actually having Franz overlighting her and filming out the bottom of his ultralight and doing some drive-bys like that. Now, with the technology in these cameras, you get to see some angles that we've never seen before and then bring them live to you, which is really cool and special. And props to you guys here to be able to make that happen.
Back in the day, I used to edit a B-roll using tapes.
Yeah, that's before my time, Tony. I had some VHS growing up, but
yeah.
I
mean, that's essentially what that is. I mean, you have one tape A, you have one tape B, and you basically splice it till you have tape C.
Yeah, well, I got the good spoil. I got some DVDs to play with.
All right.
Here we go.
Here we go. Regina Jacquus
donning the black bib, which means she's your defending champion from last year, rightfully so. She's the only women competitor there. So, but real quick, guys, I think we're going to head back down the dock, see what Wade's got going on for us.
Hey, Wade, what do you have?
Manon, big score. We've been waiting on that, huh? Same with you?
Yeah, I'm very excited. It's been, every tournament I felt like I was pretty close, and I was always missing a little few things around, mainly 135, I feel like, and 135 is doing a lot better. So I'm excited about that. It felt great. And it's always such a good feeling to run 39, especially on a pro event like this. And so I'm pumped. I'm gonna have to calm down a little bit before the finals.
Yeah, awesome. And a little tailwind as well, huh?
Yeah, it was. So it's much better than this morning. It's a nice little head tail, but I was definitely excited to run 39 tailwind.
Yeah, great to see that smile. We'll see you in the final soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, why thank you there, Wade, and just checked in on Alan in the background there, listening in to what Manon had to say. And I tell you, I mean, it was only a matter of time before we saw Manon back on the 10.25 meters. She got one. But here we go, Regina Jacquus. To borrow a catchphrase from the great Bret Hart, the best there was, the best there is, and the best there ever will be.
I'm pretty sure you just got catchy movie titles pulled up on your laptop over there. That's how you keep coming up with all these. But yeah, no, Regina is. I can't remember a tournament in my time where she wasn't a favorite to really win the event. I mean, she's been absolutely unstoppable for the easily last decade. And granted, there are some new winners that slip in there. We saw Manon take the championship at the Worlds. But Regina is just consistently always throwing down huge scores, and probably my most fun water skier female to watch on the water, because she never, ever settles for going inside a buoy. Always lays it out there, always taking some big hits. And I'll be curious to see if she gets herself in some trouble later and takes some big pulls, what that what that strength measure is on the rope tension.
Or she may be in line for a new vest, courtesy of Aid, because we're also offering for the best crashes in both women's and men's competition a brand new Aid vest to whoever produces the gnarliest.
I won a best crash one time, but it was at a barefoot tournament, so I don't know if that really counts.
All right, here we go. Regina Jaquez, who's a compound pharmacist and has been for quite a while, working at her own practice, Emerald Coast Compounding Pharmacy. I'm sure that there are a few folks up there, probably not open on a Sunday, but a few folks that work with her checking in and seeing what Regina's pulling out. Oh, yes, and it's her mum's birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Miss Jaquez up there. I know you guys are watching, and shout out to Renee, Regina's sister. I know.
You know that Jim's watching this. He's got this on every TV on the house.
No, absolutely. No, they're always a fun crew to go up there and hang out with, and maybe have a few margaritas. But shout out to you guys up there in the Panhandle, and hope everyone's doing well and the family's good. And hope that your headache goes away soon, Renee, because I know you had a big one last night. Shout out.
So, coming to you live from Claremont, Florida, and transmitting to places as far as Accra in Africa and Antananarivo in Madagascar. This is the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. All right, so.
All right.
What you got?
Back to the water.
Okay.
Let's focus on that.
There's Becky Lathrop at the helm. And this gate pull-out, I love that gate pull-out. It keeps the tension on the line, allows her to react to the turn. And this is 10.75 meters.
Big 3-ball there.
Oh, look at that. She was waiting on buoy 4. Likewise on 5. Wheelies up, and yay. Yeah, look at that. 10.75 meters.
Really nice, strong-looking pass there. And Regina's been known to kind of get that tip wheelie a little bit, out of both sides, but she's so good about getting that ski back down and getting that ski back on angle and then making up so much lost time for a turn, into the next buoy, and that's why she's consistently at the top of the podium all the time. She's a very powerful skier, locked and loaded, and you'll see here, 3-ball, tip rised up a little bit, was able to get the ski back down, and impressive skiing from Regina there.
All right, so in the last 5 occasions that the world slalom record has been broken, Regina Jaquez has been the one to break it. Her current world record is 4.5 on this next pass.
Yep, and, Regina has had more shots at 41 than probably a majority of the women's field combined has had. And so she's consistently taking cracks at this world record and is your current world record holder. Let's see what she do for her today. The wind's picking up a little bit here. Let's see, 41 off. Regina Jaquez needs a good start to this pass.
Ooh, round number 1, nicely done. Round number 2, she's still there. Round number 3. Tries to make a play on 3, but I think 2 buoys.
I think that'll be unofficially another 2. I don't think that ski quite got around 3-ball there. We'll take a look here on the replay. But she's setting herself up. I mean, I think if that's the finals, I think she lays that all out in the line and really puts the body on the line to get a full piece of 3 there. But coming over to 2, got the big turn, but just lost the line, lost that angle over to 3. And yeah, just inside 3-ball there, like we suspected. I think in the finals, we see the ski get around that and really lay it all on the line for a quarter or a half more buoy.
Again, a little separated from the handle at 41 off into number 1 and skied for number 2. Tried to make a play on it, right foot forward. Certainly wouldn't blame her for doing that. So it is going to be 2. Let's give it up for Regina Jaquez. It is a two-buoy count at 10.25 meters, 556 pounds, 4.3 to 1 compared to a body weight of 130 pounds, standing at a shade under 5.5 feet, and skiing with B1, Bravo 1.
Thank you. Oh, that was.
So we're now going to go into the next round, aren't we? We are going to go. We're going to go into round 2, and it looks like we've got Wade Cox around about the dock area. So let's listen in.
We're here in the water, not on the dock, with Regina. So, Regina, I would say you pretty much spanked that 39, huh? Like you were waiting at ball 4 and 5, right? It was fun to watch.
Oh, it was a nice pass. It was like just a slight little tailwind from this morning. So I knew I ran it nice this morning in that tailwind. So it felt awesome out there. It was just perfect. And Becky's doing an awesome job on the wheel. So it's a good little combination out there.
And it's always nice, as a competitor, Manon posted a score, so you're like, man, I got to bring my A game, right?
Yeah, no, it's always nice when we got everybody showing up and putting down scores and throwing down. Jamie's doing awesome, Manon's doing awesome. So yeah, it was like, okay, there's a big score to go get, and yeah, it felt good to be able to go back to back and have that 39 down and get those good starts at 41.
We'll see you in the final soon. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Wade. Very hard at work around the dockside. Didn't even give Regina a chance to get out the water before that interview started, but fair play to him, and good show on Regina Jacquez' part. So we're going to go into the men's slalom round 2 in just a moment. You are you're looking at the open men's starting list. So Parrish going out first, Grubb second, Cole McCormick third, then Abel Vaughn, Jaramillo, Will Asher, and the rest of them. So we're going to return to action right after this. You are watching the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom competition, back after a few of these important
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now.
Water skiing is fun. Being cold and trying to water ski, however, can be miserable. So for all of you die-hard early and late season skiers out there, let us introduce you to your new friend, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits. The goal was simple: design high-quality, long-lasting wetsuits specifically for water skiing without compromising feel and mobility. The water-repellent and quick-drying 1.5mm high-stretch neoprene provides the elasticity you want with the warmth you need. All wetsuits are constructed with glued, blind-stitched seams as well as water seal locks on wrist and leg openings to keep you semi-dry during use. We are proud to be able to offer you another tool to keep you on the water longer and moving closer toward your goals. So before the cold water season hits, be sure to get your hands on one of these, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits.
My name's Freddie Winter. I'm a professional water skier. I'm the 2017 World Champion, current Masters Champion. So I got to know the guys at Aid Crew a few years ago, and I was immediately pretty excited about the way that they were going about designing their product and their brand. It's got a youthful feel to it, which I can definitely get behind. I feel really good about that. And the stuff they make is just beautiful. It fits really well. I can put it on and feel at home immediately, and I've won a lot of tournaments wearing their stuff, and I'm looking to continue to do that. So the thing I especially like about the life jacket is that I have no restrictions on my body. I feel like I have the safety aspect, but also I'm not restricted anyway, so I can go and put my full reach on or whatever I need to do when I'm on the water in order to go and perform my best. What more can you ask for really from a ski vest? So I'm really excited to be with Aid Crew for the 2020 season and looking forward to all the great success that I believe and I hope that I'm going to have going forward wearing the Aid Crew ski vest.
I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you, I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now.
Water skiing is fun. Being cold and trying to water ski, however, can be miserable. So for all of you die-hard early and late season skiers out there, let us introduce you to your new friend, the all-new line of Syndicate Dryflex wetsuits. The goal was simple: design high-quality, long-lasting wetsuits specifically for water skiing without compromising feel and mobility. The water-repellent and quick-drying 1.5mm high-stretch neoprene provides the elasticity you want with the warmth you need. All wetsuits are constructed with glued, blind-stitched seams, as well as water seal locks on wrists and leg openings to keep you semi-dry during use. We are proud to be able to offer you another tool to keep you on the water longer and moving closer toward your goals. So before the cold water season hits, be sure to get your hands on one of these, the all-new line of Syndicate Dryflex wetsuits.
My name's Freddie Winter. I'm a professional water skier. I'm the 2017 World Champion, current Masters Champion. So I got to know the guys at Aid Crew a few years ago, and I was immediately pretty excited about the way that they were going about designing their product and their brand. It's got a youthful feel to it, which I can definitely get behind. I feel really good about that, and the stuff they make is just beautiful. It fits really well. I can put it on and feel at home immediately, and I've won a lot of tournaments wearing their stuff, and I'm looking to continue to do that. So the thing I especially like about the life jacket is that I have no restrictions on my body. I feel like I have the safety aspect, but also I'm not restricted anyway, so I can go and put my full reach on or whatever I need to do when I'm on the water in order to go and perform my best. What more can you ask for really from a ski vest? So I'm really excited to be with Aid Crew for the 2020 season and looking forward to all the great success that I believe and I hope that I'm going to have going forward wearing the Aid Crew ski vest.
All right, folks, we're back, and for those of you that are just joining us here on TWBC, just saw a glimpse of what we've been trying to shelter ourselves from for the last few minutes. A little bit of a rain shower, as Zach said earlier. Welcome to Florida in October.
Yeah, just trying to keep the equipment dry, keep the webcast running. It does sound like we're going to kind of get started. We still have a light drizzle here, but Tony, the show must go on, and we'll try to get these skiers through round number 2. That way we can have some daylight for our finals this evening. I did get word from our officials for the pro men's slalom. Typically, in a general format, they're allowed to start at kind of whatever pass they want. Gentlemen's rules, usually you go off at 28 or 32 off to kind of keep the tournament moving a little quicker. The officials have made a call, mandatory starting at 35 off for this finals. Now what that'll do is get these skiers, maybe one little extra. They're not taking that extra pass. We'll kind of cut down on the time frame, make sure we allot for enough time for the women's and pro men's finals later this afternoon.
So just to clarify, that's for the finals rather than just round 2.
I'll now have to confirm.
Okay. Just want to make sure as we continue to roll right along. We're into men's round 2. Chris Parrish is our first competitor out. He had a 0 score based upon the fact that his handle was deemed to be too long after clearing half at 41 off, or 10.25 meters. So, yes, we do have confirmation that not only is the final a 12-meter start, but round 2 as well. And therefore, that means that Chris Parrish, you just saw him go into the course at 12 meters and run it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these competitors looking down this list, all these guys are well capable of, 35 isn't really a big deal for them. Where 35 off, going off the dock, will take a play is, as the wind stands right now, it's going to set them up for a 41 tailwind. So I'll have 39 into the wind, which will help some of these skiers, some of these guys who, we had 10 skiers into 41 off. If they run up the line, that's going to be taking 41 tail. So I'd be curious to see if we see some opting up here, maybe a 35, 39 opportunity here coming up for some of these skiers. So we'll see.
All right, plenty of skiing ahead. We've got 20 skiers on this list. And they're all going in at 35 off. I wonder how comfortably that sits with the likes of young Blaze Grubbs, who is on dock side right now.
Blaze, I think, should be fine. 35 off. Really kind of turning into be one really heck of a skier, but I don't think it's too often that he's paired up with Mr. Chris Parrish, the tower, going up right after him. It could be a fun little motivating factor. I mean, CP did post a score of 1 at 41 in the first round, but unfortunately that handle being too long. Let's go ahead and head down over to dock. I think we got Wade.
All right,
Hey guys, I'm at the dock here with Sean Hunter. And Sean, that first round, maybe the best 39 I've ever seen you run to date, huh?
Yeah, no, it was a really good 10.7. I was actually really happy with it. I ran in a pretty good tailwind, but kind of bummed out about 41 because I only got a half into a good headwind. But next round, hopefully I can make some changes.
Well, so anybody you want to say hello to?
Shout out to everybody back at Alabama. Everybody at Lake 38, everyone in Dothan, anyone watching, really, thanks for tuning in to the webcast.
There you go. You'll see Sean up soon. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Wade. Always good to kind of get the mindset what some of the competition's thinking down the dock. Got CP in the water down there at the end.
He has run through 12 and 11 now. Now it's 10.75.
So this is a pass that he made look, he's been making look easy for the past 2 decades. So 39 off, here we go. Chris Parrish.
Let's see who we have. Here we go. Chris Parrish, 10.75 meters. Looking very comfortable here. Handle up a little bit high on. Whoa. And
wow.
Man, I spoke too soon.
Man, that was a great looking start there at 39. 1, 2, and 3 looked good, and then we saw a 4-ball. Kind of checked up a little bit, and that ski got slow on him and bit him a little bit out of shape. And that's that's one of the tough parts of being a bigger skier like Chris is once he gets bit out of shape, it can be more difficult to recover. Versus the likes of some of the smaller competitors out there. We'll see here in this 4-ball. Just kind of gets a little bit bit out in the back seat, loses that direction over to 5, and now he's forced to take a big 5-ball there. And, unfortunately, the ski not able to stay in the water and Chris not able to hold on. So I know he'll be disappointed with that. He ran it the first round, but it was, counted as a 0. But, nonetheless, I mean, solid props to Chris going out there, and he's been attacking it all season, and it's been a pretty good year for him. So I know he'll be a little bit disappointed in that score, but it was good to see him out there.
All right, so got Blaze Grubbs there. As we're getting set for our second competitor to take to water. I'll tell you what, I'm liking the heck out of these 2 U-bars.
Oh, those are good. I've already knocked down a couple of these cranberry ones here every time that we're between skiers, and I don't have to chew on the microphone.
Yeah, Bananas Foster gets me.
I'm not a big banana guy.
You're not a big banana guy?
Yeah, it's a texture thing.
Yeah.
All right, coming from the West Coast, Mr. Blaze Grubbs. Cool to see here at a pro slalom event. For me, I remember meeting Blaze 8-10 years ago. Little boys, one kid ripping around. So it's cool to see him here on the dock. With squeezed in between some competitors that are really starting to turn it on, some pro events. So gotta get your feet wet, and no better place to do it here than the Swiss Pro.
All right, here we go. Blaze Grubbs. I think out of Sacramento, California. Somewhere around that area, Rio Linda. Home of Bel Aqua. Getting a little bit separated from the handle off 5 into number 6, but tell you what, doing very well, especially being forced into 35 off or 12 meters right off the gut.
Yeah, for a skier a little bit maybe newer to the scene, like Blaze is, younger guy, he hasn't really had a lot of opportunities to go out there and, 35 it's a pass that he runs regularly, but to go off and, get thrown out of your routine. And then that just speaks to, how long you're on tour for, and, got a lot of veterans who've been forced into, cold 38s, cold 39s, and, Blaze is getting a taste of what it's going to be like to be a professional skier and get some adverse conditions thrown at you.
All right, be sure to submit your vote for Skier of the Day. The poll is still open all the way through to the very end of the competition. Go to SwissProSlalom.com. Here we go. Turns in. Goes cross course. All getting a little bit on the back seat there off 3 into 4, but still there, still keeping everything. Oh, and he's inside buoy number 6 there.
Man, Tony, I thought I know he didn't quite have the 5 ball he wanted. I thought he left himself enough rope to get around 6, and, obviously he just didn't quite get around there, but, what an effort by Blaze Grubbs, kind of fighting through that pass there. His 2.4 is something to be reckoned with. He's got a really stellar 2.4, and that's a lot of potential to take that kind of turn and turn it into some deep line lengths. And so, unfortunately, just coming up shy there at 6 ball. So a big 4 ball here from him. I thought this got him back in it. And let's try to see what happened here at 5. Nice over front of the ski, looks good. And just didn't quite have that line, kind of pulled that handle up into his chest. And when you do that, you pull up, you go up, and you usually sat back on that ski. And when you lose that angle like that, it's so hard to make it back up that late into the course. And just inside, hearing official confirmation, 5 at 38 off for Blaze Grubbs. So good effort out there, bud. Tough break, but it's good to see you out here at the pro events.
All right, so now we've got a skier who's been performing well in recent times, but didn't quite have the score in the round previous to this one to make an impact upon the field. This is Cole McCormick.
Cole's been a guy this summer. It's been a lot of fun to watch, man. I kind of said the same thing with Blaze. Kind of watching these kids grow up makes me feel a little bit older now because, Cole's always been a little bit younger than I was, and man, but he's really turned it on these last few years, and this season in particular, consistently getting through 39, chipping his way, 2, 3, 4, 41. Really impressive skiing from Cole, and it's great to see some new faces out there in these slalom events with some guys who are really competitive, riding that new LaPointe ski. So it's good to see some competition out there for some of these other ski brands, some innovation, and Cole making it look easy. Obviously, they're 35 off. Shouldn't be a big deal for him. Only 1.5 at 39 in the first round. Well capable of, scores deep into 41. So we'll go ahead and wipe that one off the book for him. He's going to hit this course and hit this attempt with a fresh head.
All right, then, continuing right along, getting comments in left, right, and center here on our YouTube channel. Zach's especially liking the most recent comment.
Getting called out for me not liking bananas. I just don't like them. Not my thing.
I plead the fifth. All right, then. Here we go. We got Cole McCormick coming in now, 11.25 meters. Now, maybe this need to come in on 12 meters, this compulsion now to have to go in on 12 meters may actually force these skiers to really battle a little bit harder and really come through with the performance that they need.
Yeah,
when you've got skiers backed into the wall and backed into the corner, they come out like a tiger.
Yeah, I'm curious to see kind of what some of these skiers down the rope do if they elect to take that 39 headwind and then have that 41 tail, because it is going to take a score of at least 2 at 38, 2 at 39. Wow, I'm way off. 2 at 41 to get into this into the finals. So Cole set himself up for a nice 39 headwind now. He needs to get that through first. But that 38 looked good. Got a little hitched up out of 4. But is able to regain composure, get the handle back up to the hips, and get locked down and is early for 6. So no big deal there, 38. 39, this is what got him the first round.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have a headwind this time. He took it from the other end last, so let's see what he can do here. He's got to be able to get through 39, and he's well capable of that. We saw it at Travers Grand Prix a few weeks ago. We've seen it at countless events throughout the summer. Really one of the more consistent skiers on tour all summer, and so let's see what he can do rounding out this year.
All right, here we go. This now is Cole McCormick at 10.75 meters. Still having to play catch up. Look at this. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong. This is 39.5 off. Oh, beauty of a pass. There he goes. He's back on track.
There it was. That was a huge confident boost for Cole, going out 1.5 the first round. And that was one of the prettiest 39s I've seen run by any of the men today. And that's what we've been seeing out of Cole all summer. So it was good to see Cole kind of regain his confidence, run a nice, aggressive, solid skiing 39. You see one ball there. He hooked up. That ski didn't rise up on him at all. Over to 2. Nice tight line the whole time. I really wasn't worried for him at all through this 39. It looked in composure, good-looking slalom skiing, and a great-looking 39 off.
All right, then. So good skiing. And, Zach, have you ever seen the movie Days of Thunder?
No, I haven't.
No,
I maybe I have. Well, why don't you give me a quick
the main
spark
character
notes.
got into a little bit of a funk, and then a little bit ways down the line in the movie had to drive through a particularly perilous situation, and came through in the clutch. He got through it, Harry.
Well, I don't know if I've quite seen that movie or know the reference, but regardless,
You
Cole,
want to see it?
Well, I'll go watch it now. But here we go, Cole. 41 off. It's going to take at least something of 2 to even put his name in the hat for the finals. Let's see what he's got for us today. Needs a good one ball here.
Certainly needs more than 2.
Good one.
Come
little
on,
checked
round
up at 2.
number
Can he get the
2.
ski around 3?
Oh, that's the first crash
Ooh.
that we're looking for the day.
Whoa, man! I know we talked about it earlier. That rope came awfully scary there.
Wow, yes.
Around 3 ball and laying it all out there. I see smiles from Cole, so I think he's okay. But, man, this one ball was a beautiful one ball. It's what you want to have. And he almost got himself too early to two ball and got off the handle and kind of was waiting on the buoy. But good one, good angle over to two. Let's see what happened here, Tony. Just a little bit over, just got a little slow there. And did he get his ski around three?
So at the very least, it's 2 1/4. Oh, Matt. Oh, gee.
Wow.
Oh, my word.
Ooh. That I got goosebumps, Tony, because you don't like to see the rope get wrapped up like that. And I know we've seen it happen a few times in some pro events. And glad Cole's okay there, because that could have been a very hairy situation. And what an effort there. And just hearing confirmation, 2.5 at 41.
Ooh.
And
oh, my word.
Wow.
That is just, that beggars belief.
But regardless, 2 at 40 or 2.5 at 41. That puts him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That puts him in outright 7th place right now. So that being said, if the scores were to stand as they are, he would be through to the finals 2.5. But he's got some skiers that are left on the dock that are well capable of surpassing that 2.5. We'll see how it holds up for him there.
Well, at this moment in the proceedings, 2.5 would actually put him currently in 7th place, and hasn't displaced anyone completely yet, because there are a three-way tie for 2 at 10.25 meters. So that would be like a three-way tie for 8th right now.
Correct. And we'll have to confirm with the judges what our tie-break scenario. We do have backup scores in there. But right now, the cut line to make to even, like I said, throw your hat, your name in the hat is a piece of 2 and a full 2 at 41. Cole doing a good job of setting himself up, stretching the ski out there, getting a piece of 3 ball. That moves him ahead of 3 other competitors that were log jammed at 2. So, but then we got a group of guys at 3, and then Nate holding on to that top spot at 4 still.
All right, then. So there is Thibaut out there on the course on 12 meters now. Just a quick reminder. Austin Abel at 12 meters. I do beg your pardon. Thibaut's going to be coming up in a few skiers. But, there's that crash award that's...
Yeah, and we were sitting here while we were done that rain delay and trying to pack our brain, and we've actually had some really pretty slalom skiing today, and so shout out to Cole. I think he's solely in first place for that crash award, especially after laying on the line there and getting that half buoy that he needed. So it was a worthy crash, and we'll see if it holds up for the finals. And
he might just have won himself an aid vest. There we go. But look at this. This is 11.25 meters. Oh, handle up a little bit high there for Austin Abel, but he gets back on track on that Denali C75 and looking pretty good.
Yeah, getting back in it there. A little bit slow. It makes me a little wary of his 2.4, a little tip rise there, but he's getting that Denali to turn on 135 and really ripping it around. So was able to get himself back into the game, but that 2.4, he's got to be able to settle that down if he wants to get through 39 into 41 here.
So Austin Abel has just pulled 401 pounds, I believe. Kilograms. So,
Tony, you're supposed to know kilograms. I'll do the pounds.
Okay. Well, we'll work it out between us. Anyway, Austin Abel's currently in 2nd spot in that ranking list. But let's see if he can get through 39.5 off. If he's to move up into the realm of possibly making it through to the next round, that's what he's got to do at the very least.
All right, he had a score of 2 at 39 in the first round. Needs to get through this pass, a piece of 2 at the next one. So let's see what he's got here. See if we can keep that ski settled down on 2.4 a little bit. Keep that 135 aggressive.
Boom.
Good one. A lot of speed over to 2.
Try to bleed it down off number 2. Come on.
Wow.
And is not going to make it outside buoy number 4 and try to make a play on that, but Do you think he made it outside number 4?
I'll have to get back to the replay for that one. I mean, regardless, had a huge one here, and then got so compressed. And when you're a tall skier like Austin is, it's really hard to. He did a great job of getting himself to, and then just we were a little bit slow and skied himself back into that line. Tried his almighty to get a good 3 here, and
that ski just completely cleared out the water. He got round number 4.
And just not quite able to hold on to that slack line. And it would have been a tight one getting back to those gates, but 3.5 at 39 for Austin Abel here in the official score now. So solid effort. Just maybe bit off a little bit too much with that one ball there. And when you do that, it kind of throws your rhythm out and not quite able to recover from that. But I'm curious to see what the pounds per pressure were on that guy, because that looked like a big one ball there.
Yes, indeedy. So we're going to get the stats any moment now, but that is Austin Abel. His best score out of the 2 rounds, 3 1/2 at 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off. Here we go. Standing at 6'9" and weighing 216 pounds. He pulled 884 pounds of pressure, and which equates to a full 4.1 to 1. And no surprise there with the 0 offsetting of C2.
You look at that height, and 6'9", he's our tallest competitor on site today. And it is nice being a slalom skier and being tall. It does have its disadvantages, though. And when you do get a little bit out of shape, that's a lot more body and a lot more mass to try to recover from. Where you see some of the smaller, scrappier skiers, I'd call them. To be taller like that, you really got to be skiing textbook. And if you get a little bit out of shape, it's tough to recover from. But solid effort there from Austin Abel. Next on the water, coming down from Bumpus. I would have pronounced it wrong, Tony, not going to lie. But anyways, here we go. Corey Vaughn, peace, love, and water ski. The man himself, 35 off.
All right, here we go. Corey Vaughn, who's running a ski camp up there in Bumpus, Virginia. Had one of their last training clinics of the season right up there, along with Mike Kuziak. And doing pretty well up there from all accounts. I'm sure Amelia along the shoreline is watching intently. And I think he's actually rocking a bent handle.
He may. I remember, for a long time that was a big thing, and what the idea behind the bent handle is to
relaxed grip handle.
Be able to relax a little bit and take a little bit of that pressure out of your elbows, and generally speaking, have a more comfortable grip and able to lock those arms out. You don't see a ton of slalom skiers using them, but I know John Travers rocked a bent handle for a little while, and it's definitely something to play around with, and especially if you had any injuries with the elbows or things like that, it's easier to fully extend those arms behind the boat and be more in a powerful position with a bent handle like that. A little more unorthodox, but like we said, there's no style points in slalom. It's however you get it done.
All right, let's have a look and see. Corey Vaughn approaching the course. Here he is on 11.25 meters. Second pass in. Making sure that gets good extension on this particular run. There we go, buoy number 4. And number 5. And with his round of 6 buoys on that particular pass, let's join Wade Cox on the dock.
Hey, I'm here with Cole McCormick. Cole, much better score than the first round. A little bit of almost a freaky accident there at the end, though, huh?
Yeah, that was a little scary. The rope kind of wrapped around my body, and I felt it as I was crashing, and I just had the instinct to, flip it off and kind of save myself there at the end.
Yeah, for those of you at home, that was the saving grace. He held on. You could see on the replay the way he flicked it over. So much better score that round. How'd you like 39 going away from the dock?
It's a lot easier, so that way you've got, the shore and the shadows from the trees at one ball, so it makes you want to, come off your edge a little early that way. So this way, having, an open lake at one ball, it makes the one ball shot much easier, and so that was definitely helpful. Not to mention you had a headwind, but I think the one ball shot was definitely key there.
Yeah, because that was a sweet 39, and we'll be hopefully seeing Cole again soon. He's going to have to stick around and wait it out now. Back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go.
We're back. Corey Vaughn, 10.75. Oh, horrid one on getting really pitted out there into buoy number 3. He's really skiing out of his comfort zone right now. Oh, my word. That is probably the scrappiest 10.75 I've seen him run in a long, long time.
I think that might have just got him some votes for skier of the day, because the fact that he was able to run 39 off after a one ball like that, watching this replay, I mean, that's just pure guts right there, just going for that and kind of getting high-sided on 2, getting back down. I'm speechless. I mean, I'm really surprised he was able to get through that 39 and keep that ski in the water.
That fin left the water there on number 3.
Yeah, and what an effort for Corey to fight his way through that. And, hey, he's through 39. We just touched on it. There's no style points. So, I mean, get through all 6 and through the gates, and the rest is fair game. So,
took a big old shouldered lunge there out the exit gates. Oh, my word. But if you feel that performance is worthy of skier of the day, then why not hit us up with a vote on SwissProSlalom.com. SwissProSlalom.com. Make sure your vote is in for Corey Vaughn, if that's whom you would select to be the skier of the day.
All right, well, he's through 39. We already saw Cole for round 2 has the lead score of 2.5 at 41, which has him sitting in 7th. So Corey knows he needs a piece of 3 ball to even start talking about moving on further. Let's see what he's got here for us. Just kind of been out of shape. That same one ball we saw at 39, at 41, and when you do that at 41, you're just not able to recover from that. So that'll be disappointing for Corey. I know he wanted to get further in that course, which he's well capable of, but it's just that he's not quite getting the ski to finish at the turn there, and he's almost trying to force it with his upper body and pull the ski around essentially rather than riding the ski around. And when you start doing that, the skis, regardless of what you're riding, they start acting a little screwy.
All right, good to see some folks that we know tuning in to the webcast. Thank them very much indeed. And if you want more details about this particular site here, the SwissWaterSkiResort.com. SwissWaterSkiResort.com is the place to go. So yes, one at 10.25 meters, the final score for Corey Vaughn. We got folks such as Tommy Harrington tuning in. We've got Jean-Christophe Fortom tuning in as well. David Crowder, thank you very much indeed. And a whole bunch of other folks. .12-meter start for Federico Jaramillo.
All right. Well, like we touched about it earlier with with Blaze and some of these younger guys on the dock, capable of running 35. It's no big deal for him, but it's a lot different when you're on you're at a pro event of this nature with the guys on the dock. He's got Will Asher sitting on the dock right after him. That could be intimidating. And this is kind of what separates you to the next level, being able to handle situations like this, overcome them, adapt, and still perform. So here we go, 35 off for Federico. Shouldn't be too big of a deal here for him. He looks calm and collected so far.
So, nice. The current World Junior Boys Slalom record holder with, I believe, a score of 5 at 10.75 meters.
All righty.
All right then, folks.
Getting adjusted over here at the announcer's tent, trying to get a little more sun in here now while we got it. So,
yeah, we're just adjusting the tent and nothing else.
Yeah. All right, 38 off. Federico, here we go. Nice looking 35 opening pass. Good looking 1 over to 2. A little taily out of 2. Makes it back up at 3. Still in this, Tony. Big 4 ball there.
Look at this.
Out.
But he still manages to get round number 5, and he still gets round number 6, and that is a mark of a better than average slalom skier.
Yeah. No, you know, Joe Blow ain't going out there and taking a 4 ball like that and recovering.
No.
He made himself up good at 3, and then I think he forgot to take the intensity level down just a touch and was almost a little too beastly at 4 ball there, not quite able to hang on, but he was able to get through it and get a full 6 buoys at 38.
All right. So, Federico Aramillo beastily making his way through that pass.
All right. He had a 4.5 at 39 in round number 1. So, you know, well capable of, you know, if he's getting 4.5, he's probably run this, you know, a few times, and that's what's going to take today. Now, granted, with the 35 off start, he's now got the benefits of having this nice 39 headwind. Wind has picked up a little bit, but we talked about it earlier. That's kind of what these skiers want. Take their hardest pass into the wind. So he's coming back in, 39 off, 10.7.
10.75 meters. Patrice Legay at the helm of that towboat. Let's see what he's got. Federico, entrance gates, number 1. Good snap of the line, round buoy number 2. He still has the ski out in front of him. Look at him go.
3.
Look at this. Look at this. Round buoy number 4. Can't afford to make too many mistakes like that. But he gets round 5 and 6.
There we go.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, there's some excitement there. That's what you like to see. Attaboy. Attaboy.
I think his world junior slalom record is actually a 5 buoy count on 10.75 meters. I don't know whether that was done at 34 miles an hour.
I mean, that was an impressive 39, and you know, 2 balls a little slow out of 2, made me nervous, and he got over to this 3 ball, and he hooked up really well here at 3, got himself in it, a big 4 ball, which is onside turn, and this is the scariest part for being a right foot skier. You know, I could speak to this, is you get 5 ball-itis, and you turn a big 4 like that, and all you can think about is don't blow the fin out at 5, don't blow it out. He did a great job of staying calm, waiting for that line to hook back up with the boat, and then taking his time to get over to 6, and then you could see the emotion there. He's stoked about it.
But the job's not all the way done yet.
Not quite done yet.
No,
and
not yet.
He's through 39. I know he's stoked about that, but you know, now here's where the glory comes from, being able to get down this 39 off, or this 41 off rope length.
I mean, depending upon how far he gets down, I mean, it could end up being anything from like a personal best to a Colombian national slalom record or even a Latino American slalom record. Who knows? This is Federico Jaramillo. Half a buoy.
Aggressive gate start there, and that's, you know, really, that's what he needed to do at that pass to be able to even have a shot at getting over to 2. He needed a big one there. It's his offside turn. Unfortunately, just a little too much, and you know, maybe that speaks to his experience a little bit, being newer on the scene. But good looking setup here, and then just try to drop in on that rope a little bit too early. That ski was still behind him in the finish of the turn, and when the ski gets behind you like that, it's really tough to keep it under you, and you can see it chatter out there. So official half score at 41 off for Federico, but man, way to run 39. Congratulations on that. That was a big score. I know he's excited about it, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of this kid down the rope in future events.
That much we can guarantee. And so let's have a look at the scores. These are the scores that actually combine scores from the previous round and also incorporate any latest scores from skiers that have come out in round number 2. So Nate Smith still in the lead with 4 at 10.25 meters. He's yet to ski in this round. And then you see the others. Those potentially would be the top 8 advancing through to the next round of the competition if the competition stopped now. But it isn't going to stop now because we got Will Asher about to take to the course.
Alrighty. Will donning that black bib. He's your former champion here at the Swiss Pro. Kind of uncharacteristic, kind of going down. Didn't make that 39. That's usually pretty foolproof for Will Asher. But, now he gets to go out there. He gets to ski aggressive. He gets to ski angry. He's got there's no holding back now. And, we saw Cole with the 2.5 at 41 crack himself into that top 8. We don't know if it's going to be enough to hold up. And, the only way he's really going to be able to guarantee himself a spot is he's got to push this thing down 3-4 at 41, which he's well capable of. He got through 41 earlier this week at a tournament over at Sunset Lakes. So, well capable of running that pass. But we got to get through 39 first.
So, coming to us originally from the cathedral city of Lincoln in England and making his home here in Central Florida, this is Will Asher. Good effort to open up with on 12 meters. He's used to starting on 12 meters in a number of different scenarios. This one too.
Yeah, I could see him on the replay, kind of leaving into the course there, kind of shaking his hand a little bit. Will, when he got that 5.5 at 39 in the first round, kind of got his finger wrapped up in the handle, taking the hit off a 6-ball, and we were taking a look down on the dock. It's pretty swollen up, and I don't know if it's broken or he's kind of messed it up a little bit. So I could see him shaking that hand, leaving that pass there. So I know he's got, unfortunately, a little pain on his mind right now, which is never fun. But Will is a really tough competitor, and this is the kind of a guy who's able to kind of block out that kind of stuff and still go and attack. Let's see if it affects him down this rope length at all as he gets into the shorter line lengths.
All right, so continuing to rock on.
Right now, wind's looking pretty good. I know you guys can see that sunlight behind us at the webcast, so it's nice to see the sun again, and we're hoping it holds on for us, and that radar plays nice. So, all right, here we go. Will coming back in, 38 off.
All right, let's have a look and see. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. A little bit of a slide there on number 1, but this is 11.25 meters.
Oh,
whoa! How on earth is he still able to run 11.25 with that?
That's a tough one, Tony. I can still kind of moving that hand. He's got some pain out there. He's fighting through it. It's tough to see that, but that's the name of the game. Injuries do happen and on the water, but props to Will for being out there and still fighting through it. And it was a good-looking 38 there, and Will does have a tendency to get a little bit over on his offside turn here. You'll see it more so on that 5-ball that we saw. Tends to get his chest a little too far ahead of the tip of the ski. Like to see him stay a little bit more relaxed, front foot pressure, and keep those hips up coming into that offside turn for him. But, powerful 2.4, probably the best 2.4 in the business, man. I love it. Idolize his style.
Let's have a look at this.
Just a little bit over. You'll get away with it at 38, maybe a little bit at 39. But, if he wants to get a good one at 41, he's got to keep those hips up and keep that chest tall to finish the turn.
And if you think that performance so far is worthy of the Skier of the Day award, make sure you go to SwissProSlalom.com. That is for the Skier of the Day award. Our audience prize contest has long since been closed, but you can still vote for who you believe deserves recognition as the Skier of the Day.
2-ball.
Oh, look at this. This is 10.75 meters. I beg your pardon. Oh, look at that.
5.
Now he's found his groove. Whoa, hello.
Whoa.
What the?
I think he, I don't know what happened there at 6-ball. I mean, he looked really well in the pass. I think he just kind of surprised himself, maybe was more focused on he's already gotten through it and kind of forgot that the course wasn't quite done yet. And good-looking start here. A little slow at 1, but goes over to 2-ball, a signature Will Asher 2-ball there, and got himself right back in the game. Strong performance. He looks like he's able to kind of block that injury out with the hand and hopefully be able to kind of hold on and see what he can do here for us at 41.
So obviously he's in this to get through to the next round of the competition. So essentially to stay realistically in the game with the skiers that are to come, like Sean Hunter and Dane Meckler, Jamie Calhoun and the like, before we even get to the skiers that have an inside track on making it through to next round. Realistically, he's got to put that ski outside of number 3 and maybe even continue to ski beyond that point to really solidify his spot through to next round.
Yeah, I mean, at this point with the skiers left on the dock, I'll use the reference again. You got to get your name in the hat, and that's going to take a full 2 just to put your name in there, but that might not even hold on if some of these other skiers with 1.5s kind of eclipse that. So if he wants to be sure to give himself a legitimate shot, he's got to get a piece of 3 like you saw Cole McCormick get there earlier. It's all going to start with this gate here in this 1 ball for Will Asher. Slow out of 1. Back to the dock. You hate to see that, man. I know he's in some pain out there, and that hand, I think, is finally catching up with him down at 41. And, regardless, good skiing from Will. A tough break there with the injury.
7:45, 3.9 to 1. Went in at 190 and with the A2. But there you go. That's Will Asher, and with a score of 1 at 41 off, unable to advance through to next round, and thus meaning that we will have a new men's slalom champion by the time things are all said and done here at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, Zach.
Correct. This is someone, there's going to be maybe a past champion crown today, but today, unfortunately, it won't be Will. Let's watch this 41 again. Good-looking gate shot there. I know he's been working a lot on those gates, and I just kind of checked up at 1 there. I think it's tough being that left hand that's kind of injured for him, being that back arm pressure and kind of coming through on 1 ball there. That's a lot of pressure on that hand, especially out of 1 on his offside turn. But, regardless, it was great skiing, great effort from Will there. That's not going to get him through to the finals, but he'll live to fight another day and rest up and heal that hand up. But we'll be going down to next on our dock is Mr. Sean Hunter.
All right, so now we've got Sean Hunter about to take to water, just lowering himself in there. So, here we go. We have got Sean Hunter going through on the 12-meter line to open his account in this second round of 2 in the elimination portion of this competition. We'll see him go through the exit gates, and we'll check in with Wade. What's going on, Wade?
I'm here I call him the champ, our defending champ, Will Asher. Not his best day. Will, what happened out there?
I was struggling out there. Took a weird hit out the gates in the first round, and I got my finger caught in the handle. I don't know what I'd done to it. Sprained it or broken it or something, but it was hurting like hell. I just couldn't take the pull that I wanted to take. It was just, not my day.
No, man, but you got a lot of fans out there. Anybody you want to say hi to?
Yeah, I say hi to my wife, Nicole. She's down there in Miami. Say hi to my parents in England and all the fans out there. Thanks a lot.
You got a bunch of them. We'll see you next time, Will. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then we'll look forward to seeing Will in the next tournament, which I believe will be in a couple of weeks. Hopefully he'll get back up to 100% fitness. The tournament which we're speaking of in a couple of weeks is the Mastercraft Pro over at Lake Crew, and that also will be brought to you by TWBC. But here we are at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, and here we go, Sean Hunter.
All right, Sean, this is a fun tournament. We got the veterans, like Will Asher, Chris Parrish, John Travers, pairing up against some other guys, so I'm going to
Looking good. That's 11.25, and back to the dock with Wade.
Hey, I'm here with Federico Giammarino. Sorry I butchered that, but man, you butchered the course today. Great skiing, man. Very, very good.
Thank you. It felt really nice starting at 35 in tournament. It was something new for me, and it was just exciting to try it out, and it worked.
Well, let's talk about that, Federico. So you and Blaze, you guys are just coming out of juniors, and now you're standing there with the pros, and they tell you you have to start at 12 meters. It's a bit of a challenge, huh?
Well, yeah, especially when you have like Will Asher behind you, and it's like, okay, at least I gotta try to look a little good if he's gonna ski next.
So you recently set a world U17 record, and what was that?
One at 41 in Arkansas, and at Jax I tied it. Okay.
Awesome skiing, man. We look forward to more of it. Back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Wade, for the update. Sean Hunter coming back in, one of these young guys. 39 off, into the win here. A little bit at 1. Looks comfortable at 2. He's got to stay patient here. Back seat at 3. Needs to get calmed down. So you got the 4, over to 5. Whoa.
Whoa, hello.
Woo. Woo.
I knew it too.
Wow, that was a close one. And even 6-ball there, you kind of thought he was ready to go, and then he was awfully close to losing her there at the end of 6.
I tell you what, that was a Gillette pass, a close shave.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that could go the other way, being a Gillette pass. It really wasn't that smooth, so.
No.
But, I mean, what an effort there. Big fight. Big performance to get through that 39. And, I thought he was good to go after 5. Shouldn't have really been an issue. And then kind of 6, kind of curious to see what happened here. If he checked up a little early.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey.
I think he was turning it like he wanted to go to ball 7.
And just straps on the brakes.
Yeah, and we don't talk about it very much, Tony, but you do have to go out the exit gates as well. And because, oftentimes you don't see these skiers ever miss those.
Yeah.
And so that was about as close as you can get to missing your 6-ball gates without actually without falling. So, I mean, good effort there. He's through 39, getting ready to come back in at 41. He had a score of a half at 41 this morning. He needs to get down further if he wants to put some pressure on there and get himself to the finals.
10.25. Oh,
slow one. Skis out round 2. Can he?
No, will not get outside number 3. He's still in with a chance, but just a marginal chance at the moment with 2 at 10.25 meters. That will put him in a tie with about, 3 other skiers for 8th place right now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. These next 3 competitors, Dane Meckler, Jamie Calhoun, Tebow, ought to score 1.5 at 41. And then we got that log jam at 2-ball. 2, 3, and as it stands, only one of those skiers really has a spot in the finals of that log jam at 2. So that brings him into that category. So now there's, as it stands right now, there's 4 skiers going for that 8th position. So, solid effort there. He's got a 2 at 41. He's got a backup score, half at 41. We're going to have to see how it plays out. It's going to take a few more skiers to really see how this finals is shaken.
So coming to you live from beautiful Lake County in Central Florida. This is the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, transmitting across the world from places as far afield as Bangalore and Bangkok, from Minsk to Montevideo, from Taipei to Tegucigalpa. All places in between.
You're making up stuff now, Tony. I don't know where you're...
Tegucigalpa's in Honduras.
Tony, the man of many facts.
All right, here we go.
Now this guy we got here, Dane, is a fun skier to watch, man. He's got a unique style, and you'll really see it in particular on his offside turn on 246. Really does a great job of getting that handle down the lake and keeping that line tight. And when we're coaching slalom and we're watching, you see a lot of skiers get off the handle and they kind of push that handle back in towards the boat, and they tend to lose that line tension. Dane does a great job you'll see here on 2 balls, when he releases, that boat and that rope stays strong and goes right down the lake. And so that's why you see him so consistently on 2-4, connecting with the line so quickly out of the buoy.
All right, so not looking bad at all. Just meets up with the handle, just hooks up and just goes. It just looks seamless. It looks smooth, but there's a lot of stuff happening in the background that most won't even begin to appreciate.
Yeah, no, it's some really technical skiing, and it makes it look very pretty. He's a very balanced slalom skier. You get guys out there, that might have, a killer 2.46, an onside turn, but, lack the ability on 1.35, but are still able to slalom deep scores because their onside is so good or their offside is so good. Dane's one of the skiers out there that is the more balanced skier. Turns look very similar on both sides. The handle's always out in front of him, pointing down the lake and keeping nice tight line tension. 38 off, Dane Meckler. Nice little warm-up here. Nice 3. Over to 4.
Oh, look at this. Dollar signs. Look at that.
That's a pretty shot right there, Tony. And at that ski nautique, 450 rolling down the lake, 6.2-liter engine. Keeping up with the best of these guys. And Dane making 38 look textbook.
Fantastic skiing there from Dane Meckler, who's a resident these days in Charlotte in North Carolina in the financial services sector, involved in mergers and acquisitions. He's the big businessman now.
Cool. Maybe I'll have him sort out my bank account.
What, lack of funds?
Yeah, I got to have funds first before I can start investing them, I guess.
Yes.
But
you and me both.
But good looking pass there, 38 off. And some strong skiing from Dane. Let's see, he had a score of, he's one of those guys at 1.5 at 41. He's on the outside looking in as of right now. He needs another half buoy, another full buoy to really put himself in that tie at 2.5, and then there's a big bunch of guys at 3. So Dane's got to get through his 39. He's looking smooth so far. See who's got for us here, Tony.
All right, 10.75. Scored 1 at 10.25 in the round previous to this, so he has shown that he is currently capable of running it. Look at that knee bend into buoy number 4. I wouldn't say it was textbook, but it will do.
Maybe I was a little too ahead on saying super balanced, because 135 on that course kept him in the game. We'll see here on this replay. Nice, good hookup out of 1, 2, and way on the back foot out of 2. And props to that 135 for being able to kind of regain composure, stay calm, keep the ski in the water on 3 ball here, and get himself back in the game.
All right, then, for those of you that are on the live comments, on the live webcast, asking where there's a live feed, well, guess what? SwissProSlalom.com, you'll find the link to the live results directly from there. Where else do you need to go? SwissProSlalom.com.
They got it all there for you.
Where do you need to go to?
SwissProSlalom.com.
That's right.
All right. Make sure to get on there. I know we closed our voting for your podium picks for the slalom ski, but there's still an opportunity to go in there and vote for your skier of the day. And let them take home this
binding
hard shell.
Yeah, it's hard shell.
Syndicate hard shell, which I'm sure all the skiers would love to be riding that setup because it's a beautiful boot. Alrighty, Dane, he's through 39. He needs to get down 41. Well capable of doing it, but it's going to take a big start.
All right, here we are.
Big one there, Tony.
Come on. Oh, and that's 1.5, and that won't do him any favors whatsoever. So Dane Meckler with 1.5, so 2 repeat scores of 1.5 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, some consistent skiing and a nice 1 ball here. I really like this one. I know he's a little bit out there, but then he was forced to try to have a big 2 here. He wasn't trying to check up and just get a full 2. He was turning that 2 because he knew he needed a piece of 3. So solid effort, for giving it all there. I know it's not quite the score he wanted, but some consistent skiing from Dane through 39 both rounds, 1.5 at 41 both rounds. He's one of these guys that we're going to be seeing down the road again, Tony, 10 years from now for sure.
Yes, obviously getting a few comments rolling in. Some comments from Matteo Lazzeri from under a pseudonym. Nice try. But also getting some comments in from David Hand, who's up there in Lake 38, just outside Quincy in the Panhandle of Florida. Not too far outside Tallahassee, as a matter of fact.
A nice little area up there. All right, we'll take a look here at our top 8. Got a couple new names mixed in there. We got Sean Hunter. It's still registered as a half there, but Sean Hunter had that 2 at 41, and then we're going to have Cole McCormick, the 2.5 at 41 mixed in there. So getting some new names in that top 8 position. So there's definitely some shaking and baking left to do here with some of these skiers. Jamie Calhoun, one of these guys that got the log jam at 1.5 at 41 in round number 1. We saw Dane go out there get another 1.5. That's not going to be enough to get him through to the finals, and he knows that. And we'll see what kind of scores start rolling out here, because I think it's going to get fun, Tony.
Yes, it is going to get fun. You even threw in a little bit of Talladega Nights reference there.
Oh, you like that shake and bake, baby.
Shake and bake.
If you ain't first, you're last. So these guys know that, and, all capable of putting scores well in the 41. Scores, easily could take the win here. So that's what's always fun about these slalom events is, you do tend to see a couple of these guys at the top of the list, your Nate Smiths, your Thomas Gasparys, your John Travers, Steve DeVos, but then there's some new names mixed in there. You got Ryan Canaba sitting up towards the top, Cale Burdick, who's a great slalom skier and, working full-time back home, but nice to see his name sitting up there in the top 8, but we'll see how long it hangs on for, because there's some guys on the water that can really put it out there.
All right, and interesting to see the rhythm of Jamie Calhoun's handle rotation coming into his 246. I mean, he comes off the second weight, goes into his edge change, and then rotates that hand almost past 90 degrees, and then brings it back up in one fluid motion to go cross course.
And the idea behind that, Tony, is when you have that grip underneath, it's a lot easier to kind of engage your forearm and engage your bicep into having a tendency to kind of pull that handle in. So when you rotate that handle flat, it really eliminates that variable.
Ooh. Oh! Ah!
Wow, we're gonna wait for official confirmation here. We're gonna go back and watch this replay, Tony. I was critiquing his style a little bit there and kind of the benefits of that rolling that handle over, and kind of lost track of what had happened here. I thought he was looking good and smooth through the start of this 38. We're gonna have to wait for official review on whether that ski got a round 6 ball or not. So, eyes here on TWBC review webcast.
Yes, we got our VAO official, the video assistant official.
So, wow, just really checked up there at 5 ball. And then let's see here. Oh,
inside 6.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there it just got a little slow at 5, and that caught me off guard. And he's going to come up short at 6, and 11. At 11.25. I mean, your rope doesn't reach the buoy anymore, or just at the buoy. So any bobble like that at 5 ball, and you're gonna come up short. And tough break there for Jamie Calhoun. He had a big score in round number 1. I know he'll be a little salty about that, but good effort and good skiing, and he'll live to fight another day.
All right, then. Now we're getting closer to the point where we can start making some kind of educated guesses or guesstimations as to who's making it through to the next round. I mean, we got Thibaut Taillon about to take to the water. And then after that, then we've got Benjamin Stadelbauer, and then we've got 8 skiers to go, and we take 8 skiers through to the final round of the competition. So,
correct. Yeah, we're starting to get down to the nitty and gritty where they're going to rely on us, Tony, to do our best to kind of keep these skiers organized and what placement they have, and then take a look if they are tied at, let's say, a 2 or 2.5 at 41, what type of backup score comes into effect. So we'll do our best to keep the viewers at home updated on where everyone's standing. As of right now, piece of 2 could potentially get you into a tie-break scenario for the finals for those skiers like Thibaut, who doesn't already have one. And then we get to the guys like Benny, Navu, and Travers, who all have that 2 at 41, but now they're going to be looking to either better that score or at least put up a really good backup score to distinguish themselves from the other guys that are log jammed at 2. So it's going to be fun how this shakes out. It's a little different format than we run at a lot of tournaments. A lot of times it's pretty cut and dry. Your semifinals and then your finals. So it's fun to have a little combined score action here. It gives you 2 opportunities to push through and get into the finals. And I like this because it gives you a chance if maybe you have bad conditions in round number 1 to get another shot at getting through. So here we go. Thibaut coming in, 35 off.
All right, here we go. This is Thibaut Dayan, who can sell you pieces of land and then you can build houses on it.
Well, we got quite the diverse professions here behind the water ski scene. You got Dane with the financials, and then Thibaut's over there. He'll sell you the lot and the house and all kinds of good stuff from these guys.
All right, so that was a 12-meter. It's the minimum starting line length because of our rain delays. We've had to bring the minimum starting line length one pass further down. Instead of 13 meters, it becomes 12 because we are battling against sunlight as well.
Yeah, and it does. Generally when we're running tournaments and setting up, we account for each skier. On average, it usually gets through about 4 passes, maybe a 5th pass. On average, about 7.5 minutes per skier is usually how you kind of lay out your time frame for the tournament and your scheduling for officials and things like that. Due to the rain that we had, we're trying to shorten these sets up a little bit. That way we can kind of get through and be comfortable to have our finals later this evening before it gets too dark here. But so far, we haven't had any skiers go down that opening 35. They all look pretty comfortable. Through 35 off, opening up at a little bit shorter line length than they usually do. We got Thibaut through 35, now on to 38.
All right, here we go. Thibaut Dayan. Oh, a little off kilter there around buoy number 2, but still managing to keep that ski rolling out ahead of him. Good strike off 5, round number 6. Nicely done, Thibaut Dayan.
Some big turns there for 38. Bigger than you'd usually see. That's necessary and required to get through that 38 off pass. And, in particular, you got the 2 ball kind of got bent out of shape. And 135, the ski's turning well and looks good. He just needs to be careful on being too overly aggressive on that offside and kind of getting hitched up like he did there out of 2. So good skiing, way to fight through 38. No big deal for Thibaut. He'll be coming back in at 39 off.
Looking all right. And 10.75 meters beckons. Now, Thibaut Dayan in the round previous to this one scored 1.5 at 10.25 meters. Going to take a quick look at the scores as we return to live action. We've got Thibaut Dayan on the water, and these are the scores irrespective of whether they were completed in round 1 or round 2. It just happens to be the best score from each competitor. So Smith, Burdick, Canepa, De Gasperi, and then you saw the rest of them, and we'll put that back up in a short while. Here we go. This is Thibaut Dayan.
Nice looking one there, Tony. Calm at 2, a little bit at 2.
Nice on 2.
He's back in at 3. He's got some time at 4. Whoa!
Oh, and he almost ended up on the 4th green.
Wow. He had that big 3 ball there. He got himself back in it, got himself early to 4, and that ski just snapped a little too quick for him. And, that's kind of one of those ones he's almost lucky he popped the handle there, because if that would have stayed on a little bit longer, that would have been we would have been scraping him out of the fairway over there.
Yeah. So 4 at 10.75 meters won't do him any favors whatsoever.
Here's that 4 ball here, just been out of shape, and then all that momentum almost ejected him out into that side, and you can see the golfers in the background there. Yeah, just a little closer than he wants to be, and
he didn't particularly want to be a part of those lily pads either.
No, so unfortunate for Thibaut. I know he's familiar with this ski side, and has run countless 39s out here, just not able to get it done here in the second round. Good skiing. He's got his 1.5 from the first round, but like we said, Tony, we looked earlier, that's going to put him somewhere in that anywhere from 9th to 12th spot ballpark, which really speaks to the level of competition that we have out here on the water today, where 1.5 at 41 doesn't even really guarantee you a top 10 performance. So good effort from him, and we'll regroup and get back down, and we're going to have Mr. Benny Stadelbauer up next.
So 743 pounds of pressure on that toe line, 4.3 to 1 against his body weight. That was Thibaut Dayan. And Benjamin Stadelbauer, still your leader in that regard, 483 kilograms.
That's the current
that's the current record that we have on file. Yep, that's the one.
1,064 pounds. That's crazy. I mean, we saw Chris Pears, a big guy earlier, throw out some big numbers, but here's our rope tension leaders right now. 981 from Benny, Austin Abel with an 884. 882 from Nouveau and Asher, JT at 880. So we got quite a few guys locked up in that 880s, but Benny really kind of set himself way ahead of the competition with a 981. When that was that 2-ball at 41 he had, and so that kind of speaks to how much aggression, how much load it takes to be able to get across the course at that short of a line length.
All right, here we go. Comes Benjamin Stadelbauer. Getting broken over a little bit at 12 meters to get things going. But keeping the ski rolling, keeping it ahead of him. Good track and good pass from Benjamin Stadelbauer. Now, Benjamin Stadelbauer is our 9th skier from the end of this list. And his score currently is tied with a 7th placed skier, and that is Jonathan Travers.
So,
Stephen Neveu.
Correct, Tony. As of right now, Cole McCormick was our only skier to set himself ahead of that logjam at 2. So Cole right now is sitting in a sole 7th position. Now we have Benny Stadelbauer, Stephen Neveu, John Travers, and Sean Hunter that are all in that log jam for 8th place. So we got 4 going for 1 spot right now, Benny being one of them. So what's required out of him, if he doesn't best that score of 2, he really needs to give himself a good backup score, because Sean Hunter's 2 is backed up with a half at 41. So we're going to start taking a look with these next couple skiers is not only what do they run, but what their run in the previous round was for backup, because that's ultimately what's going to break this tie.
And if Benjamin Stadelbauer was to ski more than 2 at 10.25 meters, then that log jam wouldn't be an issue anymore.
No, that would get him in. So here we go. Benny coming through 38 here. Been a fun skier to watch, man. Riding the HO and looking really good on. And this guy's a fun guy to be around with on the dock and around the ski lake, because he's such a technician, and he's got a very inquisitive mind when it comes to the water skiing and water skis and the way they work and the way the fins work. And it's always fun sitting on the shore at some of the HO photo shoots and ski testings, because he's got some really fun ideas, and he's extremely technical about his skiing, his setup, exactly what part of the ski does what, and if he changes it, what the adverse effect of that is. So Benny's a fun guy to watch and really been turning it on the last couple years, and he's looking comfortable. It's his home site here, and put a lot of work into making this event possible. So you always love to see these guys ski well when they're working so hard behind the scenes, on and off the water.
All right, then, continuing right along. We have got Benjamin Stadelbauer. He knows he's got to run this pass and get about, realistically, halfway down the pass to come afterwards to put himself in a position where he would be comfortably through to the next round of the competition. Looking okay. Looking good.
Big 4-ball there, Tony. Ooh, a little bit at 5, but able to recover.
Good
Round
recovery.
6 out the gate, so
yes.
there we go. Through 39 now. Now here's where it gets to get fun for us, Tony, keeping track of these scores when he comes back at 41. But let's take a look at this 39. Really beautiful looking pass there. Kept that ski in the water, nice tight line, and that's why you see why he's the he's holding the record for the biggest toes. He gets hooked up early and is a strong skier behind the boat.
All right, so Benjamin Stadelbauer getting good and deep behind the boat, just trying to maintain his composure as much as he can. And doesn't really do too much to distract himself away from his technique out there on the slalom course. That's about the last thing that goes from Benjamin Stadelbauer in that regard.
No, he's a fun guy to watch. I mean, you watch his technique and style at his earlier passes, 28, 32, 35. It's the same concept that he applies to his 39s and his 41s. He just takes the intensity level up a little bit, a little stronger pull, a little harder behind the boat, but the technical fact of it really stays consistent, which is why he's running 39s like he is.
Here we go, 10.25 meters. Needs
Nice
to get
one.
beyond 2.
Big 2-ball.
And he does it.
Ski
He's round
outside
2,
of
and that's
3.
enough. That should be enough to send him through. That should be enough, although we'll have to confirm it. So, he is now in a multiple-way tie for first place right now. Actually, in second place, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skiers that are tied for second. And that will take you all the way down to 7th. So basically, he's eliminated from future contention that multiple-way tie with 2. Therefore, in 8th place is Cole McCormick with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. That's to the best of my reckoning.
Yep, I think I'm looking here at the math, how many we got left, and we still have 8 more skiers to go. So he's in kind of ish. So if
kind of ish.
So if either Stephen Navu or John Travers were to go in equal 3 as well, that would have us with 8 competitors have 8 skiers at 3 at 41. So right now we have 8 skiers left. Benny's got a 3 at 41.
I'm going cross-eyed at this point.
We're still not out of the woods yet. We'll know more after the finish of Navu and Travers. If they did not reach that 3, that'll guarantee Benny's spot in the finals. But he put himself in a very good position to scrape through in the finals. And, it's crazy that we're here talking about 3 at 41. You might not make it in with even a backup score of 2 at 41.
Coming into this event totally unseeded. He was the very first skier to go in round number 1, and he's had to wait the longest before his second round performance. That is Stephen Navu. And let's go to the dock, shall we? Wade, who do you have?
Hey, I'm here with Ben Stadelbauer. Awesome skiing that round, huh? Full 3. Still got to wait a little bit now?
Yeah, now is the waiting part, but that was my goal, was to get a piece of 3. Tried in the first round, went a little too hard everywhere. And I think that energy I left in the first round actually helped me out in that round because I was a little smoother and working at the right spot. So I'm happy with that, and I have to wait and see where I end up, but I'm happy with my skiing.
You hear him out of breath? That man's working hard out there. Yeah. Back to you, Tony.
Yeah.
All righty.
So
we're back on. Tony and I were discussing exactly how this is going to break down. So, Benny put that 3 at 41 in there. Doesn't necessarily gain him access to the finals quite yet because he's in that number 9 spot in this round 2 here with a couple more guys. So we have Stephen Navu and John Travers are really going to be the make it or break it guys on whether who's going to get into the finals here.
Here comes Stephen. 11.25 meters, getting a little unsettled here at the opening portion of this run. So there you go, running through 11.25 meters. Definitely a better second half to that run than the first. And he's a righty, which means his gate shot is always a more controlled turn. And then he goes into 2-4-6 and just absolutely whips that ski round. A little strung out into number 3, but for the most part, he's still keeping the ski moving, keeping it ahead of him, and didn't have any problems running this. Maybe 1 or 2 pieces of slack line. But there you go, Stephen Neveu. We'll see what he's got for 10.75 meters coming up, Zach.
All righty, John Travers down there getting warmed up on the dock. I know he's got a big score out there in front of him to beat. A guy well capable of doing it. Got 2 of 41 in that first round. Looked pretty good. Some more on the table. Same with Steven. So let's get through 39 here. Stephen Neveu. A little bit shaky there at 38. Needs to kind of calm down a little bit. Keep that ski a little bit more under him here at 39. Nice looking one. Well connected to the boat. Dropping those shoulders a little bit at 2 ball. Hooked up okay. He's back in it at 3. 4 looks nice. Over to 5. And Tony, that's a nice clean looking 39 off from Stephen Neveu. I know it's always nice to have a good looking 39 and a feel good 39 before going in the 41, kind of get that confidence up. Stephen, a unique style that we don't see, stays a little bit more disconnected from the handle to the hips than you see some of our other competitors, but he does a great job of keeping the ski rolling from edge to edge at all times. And a lot of times when skiers get disconnected like that, they tend to ride a flat ski. Stephen does a great job of, even though he's a little bit separated from the hips to the handle, he keeps that ski on edge and rolls through that flat spot and keeps the ski moving outward. So, correct. 3 would put him in a tie of pinning. And they all go in. Then they all go in. So we'll take 9. If they're perfect ties, we'll take 9. I'm not even going to confuse you with that, but I'll bring it up if we get to it.
Okay, so we're just trying to wrap our heads around the potential calculations and all the permutations and stuff like that. I mean, we really need to hire a mathematician.
But I think we're getting it ironed out here. But here we go. Stephen Neveu, 41 off. He needs 3 at 41 to get through the finals today.
10.25.
Oh.
Not with that, he doesn't.
All right. Unfortunately, going down there, half at 41. And that is going, for the time being, that is going to eliminate Stephen Neveu there. It's going to, let's see.
Cole McCormick, we've got it to 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Don't forget, he was one of our first few skiers out on the water. We've also seen Benjamin Stadelbauer with 3 at 10.25 meters. He's in amongst that fight for the top 8 spots, or it could be even more than that if there's a perfect tie with our next skier.
Yeah, so we did get confirmation from our officials. If for any reason they're for that, let's say, 7th, 8th position, there's a tie there. If they were also tied in the preliminary round, we're going to go ahead and bring in both competitors through to the finals. So right now, the mark to beat is 3 at 41. A 3 at 41 guarantees John Travers into the finals, thus eliminating Cole McCormick from there. So definitely capable of doing that. He threw down 41 earlier this week at Sunset Lakes and has been really skiing well at this tail end of the season. Getting dialed in at the right time here for JT. So had a good-looking start at 41 this morning. Just checked up a little bit at 2. Wasn't able to make it happen. So let's see if we can get him back through 39 and down the lake.
All right, let's have a look and see. This is Jonathan Travers' opening run. Skis out of the Jack Travers facility, which is located not too far away from here in Groveland, and the home to the Travers Grand Prix competition, which took place about a couple of weeks ago. I had fun with that event, by the way.
It's always a good time doing something a little different and
Yeah.
and doing some other stuff. So as I'm looking at it now, I believe I don't want to speak too soon. If JT got a 2.5 at 41 here, that should get him in because he would have the tie break over Cole McCormick for that A spot. So we're going to keep double checking our numbers here, but regardless, we got to get JT through 39 and into 41. We could discuss that, but good looking pass there to open up with. JT growing up and skiing right down the road, so he's extremely familiar with Swiss ski schools. I know we did all the HO photo shoots, and the HO highlight reel that you've been watching on commercial break was all shot out here with Vincent and the boys, and some really great work here from Swiss. All righty, JT, 38 off, Tony.
All right, 11.25, got to get it. Still displaying some of the technique that beggars for reinstatement of that horse collar.
JT, one of the bigger turners in the slalom business, known for is able to kind of get himself in a hairy position and then get himself right back out of it with a signature 135 turn. And make sure for you guys who are out there on the webcast and watching from home, go out there and vote for your skier of the day. Who do you feel threw down the best performance or had some of the gutsiest calls? We've seen some opt-ups today, which is pretty impressive. We saw some big crashes, which we're going to award later. But who do you think your skier of the day was? Who set themselves aside as putting down a good performance and get your vote? Make sure to go over to SwissProSlalom.com and put your vote in for skier of the day.
All right, so good effort there from JT. Now is going to come back in at 10.75 meters. As it stands right now, 9 buoys separates him and a possible appearance in the final round of the competition. But he's going to be working on the first 6 right off this start, though.
All right, 39 off, John Travers. Has scored 2:41 from this morning. He's got to get through 39. Ski a good gate shot here. Nice looking out of 1. Keeps that ski nice down, low in the water at 2 ball, over to 3. Big 3. Oh, a little too patient under 4. Needs a big 5 to get back in it. He does. And then a little.
Whoa!
A little.
Oh, my word.
Now, I could say this because I'm his best friend, but that was way over dramatic for a 6 ball there. Man.
Skier of the day?
I weird 6 ball of the day. Man, he got back in. He had a big 5 ball that he needed. Thought it looked pretty good over to 6, but man, I'm not really quite sure what he was thinking there at 6 ball, but.
And don't forget, this is the same Jonathan Travers who last week ran into 9.75, didn't he?
Correct. He's in a very small group of guys who have clipped through that 10.25 line. And let's see here what he was doing at 6 ball and out and around 6, and then
whoa!
Ski kind of got hung up under him, and then
what the?
I might have to go change my skier of the day vote for just having to ride out that 6 ball.
I think he needs to go change his shorts.
Man. Yeah, just kind of safety checked. He's been doing that on 6 ball lately, kind of safety checking up a little bit, making sure he doesn't blow the fin out or anything. And
looks like we got our crowd there midway down the shoreline. Looks like a bit of a cocktail party to me.
Maybe I'll go announce the rest of the event from down there with them, Tony. All right, here we go. 41 off, John Travers. Needs 2.5 to get through into the finals. Good-looking 1 ball here. Needs to be patient at 2. In and around 2. And
stands up at 2.
Unfortunately, two's not going to get him into the finals. He's got a 2 from the first round and 2 here. So as it stands right now, the 2.5 that Cole McCormick had in round number 2 is going to supersede that of is going to set him ahead of the logjam at 2. So I think it's pretty safe to call our finals now will be Cole McCormick squeaking into that 8th position, and then Benny Stoutenbauer breaking that tie, that logjam at 2 ball with a 3 at 41. And then now the rest of these guys on the water all have a 3 at 41 from round number 1, and then
At the
Nate
very
Smith
least.
with a 4. So, they can do no worse than their 3 at 41. So our finals are set for the remainder 6 skiers. But we did get some new faces in there. We got a little shake-up. Benny got his way in, and then Cole McCormick, who was third off the dock, got a 2.5 at 41 and punched himself all the way through to the finals.
So, there's a gate review on this one for JT. He got round that number 2. I don't know what was going through his mind at that point.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if he knew exactly what the score was he needed to get to beat that. I know 2-ball is his offside turn. I expected him to kind of maybe turn 2 a little harder, and I just getting word from our officials. We did have a gate review for JT there. I'll get confirmation for that on 41. Regardless, it's not going to shake up things too differently for him. He's not going to make it through to the finals, unfortunately. But here we go. Thomas Gasperi from Italy starting off 35 off.
And Thomas de Gasperi in his very first appearance in the Swiss Pro Slalom, who in the previous round has scored enough to make it through to the next round of the competition. Let's hear from Wade. Where are you, Wade?
Hey, here in the dock with John Travers. You just finished up. Sort of made a little bit more work out of that into that 39, but had a great look at 41, though, huh?
Yeah, I had a great start at 39. After 35 start, I don't do very much. I normally am the guy that opts up, so that kind of got me off, and I didn't feel great this morning. But then 38 didn't feel that good, so I said, hey, dude, just calm down. Let the ski work. Let everything just flow. Don't try to overdo it. I did better, and then out at 5-ball to 6, I have no idea what happened. I thought I had it, and I guess I didn't almost have it. And but then I did get a really good start at 41, and I just kind of got whipped up fast into 2 with kind of dead line. And with that tailwind, offside turn, dead line, doesn't really normally equal a tight finish turn on 2. Normally it's kind of a blowout. So I was like, I think I might need a piece of 3, but I'm going to go for 2. It's better than 1.5. So that's where I ended up.
So we hope, man. Good skiing, though. We'll see you soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and just to put a button on that performance, 2 at 10.25 meters is the final confirmed score for Jonathan Travers. Here it comes, Thomas de Gasperi, who lives in Central Florida in the winter months, but during the summer he trains and coaches in Trentino, in the northern part of Italia.
Yeah, Thomas just getting back over stateside not too long ago. Had the opportunity where I was training at over in Windermere on Lake Reams, as where Thomas runs his ski school at, and spent the better part of 5 years, skiing alongside Thomas out there. And not the easiest slalom like to ski on, but he's consistently putting down big scores, and he's a veteran in the sport, and that's why he makes it look so easy out there. So right through 38 off, come back in at 39. T-Gas is already through to the finals with his preliminary score at 3 at 41. We talked about it a little bit with the females, and when they went off is, he's going to start playing around with some stuff and seeing how hard he can go at 41 to see if he can start pushing it down the line to get to 4, maybe get to 5-ball, and, make some of these guys chase him a little harder for the finals.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, I'm sure that you would agree that you having been to Italy before would probably agree that a lot of that area of the country is very, very historical, and the place where Thomas de Gasperi comes from is even more so, and I'll explain about that in just a moment. Here we go.
39 off. Thomas Gasperi. He's already through to the finals. Just wants to feel this thing out, get dialed in for later round. Big 2-ball there. He rides that wide body, good ski. Pretty unique setup he's been riding, and kind of one of the pioneers in riding that wider setup over the last decade, and obviously making it look easy and making that ski work really well there through 39. Nice 2-ball. Good looking 39 there.
Looking in very, very good shape, and just Good release, allowing that ski to come up from underneath him, riding a good wide ride, a slalom ski, feeling that wider forebody gives him a little bit more support in the turn, which it certainly looks like it does. And Thomas de Gasperi looking in very, very good shape indeed, and already knows that he's already through to the next round of the competition, so safe in that knowledge. Now he's just
all right. I think
continue to roll.
We're going to pop up our leaderboard here, and this is through to the finals. This will be your final top 8. Nate Smith, 4 at 41, Sadobar 3 at 41, along with Burdick, Canaba, de Gasperi, and Settlemeyer and Winter, and then Cole McCormick scraping through with a round number 2, 2.5 at 41 off. There's your top 8. That will be your finals for later this evening.
Of course, the rankings and the seedings could change if any of those skiers puts up an improvement beyond 3 buoys at 10.25 meters.
Well, we'll find out right now. 41 off, Thomas Gasperi.
All right, here he comes.
Big one ball.
Oh, come on. Here you go. Round 3, and that will do. So dueling 3 buoy counts at 41 off for Thomas de Gasperi.
Consistent skiing. So right now, we got T-Gas with a 3 and a 3. Benny, who also has a 3, but a backup of 2. So T-Gas will supersede Benny in the seeding for later this evening. Cole McCormick is going to be solely locked into that 8th position. But we could still have a lot of shaking up anywhere from 7th to 1st place for the seeding purposes of the finals.
So, Thomas de Gasperi hailing out of Trentino, historically significant city in the northern part of Italy, where in the 16th century the Roman Catholic Catechism was formulated, and amongst the rules that they created was the excommunication of King Henry VIII way back in the 1500s. Very, very important city and a very, very important part of the world.
I feel like I got out of college like 10 years ago. Now I feel like I'm sitting back. I should be taking notes sitting next to you, Tony. Are we going to get tested on this?
No.
Okay, good. All right, well, nice skiing there from T-Gas. Next on the water.
All right.
Nice to see this guy back in the action. Mr. Cale Burdick.
All right, and they're being pulled by Patrice Legay, our boat driver, in that beautiful bow cam brought to you by Ravenol German-engineered oil. And that oil is also present inside our towboat. 6.2-litre PCM engine, 450 horsepower, 465 pounds of torque, foot-pounds of torque. And just look at this. Beautiful view. Doesn't get much better than that.
That's a fun view right there. And you can see how just wide these skiers get out on the side of the boat. And keep in mind, this is only 35 off. I mean,
yeah,
that aerial shot when these guys get into 41 is pretty incredible. They're almost 90 degrees outside the boat. And some really impressive skiing there from Cale. And Cale's a guy who works full-time back home. I know his wife Lauren is up there watching with his kids at home, cheering for Dad. And John Traverson actually had the opportunity to go up there this summer and visit with him in Michigan and get his slalom course all dialed in. And so if he skis well today, I'm going to take partial credit for making sure his slalom course back home was all dialed in and good to go.
And having gotten plenty of titles under his belt at U.S. national level, including the Collegiate Nationals in 2004, where he represented the University of Purdue. So, we're going to bring in Cale Burdick, a skier out of the Midwest, as is his good friend Dane Meckler. From different states, mind you, but the Midwestern skiers try to stick together as much as they can. And there is 11.25 meters for Cale Burdick. And as we take a look at this instant replay, we bring in Dane Meckler. How you been doing there, Dane?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, Tony. I'm glad to be back here at the Swiss Pro. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite my day, but you know, it was still fun out there. It's great to compete against all these guys, and it's good to see Cale out here crushing it. I grew up, you know, idolizing Cale, looking up to him. You know, it's just so great to see him back and here, you know, posting a big score first round. I think we're going to see him back it up.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I certainly agree with you there. I mean, he's certainly been, you know, just one of those highly underestimated slalom skiers when it comes down to top-level performances. I mean, you don't see him too often paired up against the likes of Thomas de Gasperi or Freddie Winter or Nate Smith or the likes of those skiers. You know, obviously, I mean, he has a life. He's got to go to work. You know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And here he comes in here at 39.
All right, 39.5 off 10.75 meters.
All right. Had a 3:41 the first round. Little high-sided out of one. Needs to get back down. Gets nice two-ball. Gets himself back in it. Better looking 3 there. A little hitched up, but he's getting good angle out of the finish of the buoy. Back around 5, over to 6. And if anyone's going to scrap their way through a pass, it's Cale. It's a fun guy to grow up with and ski alongside. And
all right, as we look at the instant replay of Cale Burdick, we're just put a button on our conversation here with Dane Meckler. So Dane, how's life been treating you work-wise?
It's been good. It's been busy. You know, it's been a little bit of a weird year. Just been really busy with a lot of things, and yeah, still trying to ski and still making skiing the focus here. And unfortunately, it didn't pay off today, but you know, I'll be back in the next one, and I'll be ready to hopefully make the next final.
Yes, and I hear you're in like mergers and acquisitions and all that type of thing, but obviously you're involved a lot with companies dealing in biotech and that kind of thing, and trying to make sure that we got a cure for this dreadful pandemic coming up. And we certainly thank you going forwards in trying to get the funds necessary for those companies to make it happen, I would suggest.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bummer year for everyone, and hopefully we'll get everything, you know, back to normal here pretty soon. So, but it's good to see you guys.
Why, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Dane Meckler.
Cale, 41.
Round number 1. Oh, and one buoy is going to be it there for him. One buoy at 41 off 10.25 meters. But he's already through to the next round of the competition anyway on the strength of the 3 that he got in the original round. Excuse me? Yeah.
Please, mate. A2. A2. S'il vous plaît. Gotta be sure.
All righty, Tony. Next on the water, Mr. Frederick Winter. Touching base on our seedings that we have. Cale is going to have a backup score of a half at 41 now. And Benny has his backup score of 2. So as of right now, Cole McCormick first off at dock, then it'll be Cale, Benny Stettelbauer, then T-Gas, and then we'll see what else keeps shaking up as we get further into these guys. All right, let's head over to Doc and see what Wade's got for us.
All right. Tail end of this pass. Wade, what do you have, sir?
Hey, I'm here with Cale Burdick, who was already a finalist when you took the water. What's that like to actually go out in a pro event and like already have a ace in the hole?
Yeah, it felt really good to feel the driver again, feel the lake now that the wind has calmed down, and also get used to the water temperature again. I've been coming from like 20 degrees cooler water temperature, so I really felt good on that set. I messed up my 41 gate 0 and 1, so hopefully fix that next round.
Well, you mentioned that every lake we go to has a different visual, and the more times we get out there, a lot of times the more you queue up on a lily pad or a pine tree, right? These little small things, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing some consistent movement in the water that it gets to you. You don't feel it on the ski, but you hear it, you see it, and now that I saw it one more time, I can move through that better next round.
Good luck, man. Tear it up. Thanks. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then, back with the pride of Wandsworth. This is Freddie Winter. Coming into the course at 11.25 meters. Good entrance around buoy number 1. A little bit of a drift down course, but he's still there. He's still on his feet. 11.25 meters. Keeping the flow going. No worries there for him. Good effort there.
All right, nice looking 38 off there for Fred. Right now, this is all just for seating purposes and feeling the water out. I've already been training here in Central Florida for the past few years down at the boarding school, so not too far away from him. Not quite a home site, but right down the road.
All right, here we go. Freddie Winter. Now, this is 10.75 meters. Let's see what kind of start he gets. Gets a pretty decent one. Round number 2. Good a little broken over off number 3, but he's still keeping the ski ahead of him for number 4. Bear in mind he's right foot forward, which means he's got the gate shot and 2-4 as his easier side turns. So good skiing there from Freddie Winter. I'm sure his folks in England are watching this. His folks are watching probably in London somewhere. If that is indeed the case, then it's about 20 to 10 in the evening.
They make an app for that on your iPhone.
Pun?
Make an app for that. It tells you what time it is.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't give me the big screen of every major city in the world. At the same time.
Just as a reminder, you guys got a couple skiers left today. You need to go vote for your skier of the day. Head over to SwissProSlalom.com. There's no voting criteria. Whoever you think was the skier of the day at your own criteria, make sure to go get him a vote, get him some love.
All right. Beaming to you live from Shanghai to Singapore, from New Delhi to New Orleans. This is the Swiss Pro Slalom 2020 with Freddie Winter, a little delayed off number 1. How on earth he got round number 2 and he's still on his feet round buoy number 3, I do not know.
I was extremely impressed to see after a 1-ball like that, to hook up on that kind of 2-ball and actually get a piece of 3 was mind-blowing. And, huge score right there. That's going to set him up as kind of almost in a tie with Thomas Gasper at 2 3s. We'll go back here to this replay and just double check he went around 3-ball. I'm pretty sure he did there, but that's probably one of the biggest 2-balls I've ever seen. Yeah, around 3. That's officially going to be a 3 at 41, matching his score of 3 at 41 in round number 1.
He's consistent.
consistent, and at this point, he can do really no worse than being our 4th seeded skier.
But how on earth did he get from there to there?
Well, I look forward to Wade asking that question down to the lake because I'm a little curious too. Because if I could figure out how to do that, I'd be a much better slalom skier than I am today.
All right. As we continue to search for those answers, we'll have a look and see. Ryan Canappa. All right, looking here at Ryan Canappa.
Ryan, one of these guys, great slalom skier and really kind of new to the scene the last couple years. He's always been putting out some big scores, but we'll get back to Ryan here in a second. Let's get ready to head over to Doc. I think Wade's got a skier down for us. Who do we got, Wade?
Fred Winter. So, Fred, one of those interesting rounds where you got to ski, but you'd already qualified for the final. So what was sort of on your mind? What were you trying to accomplish out there?
Trying to feel good. I made a bit of a ski change in between rounds, which I made one last night, which thinking it would be better, and it was not in the first round. I felt all out of sorts. Here I actually felt really good. I felt fine. Messed up one at 41, but happy to get around 3, and that's a pair of 3, so I think that'll put me pretty high up there for the final. It's always strange going out. You definitely want to put pressure on yourself because you're coming back for the final in a minute. And this is a perfect dry run going out 35. But yeah, happy enough. A bit bummed about that 41, but I feel like if I can get that going, I'll be good. My onside's working well. The offside feels better, so I'll have one.
Save for the final, right?
Yeah, that's right.
See you there soon. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we have got Ryan Canappa coming into the course. We do have some breaking news coming up, and we'll give that to you in just a moment concerning one of our earlier competitors and the score produced there.
All right, Ryan coming through. I was touching base on he's a little younger cat in there. He's sitting here in the top 3, surrounded by Freddie Winter, Adam Settlemeyer, Nate Smith. Really kind of got his nerves calmed down and is skiing well.
All right. Working away with Ryan Canappa, gotten through 12 meters now. Bear in mind, he's one of our newer skiers, into this event, the Swiss Pro Slalom, and hailing out of California, doing a really, really fine job there and using his height to great advantage.
All right, here we go. So we got a shake-up here, Tony. The officials went back and took a review at some earlier competitors. Cole McCormick, remember, laying on the line, and we thought a unofficial 2.5 at 41. The judges went back and took a look at that 2.5 and determined that he actually displaced the 2-ball or the 3-ball there, which in the rules book is not allowed. So Cole will get a score of 2 at 41 in round number 2 and a backup score of 1.5 41, getting John Travers actually into the finals with his 2 at 41, backup score at 2:41. So going back and taking a look at the replay, making sure we got the right scores for these guys. And, unfortunately for Cole, not able to be on the right side of the buoy on that one, and we'll be just missing out in the finals, and we'll get Jonathan Travers into the finals. But here we go. Ryan Canappa, and
that was 10.75.
Was that 39? You sure that wasn't his first pass? Because that was a
39.
really pretty looking pass there. Wow.
That was 39. That was the prettiest looking 39 I've seen so far. All right, continuing to roll right along. We've got Ryan Canepa coming back in at 41 off, 10.25 meters. Then we've got two other skiers to come. We've got Adam Sattermeyer and Nate Smith.
All right, well, as it stands right now, Nate's still locked in with that 4 at 41. Now it's going to be that kind of battle for seeding. Freddie Winter has the strongest score going in back-to-back threes. Ryan could equal or better that here.
But then you've got
in.
Thomas de Gasperi as well, who indeed scored 3.
Oh, well, we don't have to stress too much about it because unfortunately taking too big of a one ball there, going down half buoy at 41 off. So that's going to tuck in Ryan Canepa right with Cale Burdick there, both having 3 at 41 from round 1 and both having half at 41 from round 2. Moving Freddie Winter and T-Gas up a couple more notches. So still some shaking around to do over here. And Benny Stauber worked in the middle there. But some other solid skiing. He took a big one ball there just to, I think, to see how big he can go because he knows in the finals a 1 at 41 or a 2 at 41 might not even get him on the podium. So try to get that big one ball here at D3, whipping around, and just unfortunately wasn't quite in a body position to be able to hold on to that kind of load. But next on the water, Mr. Adam Sledgehammer Settlemeyer. Not only is he sitting here as one of the second seed going into this round number 2, Adam's one of the best overall skiers in the world, and speaks to the levels that he can sit here and be a second seeded slalom skier and also, be a top ranked jumper and tricker in the world. Is pretty impressive, and I know Adam does a lot of training over at Drew Ross's ski school in Windermere, and I know Drew touched on earlier that Adam's been skiing really well, and he's a great skier to watch. If you guys want to study anybody and study a technique, here's your guy right here.
All right, Adam Sattelmeyer from the Czech Republic. Former world overall champion. Certainly one of the greatest overall skiers that this sport has ever seen. Has only just recently seen a pending new world men's overall record being set over at Jack Travis's place just across the way by Dorian Llewellyn. Adam Sattelmeyer had that record for quite a while. And still possessing a superb overall capability. That's not to taking into consideration what he's capable of on the slalom course as well. He's won slalom titles as well. His earliest major slalom title was way back in 2011, where he actually won the European Slalom Championship in the cold, frigid waters of Skarnes in Norway.
I'm going to have to get a globe out for next time that you and I do webcast together so I can make sure I know where all these places you're talking about are. But Adam's a great guy, man. Had the opportunity to go to college with him at ULM, Louisiana Monroe, and train for a while. We trained on, well, I would probably consider the hardest ski course to ski on. It was extremely rolly and a difficult setup, and that's really when Adam started to distinguish himself as a force to be reckoned with on the slalom course. And there's a lot of days where you couldn't really run 38 off at the Bayou, and you go out there to your first tournament and you always ski almost a pass better because it was such a hard place to train. And that's where Daniel Edvarco, Martin Bartowski, Adam Settelmeyer really started tuning in the slalom skis and really setting themselves on a whole nother level of being a pro-ranked slalom skier.
All right, let's have a look at this once again with our instant replay. Adam Sattelmeyer just really relaxing on the back of that slalom ski as he makes his gate shot through to buoy number 1. Good transition there. You can definitely tell that he is a right foot forward slalom skier with the ease that he makes that ski go around the 2-4-6 side turn, and also including the gate shot because that's a turn on the same side itself. And there's still a lot of debate out there which foot forward is preferable to top-class slalom skiing, whether it's left or whether it's right. But
well, I think it's whatever you don't have, because I'm envious of left foot forward skiers one balls, and then they're envious of me being able to get a good gate and getting a good two ball being a right foot forward skier. So it's they each have their pros and their cons. You know, a left foot forward skier, it's going to be a little harder to get that gate turn in, whereas a right foot forward skier like Adam, it's a nice easy roll in. It's easy to get your hips through the turn. And here we go. Adam Settlemeyer, 39 off.
Skier number 19 of 20 on this list. This is Adam Settlemeyer. This is 10.75. Still early, still on top of the buoys. Whoa! For the most part.
Wow. I don't know. There might be a hole down there in six ball, because some of these guys are down there and kind of getting themselves.
Going to have to take a look at this. The judges are requesting a video review towards the end there on the six buoy on this particular run of 10.75 meters. Doesn't really make too much odds to his potential qualifying for the next round, because he's already done that with 3 in the previous round, mind you. But the judges want to get this right.
Here we go. This is the 6 ball that's in question. Got pulled up out of 5 there, and no,
it's a 5 ball.
Nope, just inside 6 ball there at 39 off for Adam, and unfortunately, it's going to be an official 5 buoys at 39 off, so his round 2 is going to be done. But that being said, he's already through to finals. I know he wanted to crack at 41 just to feel it out. But that's still going to seat him, down towards the bottom of the guys with the log jam at 3 ball. So we'll, at the conclusion of Nate, we'll get some answers for you on our exact seating going into next round. But good little effort there, and it's going to bring up Nate Smith, our current world record holder, last off the dock here.
Pause for review. Yeah.
All right, so there's Adam Settlemeyer, 661 pounds, 3.821 ratio in comparison to his body weight. So that's the stats for Adam Settlemeyer as we make our way down to our final competitor in round 2. And then we're going to go into the finals for both the women and the men.
All right, well, we got a little break here. We'll give you guys a little update on behind the scenes of kind of what's going down. I told you guys about they went back and reviewed Cole McCormick's score of 2.5 at 41, which essentially eliminated John Travers at 2 at 41. Now, being the nature of it, it is a competition, and skiers are allowed to protest, fellow competitors' scores if they feel that the judges did not call it right. A protest was brought forward by John Travers to put in question Cole McCormick's 2.5 at 41 score that he posted. And in return, we're now meeting with the officials down there. You'll see are meeting with Cole McCormick on potentially taking a look at that gate call from John Travers, because that was under review at one point. So just to we'll keep you guys updated on the status of reviewing John Travers' gates at the 41 off, and taking a look at what we moved Cole's score down to a 2 at 41. So we'll keep you guys updated as we get through that. Have a decision for you here shortly. And no 35 off, Nate Smith. You guys can just watch that one because it's pretty straightforward.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned all of that, because
that's where the fine print of the rule book gets in there, and it is there for a reason, Tony, because as good of a job as the officials do, a lot of times little things are missed or need to go back and taking a look. And kudos to you guys for having the ability and the repay's ability to come back and look at a set of gates, look at a skier's individual turns, and see if they got around the buoy, and make sure that the scores are right and that we're not giving the short straw to anyone who had a good performance. So we'll keep you guys updated. It wouldn't be a slalom event without a little bit of drama here behind the scenes, but we'll have an answer for you here within the next few minutes on the official 8th position going into the finals, whether it be Cole McCormick with a 2 at 41 or if John Travers Gates counted there and his 2 at 41 in round number 2.
All right. I hope you got all of that. As we continue right along with Nate Smith, the current world slalom record holder, 2-time back-to-back world champion from 2013 and 2015. The only slalom competitor currently in the pro ranks to have the distinction of gaining 2 world championships back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, Nate's one of those guys. When he came onto the scene, probably about 10 years ago, he came onto the scene hard and has never left. Being extremely unique. When he came on, he was just very efficient, light, skinnier slalom skier. I know he made a lot of slalom skiers go back to the drawing board on the way they wanted to attack the slalom course. Nate's a guy that I got a chance to compete with growing up a little bit, and I'll never forget nationals in Texas one year. I thought I skied pretty well. I was like 4th, 5th seed, and then ran well into 35 off. We were younger, and then Nate goes out there and smokes 35 and deep into 38, and I was like, who is this kid from the Midwest that came out of nowhere and just made us put our tail between our legs that day? But ever since then, man, he's been a force to be reckoned with all through juniors, and now obviously, if not the best, one of the best slalom skiers in the world, and doing things that some skiers have never done before. So very impressive, and we'll be in for a treat here with Nate comes back in 39 off.
All right, here we go. Glad to see some of my friends are tuning in. Steve Glanfield, Charlie Emmett, Carol Lowe's tuning in as well. Nate Smith on the water, getting through this pass of 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. Oh, making it look sweet too.
Textbook, and I remember there was a stat. It's been a while since I heard it updated, but I mean, how many times Nate has run 39 in a tournament, and how many 39s he's won in a row, and you can see there just here at the Swiss Pro, 3-time champion here at the Swiss Pro-Am. Will Asher upended him last year to take the win, but Will's no longer in the mix for the finals, and Nate's got the top score of the tournament so far with 4:41. So I look at it as it's his tournament to lose at this point if he's not able to kind of push that score and stay on his A game.
All right, so. Nate Smith, statistically speaking, certainly one of the best skiers out there. It's run through, 10.75 meters or 41 or even 41 off. Over 100 times it would appear to be the case.
Yeah, no, it's the guy's his statistics on how well he skied in such a short amount of time. I mean, you think about, I say 10 years, it may seem like a long time, but you got the likes of Will Asher and Chris Parrish who are out here, have been on the pro circuit for 2 decades. And, Nate's been on it for quite some time now, but what he's accomplished in those 10 years, people only dream of. So, quite the athlete here. 41 off. Good-looking angle out of 1.
Nice.
Looks 2. I like this, Tony.
Nice.
Good-looking 3.
Nice.
Big 4.
Nice.
Is he going to do it, ladies and gentlemen? Is he going to do it?
Yes.
Ski around 6.
Boom.
There we go. You have it. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 buoys, 41 off for Mr. Nate Smith. I guess it was a good time to hype him up a little bit because that was impressive. Wow.
Yep, you're not far wrong there. An impressive performance there from Nate Smith.
I mean, Tony, this is a pass that only, a handful of guys, I think it's around 10 or so, have ever run in the history of water skiing. And Nate has gone out there and done it countless times. And that 41 off looked just as easy as his 38 off. And it's unbelievable the way he's able to stay calm, keep that ski in the water, especially on his offside on 135 there, get the extension to get around 6. So very impressive.
All right, let's have a look at world record, shall we? Currently Nate Smith holds the world slalom record with 2 1/2 buoys at 9.75 meters, 43 off the line length that we've got right now. He's broken the world record the last 2 times. And he's had a lock on the world slalom record since 2013. Here we go. This now is Nate Smith. Round 1. Oh, try to make a play on one. I don't even think he even made it on the outside. We'll have a look at an enhanced view of this to see if he actually made the turn. But at 9.75 meters, everything has to be perfect there, Zach.
Yeah, and, these guys don't get a ton of reps at 43 off. And
inside.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'll see what the judges call that there. It looked inside to me. 40 to 43, everything has to be so perfect in order to really get past that. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, looks like that ski just kind of ran over the top of one ball there. Waiting for our official call from the headquarters here. But regardless, Nate, that 41 looked beautiful, and I know the guys on the dock who are in these finals are going to be watching that and going, "Whoo, boy, I better get ready and put my big pants on," because that looked easy for Nate. And if anyone go out there and have a repeat performance like that, it's this guy. So you got a couple guys who have run 41 that are in the finals. It's going to take something big today to get on that podium.
Yes, and we're hesitant to say who has actually made the 8 spots through to next round of the competition, but we can say unreservedly that Nate Smith is going to make it through to next round, as is Adam Saddlemeyer, as is Ryan Canepa, as is Freddie Winter, as is Kel Burdick, as is Thomas de Gasperi. Beyond that,
Asher, hey.
Thank you. Oh, they didn't give you one? No, they didn't. Yeah, I couldn't see it.
All right, just got confirmation, 0 for Nate Smith there at 43 off. He's still going to be your top seed going into the finals tonight with 6 at 41. Just an official score there of 0 at 43 off for Nate Smith. Take a look at that webcast there. We're going to get these women's finals out there in the water, starting off with Allie Nicholson, followed by Jamie Bull, Manon Constard, and Regina Jaquist. So a fun field here coming up. They're going to get that boat gassed up, get Becky back in the driver's seat, and get these ladies out there in the water. Stay tuned.
And all that is to come on the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
Couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now.
All right, then, returning to you, the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Looks like there's been a little bit more activity taking place from behind the scenes. Now, Zach, you can better explain it than I can.
Yep. So we did have, obviously the kind of the dual protest. John Travers protesting Cole getting outside a 2-ball. They decided that was official. They went back and looked at it and called it a 2. And the counter, they could say the counter argument, the counter protest was, was the protest kind of submitted in the correct fashion and timely manner. And so right now the judges are flipping through the pages of the rule book to make sure they make the right call here on what it shakes out to be, because and they confirmed John's gates of 2 at 41. So right now, here's the review. Here's what's in question right here. Cole, this is going to be his 2.5 at 41. So the rule book reads that if you displace the buoy and run over the buoy, it's not counted as a full buoy. So this is what the judges went back and looked at. This is going to be this 3-ball right here. You can see the ski coming in and running right over top of the buoy. And as the rule book reads, that is considered not to count as a complete buoy because the buoy was displaced, Tony. So
Yes.
they made the right call and correct in calling that a and then there's that replay. It was scary. But they're going to call that a 2 at 41 with a backup score of 1.5 at 41. John is good to go on both his 2s. They went back and took a look at those gates. They confirmed the gates were correct. Now they're meeting on whether the protest was submitted
in a timely manner.
In a timely manner and the way it reads in the rule book. So they're combing through that rule book to make sure they really get the correct call here because this is one where it's make it or break it, and it puts a lot of pressure on the officials, but that's why we have the best in the world here at the Swiss Pro to be able to make that call. And it's not too often we get down to the nitty-gritty and the fine print of the rule book, but that's where we find ourselves right now. So we're going to keep you updated on what we're learning from our officials. We are holding the women's skier, so that way we can have all the attention of our officials on this call right now. So as soon as we get that call and the decision, whether it be Cole McCormick or John Travers going in that 8th position into the finals, we'll be underway momentarily with our pro women's finals, who's going to be starting off with Allie Nicholson, Jamie Bull, Manon Costard, and Regina Jacobs. So you guys take a look at our webcast. Those are our officials meeting, discussing, how's the rule book read? So this is why the rule book's there, and we're going to do our best to decipher the code and make the best call here.
You couldn't make this up, could you?
No, you don't get to this one too often. Usually there's a couple more little cut or dries, but that's why.
But this is going to be on the test for the officials going down the line.
It's going to get added to something here because this is one that I haven't seen before where this type of decision needs to be made or decided upon. So we're going to have to wait and see here kind of what shakes out and what the officials end up calling.
All right, then. So the other thing that we have to bear in mind is time. Because right now we are at 17:15 right now, EDT. 6-7 minutes a skier.
6-7
you
skier.
12 skiers.
12 skiers. You're looking at, in between boat switches, you're looking at least 2 hours. And that's putting us right into that
into the realm.
sun going down of around that 7:20, 7:30 time. So I anticipate these judges kind of getting us a decision here pretty quickly because we do have
2 hours of skiing.
2 hours of skiing left. Now, granted, they are going to make our girls are going to go off at 13 meters. Our guys are going to go off again at 12 meters, which will save a little bit of time. But anticipating all these guys skiing as well as they are, they're all going to be taking 3, potentially 4 passes. And allotting for that 7 minutes of skier that we usually, counter for and are ready for.
And so far as fuel load is concerned, I mean, we do tend to put a full load of gasoline, before the start of each event. Whether it's women, whether it's men, or are they going to run with a full load between those two events?
On the time crunch we're on, I anticipate they probably top the boat off now. That way we can have a pretty seamless transition between the women's and the men's. Barring any runoffs, we're still looking okay to be able to finish on time, but, we got runoffs, we got things like that going into the mix, gate reviews, buoy reviews, that all adds time, and we are on a time crunch, so to speak.
All right, so it's a race against time, as it were.
That it is, but I look down the dock, Allie Nicholson getting ready, getting dialed in, chatting with Becky down in the driver's seat. Getting ready. I see the officials dispersing a little bit. I expect to get an answer here in a few seconds. Tony, I'll pass over you real quick. I'm gonna go sneak my head in that judge's tower and figure out what's going on here.
Is that a euphemism? All right then, folks. Handing back to me. My name's Tony Lightfoot. You just heard from Zach Warden give a pretty concise explanation of what's going on. He tends to be a little bit closer to officialdom than I am. I'm merely the man in the middle, so to speak, just trying to make sense of everything that's taking place, and provide you with a little bit of entertainment to go along with that. So we'll try and put a bow on who's potentially through to the next round of the competition in the men's slalom competition. What we do know is that we have 4 female competitors about to take to water, starting off with Ali Nicholson. They're all going to go in on a minimum starting line length of 13 meters. We've got Ali Nicholson to start things off. Then we've got Jamie Ball, then Manon Costard, and Regina Jaquist. So those are your 4 competitors. We anticipate that with a 13-meter start, each run is going to go relatively quickly. I'm hearing the towboat behind me about to make its simulation pass up and down. So the final concluding action in the women's competition of the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, coming right at you in the few minutes. We thank you very, very much indeed for tuning in, no matter where you happen to be in the world. So what you're seeing on the water right now, not only the only competition that can be resolved, because we've got that audience competition based upon a prediction of the podiums. Now, the entries concluded several hours ago now. So now those entries are locked into our system. Now they're going to see how many of those entries tie up with the eventual podiums, plus the top winning score as a tiebreaker.
Correct. And, I heard some chatter around, and we were kind of briefly scrolling through some answers, and I saw, you saw a lot of Nate Smith. We saw some Freddie Wynn in there. Saw a couple guys like Will Asher and people's names that, didn't make it through the finals. But it really, at this point, with all these guys getting into, 3 at 41, Nate's got himself set up a little bit ahead of the competition with that full 6 buoys. But, it's anyone's ball games in the mid division. The women, obviously you're trying to pick a top 3 out of 4. It might be a little bit easier to kind of nail that combination. But all of these girls, Ali, Jamie, all confident in being able to run deep down 39. We saw Regina run it in the first round. We saw Manon run it in the second round.
So it is 13 meters. Put a great big X where 16 and 14.25 meters are, and the only boxes available are 13 meters and shorter.
Yeah, and typically in these pro-style events, if it's an earlier round or preliminary round and time is allotted, they allow these skiers to go off maybe a little bit earlier lines, get their bearings, especially if there wasn't a chance to practice at the site. It's nice to go out and run a nice 28 off, but these skiers are in the finals for a reason. They're the best skiers today and in the world for this women division, so going off at 13 meters for them is something they practice pretty often in practice, so shouldn't really shake them up too much. But here we go, getting our women's finals underway. Ali Nicholson, first on the water, 13 meters.
And a pass that should be well within her capability here, Ali Nicholson. Originally out of Gallatin in Tennessee, but now currently residing in Pensacola in Escambia County in Florida. And working as a newly qualified nurse. And there's a person who her vocational and professional abilities are in need. It's definitely that of Ali Nicholson.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We got the doctors on site today, so we're
okay.
We'll be good to go. But
they're not head to toe in PPE, are they?
No, we'll let them dress down a little bit today, and hopefully we don't have to call for their services at all. But touching back on our scores from earlier in the round, we had Ali Nicholson won at 39, and I think we're going to go down to the dock, and we got Wade. Wade, who do you have?
Hey, this is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Like right now, for a change, I actually wish I was skiing. I mean, you've already had your 2 rounds. You're all warmed up.
Yeah, I'm warmed up, but I need to forget those 2 rounds and everything starts from scratch again. So trying to get in the mood and getting ready for the final.
You're going to do great, girl. Back to you, Tony.
Ellie Nicholson back on course. 12 meters. Looking all right. So far, so good. Around all these buoys so far. Taking a big hit off number 5, but managing to keep it flowing around buoy number 6. Hop, skip, and a jump there. Nicely done there, Zach.
Yeah, good looking pass for Allie. Nice 35 off. Looking back at her scores, she had a 1 at 39 in both round 1 and round 2 of this event. All 3 ladies beyond, were able to get beyond that 1 ball. What I am noticing a little bit, and I saw in the last round, is Allie's having a tendency to fall into that back seat a little bit, which can be okay if you're able to get that weight transferred back onto that front foot. Right now, she's kind of having a tough time getting back onto that front and keeping that ski in the water. So if she wants to get through 38 and down 39 a little further, she's got to do a better job of weight transferring through that edge change and keeping that ski in the water at the finish of the turn.
All right there, here comes Ellie Nicholson. Here in the slalom finals of the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, our first skier out in the women's competition. Has already got 13 and 12 under her belt. This is 11.25 meters. This is significantly harder. The rope doesn't even reach out to buoy's width.
Oh.
Whenever you string it out perpendicular from the center of the boat line. And there you go. Whoo.
Through 38 there.
Not the smoothest 38 we've seen, mind you.
She got off to a little bit of a slow start around 1, had a nice 2-ball. She kept that ski a little bit lower like I talked about on that 38, and then it kind of got back up and bit her again at 4-ball, but she was far enough into the course there where she was able to get through all 6 buoys. See there, not much ski in the water at the finish. When you do that, it makes for getting that quick edge change off the second wake a little bit more delayed, and you'll see that coming here into 4. Kind of rides that flat ski a little bit too long there, and then that takes a lot of speed in your direction down the course and not so much across course. She was able to get away with and sneak away with that one on 38, but 39, she's got to get settled in on that gate and get some more foot pressure going through the gate turn and then through that first wake to get that ski settled down out of 1.
So, yes, the anticipation is absolutely mind-blowing here with Ellie Nicholson hoping to establish a score that the remaining 3 competitors have to chase here at the Swiss Pro Slalom for 2020. Here she comes, 10.75 meters. Needs to get it on buoy. Oh, and it's going to be a half a buoy. Half a buoy there for Ellie Nicholson, but she did well to get to this point in the competition. So she should receive some kudos all the way round. Got round number 1, just lost the line and just couldn't continue on from there.
She was, I like the intensity. She was turning it like she wanted to get down into 39, just not able to hold on to that there. But, solid effort through 38, all 3 rounds. It's nice, consistent skiing from her, which is nice to see. Not the score she won. I don't think that's going to hold up too long with the competition she has coming after her. That being said, you never know what happens, Tony, but we got a pretty stacked field here in this women's finals, which leads us to our next competitor coming from Canada, riding the HO Syndicate, Mr. or Mrs. Jamie Bull.
All right, Jamie Bull getting ready. I'm sure you guys around the world are tuning in, checking out the action, whether you're watching us from Doha or Dublin or Jerusalem or Johannesburg. This is the Swiss Pro Slalom 2020 with Jamie Bull about to go next.
All right, Jamie's a fun skier to watch. Had the opportunity to do a lot of training with her at Jack Travers Ski School, and along with being on Team HO. Really getting her skis dialed in, and does a lot of skiing with Will Asher and John Travers and developing these skis and getting them working for 34-mile-an-hour women's skiers. And, we got 2 skiers here riding the Syndicate today in the finals, Allie and Jamie, putting them to the test. flashback to Wednesday this week, and Jamie Bull came down to run 39 off. So,
all right, let's join Wade on the dockside. Wade, who do you have?
Tony, I've got Regina here, and so I got a question for you. So after all these years, after all these titles, do you still get like a little bit nervous or a little anxiety for a final?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always get a little butterfly in the stomach. Doesn't matter if it's just the prelims, finals. I mean, I think that's how you know you still want it and you still belong out on the dock, you know?
I even told a buddy once, I said, man, I get nervous at little Class C tournaments. And it's like, that's right. It matters, right?
Well, yes, it does. And where you came from, I've heard stories from Scott Greenwood about your Class C tournaments back in your town. So you guys have had a great upbringing. And, I think those record tournaments, those Class C tournaments when we're kids, that's what means the most to keep us in this sport. That we had butterflies then, we still have it now. And, hopefully that next generation can have it too.
Tear it up, girl. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and we're certainly looking forward to Regina Jake. We're strapping it on and getting ready to head on out to the course, but we're going to have to wait a skier or two before that happens. This is Jamie Bull, 12 meters. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, keeping the ski engaged off the end of the turn and going cross course, being very patient in that regard. And that's what I like about her skiing.
Yeah, Jamie, the last name of Bull really serves her right. She skis aggressive. She gives him the horn, so to speak. And, at 35, you're not going to see a lot of that. But when she gets down to 38, 39, that's really when you can see the aggression come out in her. And skis with an intensity, very focused on the water, very focused off the water on her slalom skiing. And definitely fun to watch her starting to step up her game and really can, cement herself as one of the top pro women slalom skiers in the world.
Looking in fine shape, being very patient out there. I mean, hard to do off a 12-meter run. Started in at 13 meters. Bear in mind that the minimum starting line length due to time constraints is 13 meters or 32 off for our women's competitors. We got about an hour 45 of skiing to come. So here we go. This is Jamie Bull. Accelerated towards the course now. This is 11.25 meters. Scores from here on out are for pure placement now.
A little slow out of there, too. Kind of needs to get back on it. She did there at 3. Nice 4. Keeps a nice, good tight line at 5. No hiccups at 6. Full 6 there for Jamie, and good to see her getting all the way through that. And so now we're getting into the money pass. Obviously, we have Allie in the lead right now with a half buoy at 39 off. But with the likes of Manon Costard and Regina Jake was still left in the dock, both of which ran 39 off this previous round. She's going to have to really step up and be on her A game here to put some pressure on those final 2. So let Jamie catch her breath down there for a second, a little 30-minute rest time, and then coming back in, 39 off.
All right, so we certainly need to mention that in the event of a tie for anything other than the win, then it's the previous best score of the skier going into this round that takes precedence. So if one skier has a better qualifying score going into this round and they happen to tie with another skier in the final, then the better qualified skier gets the nod for a placement other than the winning one.
Correct, Tony. And looking back at their previous round scores, all of which had different scores in both rounds, so we won't anticipate anything where a backup score tying another backup score. So we'll have some pretty clear-cut winners 2nd through 4th, but starts here at 39 off. Little Taylor out of 1. Needs to have a big 2 here.
She's your leader right
out of
now.
2. Gets the ski in and around
Gets
3.
The 3 and to the wake, and there we go. So she's your leader right now, and will finish no worse than 3rd. We'll see if that score of 3 at 39.5 off is going to do for her. But it all starts with the gate pull-out and the gate itself. Zach.
Yeah, I thought she had a good gate shot here and then just kind of brought that handle in a little too low on those hips. And when you do that, it breaks that chest. And she needed a big 2-ball there, and she tried to get that ski coming around, but started to push on it a little too soon. And really, with a 1-ball like that, it was really all she could have done to make sure to get a full 3. A very respectable score, 3 at 39 for all 3 rounds for Jamie Bull. I know she's probably a little frustrated with that. She had a good week of skiing, but
especially considering that she got into the next pass a few days ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And but that comes with she's only really been skiing pro and skiing at this level for a few years now, and you get more and more confident each time you're in the finals in these competitions. I remember my first finals I made, I was I was a mess. And each one that I made after that, it became a little bit easier and it became a little bit second nature. So time will come, Jamie. It will. But still, very respectable score. 3 at 39 for Jamie. And we got Manon Castard coming back in. But before we get started with her, let's go ahead and head down back to the dock where we got Mr. Wade.
Well, we'll carry on through with Manon Castard with the opening pass. And then when she gets round buoy number 6, which for all intents and purposes she does, like that, then we'll get in with Wade. Wade, what are you doing?
Well, I'm here with Jamie. So, Jamie, kind of a little bit of a sad face, but hey, let's look on the bright side. Another podium, right? Worst you can do is third place, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always awesome to step on the podium, so no complaints on that. I was looking for a little more, but oh well.
That end's a little bit tough down there, how narrow it is. If you've ever skied here before, you would realize it, but when you come through, it's like there's lily pads and then a tree line really fast after the right-hand gate, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's narrow. It's a lot narrower than anywhere I've skied, so the visual is definitely different when you're coming in from that end. But luckily I had a few rounds earlier today, so I feel like that should prepare me enough for that. So it was more my error than feeling a little weird with the visual, so it's all right.
Good, solid weekend, though, Jamie. Congrats. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then we just saw there Jamie Bull being interviewed there by Wade Cox. Also saw in the background getting ready Cole McCormick, who will be our first competitor out in the men's slalom final. And some of you are thinking like, hey, what's going on, Zach?
Correct. Definitely, I'll get into the technicality of the judges' decisions here at the conclusion of women's slalom. But yeah, we'll see Cole in the next round. But for right now, we got Manon Castard on the water. Come back in, 35 off. A little hitchy there out of 4-ball. No big deal, though. It's only 35. Around all 6 and out the gates. And good-looking skiing from Manon. She posted a score of 4 at 39 in round number 1. And then followed that up with a 1 at 41 in round number 2. This is going to be an exciting finals between Manon and Regina here.
Yes, indeed. And don't forget that Manon Castard still has that target score of 3 at 10.75 meters to exceed, to take the lead at this juncture. So she's not quite there yet. She's run through 13 and this 12-meter pass coming back, riding that Conley GTR. And an example of that ski was recently signed by her and is one of the prizes on offer for our audience contest participants.
Yeah, excited to see who made the right calls on those bets that you guys placed earlier, and there's still some time to get some votes in for your Skier of the Day award. And so make sure to if you got any more performances or something you saw on the water that made something stick out, make sure to head over to SwissProSlalom.com and put your vote in for your Skier of the Day.
All right, indeed, and that is a vote for the skier whom you believed has skied in the spirit of the event and has produced a performance, a merit-worthy performance. Could be a winning one, could be one that's about halfway down the list. Who do you think is worthy of your praise?
All right, clean looking 38 off there from Manon. No surprise there. Just getting things dialed in. That's the beauty of being a slalom skier is, versus some other events is, you have the opportunity to kind of get yourself dialed in, feel out the conditions because they do change from round to round, and it's nice to see Manon go out there. She looks good. She looks confident on the water. Ski's working well for her, and we'll see how far she's able to push it.
All right, and getting some people watching in from all over the world, including the one Camille Duval checking in on these ladies.
Shout out to Camille Duval. I actually, my very first full face jump helmet was Camille's, and it was on the display rack at Jack Travers Ski School. And I made a bet with Jack Travers that if I jumped over 100 feet, that I got to get that helmet. And so I still have it on my on my trophy case at home. It was Camille Duval's
She might appreciate that
helmet.
back, actually.
Well, I crashed a few times in it, so it's a little more cracked than when she left it to me.
All right, then. The lead score is 3 at 10.75 meters. Manon Costard is attacking that right now. There we go. Round buoy number 1 and number 2 continuing to roll on. Round buoy number 3. Can she get a piece of 4 to take the lead? I believe she can, but she is inside number 5. So 4 at 10.75 meters is the score for Manon Costard. She has the lead.
All right, not quite able to get through that 39 like she did in round 2. And it kind of started here on this gate and into this 1. You kind of see her getting the back seat here, which we've been seeing a tendency from. And when you do that, getting across course and getting that speed going again is difficult. Needed a big 2 there and just still kind of getting hung up. And now she's playing catch up, Tony. And now she's kind of scraping just to get whatever she can out of the rest of the course. And ultimately ended here at 4 ball. Clearly around 4 there, way in the back seat, back through the wakes. It's going to be a full 4. It's going to put her into second place. We do have one more competitor on the dock, so she's guaranteed second. But we'll see what shakes out here in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
So you're a top 3 right now. Manon Costard, your leader. Jamie Bull in second. Ellie Nicholson third. But all of that can change with our next competitor from Santa Rosa Beach in Santa Rosa County in the state of Florida. This is Regina Jaquist.
All right, your current world record holder, four-time defending champ?
Yeah, four-time defending champ.
Four-time defending champ, rocking the black bib. Obviously, if you've already won this one 4 times, she's pretty locked in.
Actually, 5.
Well, 5. Impressive. But here we go, Regina. But we're going to go ahead and head on down to the dock. Wade, who do you have for us down there, buddy?
Hey, Manon, maybe not the score that you put up earlier today, but you take the lead, and now you're in the hot seat.
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy with, I'm worst case second, most likely second. I'm a bit bummed, honestly. I thought, it's close and I feel like I'm doing some good things and I'm always making little mistakes. I feel like it's not too far and that's why I'm a bit bummed about this score. But, I have nothing to complain about. It's second is a very good finish anyways. And I'm very happy with the score that I did on the second round. I wish I could have done it, in the finals and had another shot at 41, try and fix my 1 and stuff. But, overall it's exciting and I hope I'll be skiing well at the Mastercraft Pro in 2 weeks.
That's right. We'll see you guys there. Back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you. And Manon Costard, the current world women's slalom champion. And the world champion before her, at least on a couple of occasions, is Regina Jaquist. Current world record holder. Let's not gloss over that too much. And look at her go. Look at her flow from one side end of the course to the next. A beauty of a pass. Look at that. That was 12 meters. 12 meters.
Yeah.
On that second pass there for Regina Jaquist. And she just has the knack of making slalom skiing look slow.
Yeah, and she does. I mean, she's a technician on the water and has been for the last 25 years, 30 years. Regina's always been an amazing competitor, amazing athlete. And if you guys want to, for the women out there who want a textbook example of how to train and compete and be an athlete on the water, there's no better place to look than Regina. Making 35 off look like nothing. So like it usually does for her. We still got 38 and then into 39 where Manon currently holds the lead at 4 at 39. So we're getting down to it, Tony. A few more minutes here, and we're going to see if we have a repeat champion with Regina Jaquist, or if we're going to see someone new like the likes of Manon Castard take home the gold today.
All right, she currently has the world record at 4 1/2 at 10.25 meters, which is about 2 passes further down from this one. Set that world record last season. But look at this, 11.25 meters. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong here. It's easy to assume that Regina is capable of running each of these passes, but it's ABCs. You've got to be there and be there on time.
Absolutely, and Regina getting bucked up a little bit there on 135. It is her offside turn, and I don't want to say it's out of the ordinary to see from Regina because she does have a tendency to get that tip rise out of 135. Seen a little bit early here at 38, so I'd like to see her get that a little bit settled down and kind of tone it down a little bit. But, I mean, 39 off coming up in here. And if anyone's going to lay it all out there to get, a full 4 to force a run off or get a piece of 5, it's going to be Regina. And I think even pound for pound, even against the men, I think Regina's probably the strongest, if not one of the strongest slalom skiers, men or women. And we'll see a little glimpse of that here coming up at 39.
Whew. So, last skier in the women's competition. We're carrying on a pretty brisk pace, and we have to be because we are battling against the sunlight. Obviously, this is October, and the current and 5-time Swiss Pro Slalom champions, dating back all the way to 2015. The lead score that she's going to attack.
4 at 39. Here we go.
4:39. Here she comes, and this is 39. Round buoy number 1. Do remember last season that she was in a runoff situation.
Gets a 3. It's a good looking 3.
Whitney McClintock. She's round buoy number 4. There's your winner.
Go. And just for show.
There you go.
There's your winner. There's
your
the fist
winner,
pump.
Regina Jaquist.
All righty. Congratulations, Regina. Taking home the gold again at the Swiss Pro-Am. It's impressive skiing, and she's always so dialed in, and she's got a big smile on her face down there at the end of the lake, and excited for the Jacobs family up there in the Panhandle. I know they're watching, so what a performance there from Regina. And shout out to the competition that made her have to step it up a little bit. 4 with Manon Castard. Third place, Jamie Bull with a 3 at 39, and then rounding out our top 4 is Allie Nicholson with a half at 39. So, no slouches out there on the water, and Regina did what she does best and stepped up and threw down a huge score.
Right you are, Zach, and now she's going to have a free crack at a 10.25 meters. She'll still continue to ski. She'll take any opportunity to throw down a good performance. Bear in mind the world record is 4.5 on this pass. She currently has it as of last year. Sets herself up well. Buoy 1. She's still there with the ski in front of her. Buoy number 2. Good to go round buoy number 3. Look at this. Oh, and it's inside buoy number 4. But, I would take 3 at 41 off every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, what a performance there. Man, she hooked up so nice out of 1. And, I thought she got a good enough 3 maybe to get that ski outside of 4. Now, let's take a look back here at this replay. Hooked up good out of 1. 2 ball looked nice. I thought she got a good enough 3 here to get the 4. Let's see what happened, Tony. It just, that angle across course, you can see right there, just wasn't quite enough. And, maybe if that 4 ball counted for, difference between second and first or a world record, we might have seen Regina lay it out on the line. But she's already your champion. But what a score. 3 at 41 from Regina Jaquist. She's your repeat winner again. And then congratulations to the remainder top 3, Manon Castard and Jamie Bull. Some amazing skiing from these ladies out here. Congratulations.
All right, an impressive podium, wouldn't you agree? Regina Jaquist, your winner, ahead of Manon Castard, ahead of Jamie Bull. And certainly look forward to seeing them ski again down the road. But for this tournament, the Swiss Pro Slalom 2020, it is Regina Jaquist skiing on the good slalom ski that will take the top honors as she makes her way back to the dock. So, I'm sure you guys there on the webcast are watching in will join our people along the shoreline by congratulating Regina Jaquist, your 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom champion in the women's competition. Give her a big cheer, folks. All right, it's the men next.
All right, well, I'm sure we're going to get here with Regina here in a second with Wade, but I'll quickly try to sneak this in. As you can see, we got Cole McCormick getting ready on the dock, and I already elaborated to the protest going back and forth. Cole's 2.5 at 41 getting revised down to a 2. But with that revision being made, it was also determined that with John Travers making that protest, that it was not made in a timely manner in relation to Cole's performance in skiing. John had already skied, and so we'll get back on that. Let's go ahead and go back over to Wade, who's going to be talking with our champion right now.
Get away from the post.
Oh, yeah. So standing here with El Champion 6 times, so must have been fun out there.
Yes, first of all, happy birthday, Mom. That was her birthday present. That was her wish. She has tall orders. But no, it felt really nice out there. Swiss is skiing awesome. It felt really good that round. I was just itching there. But, it's awesome to be 6 times and this champion here. And I don't know, it's lost of words because they get better every time you win. It's sweeter and sweeter because you realize how much you work for and how many people are behind you to get you where you're at.
Look, you gave me all the goosebumps, girl. Yeah. Awesome. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right, and great skiing there from Regina Jaquist. Looking in the messages that are coming in, flooding in, congratulating Regina Jaquist, including Camille Duval, who's actually said that she is rather inspired by the skiing that she's seen today on the webcast, and actually took a set or two herself over in Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, and I've seen Camille getting back out on the water here in recent years, so it's always good to, see a familiar face back out on the water. And we'll go ahead. I'm going to touch base back on our decision here, with the officials on where they drew the line with Cole getting in and John Travers being on the outside looking in. Really, ultimately, it came down to because JT had already skied and posted a score, knowing that score really currently wasn't going to get him in. It was then the protest was filed. The judges determined that ultimately that was the reason that that protest really wasn't valid in the way it was submitted. Unfortunately, it's a tough one there, but we made that's the decision that they made today, and so. Regardless, we're going to see Cole McCormick here in the water and going off. And, Cole put down some really impressive scores, a 1.5 and a 2 in the earlier rounds. So we have just our finals. We got Cole McCormick, Adam Settelmeyer, Rand Canepa, Cale Burdick, Benny Stadelbauer, Frederick Winter, Thomas Gasperry, and Nate Smith. All righty, Tony. Well, just got some news from our system. Go ahead and walk us through.
Okay, I'll walk you through there with Regina taking the win, and with Manon taking second and Jamie taking third, and the score being the way that is. We are proud to say, and we've drawn the name of Francisco Zepita. Francisco Zepita from Chile. You have just won this slalom ski. this Conley GTR 66-inch. Congratulations to you on accurately predicting not only the podium, but also the winning score as well.
All right, and we'll be reaching out to you, Francisco, to get your email, and we'll get you sorted up. But congratulations on picking that. We still got a men's podium to award, and it's going to start off here at the men's finals. Cole McCormick.
12-meter starts.
Here we go. Whoa. A big-looking four-ball there for Cole on what should be a relatively easy pass. I was kind of looking down for a second, but didn't let it phase him. Got back in there, and with the drama off the water, hopefully he's able to kind of calm his nerves a little bit, focus back on the water, get settled in, and get out there and put up the performance that we know he's capable of.
So, we've just seen Cole McCormick get through the 12-meter opening pass. And Francisco Zapita there winning the Conley GTR 66-inch. We'll get in contact with him shortly and make sure that ski wings its way to Chile. We've got a lively crowd of people. All right, here we go. Now, this is Cole McCormick, and this is 11.25 meters. Look at him in brilliant shape out there and doing a fine job. Good effort there. And that is Cole McCormick there with 11.25 meters and looking very strong out there and certainly looking in good shape off the first couple of buoys to set his rhythm up on 11.25 meters, taking a little bit of a hit off buoy number 2, but continuing to keep flowing. And that's 11.25 meters, Zach, and now it's just a case of placing now. You don't have to qualify. You don't have to deal with the tying up mess or anything like that. Just purely your best score, and you've got to put your best foot forward because the remaining 7 skiers that come after him are all capable of producing a top-level score themselves.
Yeah, all these athletes here in the finals, into 41 off. Cole kind of squeaking himself in there in that second round. So good to see him here in the finals. Here we go. 39 off. Needs to get through all 6 to really put a score out there and make these guys chase a little bit.
Cole McCormick. All right, then. So we continue to roll right along. This is, 39 and a half off, 10.75 meters. We just seen Cole McCormick produce. And the score that he produced in the round previous to this one, I think, was 2.5 at 10.25 meters. So, what's it?
Squeaking through there at the 6 ball. So, Cole, a guy who posted a couple 3s and 4s in some tournaments prior to the Swiss Pro. So, very capable of getting down the line there. And sitting 7th right now in those in that rope tension. So let's see if we can step up that score a little bit. He needs a good one here. Whoa.
Ooh, getting strung out there off
just-
number one and just couldn't make the play on number two, but it is 1 1/2, I believe. 1 1/2 at 10.25 meters. That is the target score for our remaining skiers to exceed to gain a place on Cole McCormick.
Yeah, a solid effort there from Cole. Big gate shot he had here and tried to really duck that elbow and get that ski to come around. Really not able to happen. And, you know, when you have that much speed going into your offside turn, well, we consider, you know, blowing the fin out. That was kind of almost expected with the amount of speed he took out of one and the direction in which he took it. It's really tough to keep that ski in the water on the offside turn. But 1 1/2, 41. You know, these competitors left have all gotten beyond that. So we'll see if that holds up and what kind of scores are going to shake down here at the finals.
All right, so who is up next? A skier hailing originally out of the Czech Republic. This is former world overall champion Adam Saddlemeyer.
All
And
right.
you've still got a little bit of time to cast your vote in for Skier of the Day. Go to SwissProSlalom.com to put in your last moment vote for Skier of the Day. And that skier, that athlete, wins themselves an edge binding. It is Adam Saddlemeyer coming up, opening past 12 meters.
All right, well, we saw Settlemeyer post a score at 3 of 41 in the first round and then backed it up with a half at 41 in round number 2. Getting his way in here, starting off a little bit earlier in the list than I think he'd like. I think he'd like to be seated a little further down, kind of knowing what scores to beat. But the benefit of going off early like that is you really set the bar and you set the tone for what the skiers have to follow. Cole already putting out there 1 1/2. So let's see what kind of aggression we see out of Adam at these shorter line lengths, just getting through 35, 38, and then we'll really start to see what type of intensity level he's going to take at it tonight.
So Adam Saddlemeyer getting through the opening pass. The opening pass of 12 meters. All of our competitors started on 12 meters. All right. And on the starting dock, Ryan Canappa. Look forward to seeing him ski in just a few moments. But on the water right now, let's have a look and have a mosey on and look at Adam Saddlemeyer.
All right, well, while Adam's making his way through his 38 off, I do want to touch base on our winner of the pick 3 and pick top score for the women's finals. Spoke with our behind the scenes crew, and we had a bunch of people kind of pick that podium.
Oh yeah,
and also pick that the top score 3 at 41. So we went and put it into a random selection
draw
to be able to kind of pick one of those winners. So quite a few of you guys had the right idea and had the right score. And at that point, it was all up to drawing straws. So again, congratulations, Francisco, and on getting your right score and the right podium, and then being the lucky one to be selected out of that group.
All right, then we'll make sure we'll get that ski boxed up and sent on over to Santiago, Chile, or wherever he happens to reside. But there is Adam Saddlemeyer, just deep in concentration, deep in thought as he gets ready for his third pass, which is going to be 10.75 meters. Boats accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. Ooh, nicely done off buoy number 1 and number 2. Staying aggressive, staying mean out there on the slalom course. leaving no quarter. And there we go. That's a 6 buoy count, and that is 10.75 meters, just like that.
All righty. Well, he's gotten through 39, which, as we expected him to do. We saw him fall a little bit short of that in round number 2, kind of got hung up at that 6 ball there. Wasn't going to make that same mistake again, stayed aggressive at 5, and got her over to 6. So it's good to see that. Adam getting through 39, and now here's the money pass. We're going to have to see if he's going to be able to kind of step his game up. He had a 3 from round number 1. A 3 would be a nice score, but I don't know if it's a score that's going to scrape him onto the podium. This is going to be an exciting finals. All these guys are really jumbled up in there with some different backup scores to go off of. So, but we saw Nate run 41. So we're definitely going to see these guys lay it all on the line here. We'll have Sledge come back in at 41 for y'all. Currently your leader, Cole McCormick, with 1.5 at 41. Let's see what the Sledgehammer has got for us. Here we are, final Swiss Pro 2020.
10.25 meters.
One.
Look at this.
Whoa.
He's still there. He makes a play on 3.
Can he get back to the wakes?
Oh, no.
No,
I think it's going to be, at the most, it's going to be 2.5.
Yeah, I know they are going to go back and take a look at that 3 ball because that was awfully tight there, but he did such a good job on this 1 ball. He got a little high-sided there, but did a good job of getting that ski back on angle and doing everything he could to set himself up early for 2. And at that point, just a little too deep out of 2. And not able to get that ski to finish, and then stretched out there. Let's see if he got around number 3.
Yes.
Yes, he did, but then unfortunately not able to S-turn quick enough and get back through the wakes in a timely manner with those gates there. You can see there just on the right side of those yellow boat guides. With the rules, the skier must regain control with a tight line through those gates in order to count for a full buoy, and unfortunately coming up a little short there still. 2.5 at 41, that puts him into the lead.
Well, he's obviously a little bit frustrated with that, and we'll hear from him in just a moment or so as Ryan Canappa gets ready to make his way back on the slalom course. And there he is, hailing out of California. He's probably just relieved to be breathing in fresh air in this portion of the United States.
Yeah, prayers out to everyone out there on the West Coast with a lot of the fires, and it's kind of sad to see that. But I know he's, like you said, Tony, kind of maybe too glad to escape reality for a little bit and come down here and hang out in Florida and chill out for a little bit. And you say his ski's been doing well, so we're gonna go ahead and watch him through his 35, and I think we're going to head down the dock with Wade. Wade, who do you have down there, buddy?
Hey, I'm on the dock here. We're waiting on the Sledgehammer to swim in. So he's becoming a bit of a slalom god here lately, making a whole bunch of slalom finals. A little out of breath too, Adam? I know you're a little disappointed as well, because, man, you actually had a not bad gate out the 1, huh? 41.
Yeah, it's there in practice, a lot of times, but that one right there just missed. I missed 10% of extra commitment and sort of swing, and that's what makes the difference between 2.5, 3, or 4, 5, and beyond.
Dude, you're on an awesome upswing, and keep it up, Adam. Back to you, Tony.
All right, back on. We've got Ryan Canappa. This is now 11.25 meters, having run 12 meters to start things off for his set in this final. And just look at his extension, his reach, reaching forward over the tip of his ski, and then just allowing that ski to just whip on underneath his body mass, and then he goes cross course and off to the races.
What I like looking at here, and we'll see it here coming up on the replay, is how still Ryan stays. You in particular, I like to watch the head and watch his shoulders, and his head is always staying nice and level. and perpendicular to the water. And, we talk about eliminating variables and kind of trying to eliminate either arm control or knee movement or, something else that could possibly go wrong. And he does a great job of eliminating that head movement, whether it be whipping back like we see some of the other competitors do. And we'll see that really pay dividends when he gets into here, gets into 38, 39 off, down the road.
Yep, looking in very, very good shape. And I don't know how much traveling has taken it out of him physically, fatigue and what have you. But I'm sure that that flight to California to here probably doesn't do you much good so far as the fatigue standpoint.
Yeah, and getting adjusted to time zones. Almost easier sometimes to go somewhere like Australia where you're on a very vast, 3 hours sometimes feels harder than like a 12-hour turnaround. And now on the way back home, it's a different story. But here we go, Ryan, 39 off. Tight-looking one there.
Oh, look at that, 10.75.
Whoa, backseat.
Whoa. Living life dangerously.
Woo.
Flirting with disaster there, but managing to come through.
Yeah, kind of waving his hand at the end of that pass like I kind of made dodge the bullet on that one, that 3-ball. Got himself put in the back seat, but was able to stay composed enough to get over to 4, slow things down a little bit, keep the ski in the water around 4, and get himself back in the game. You'll see him here coming to his 3 at the finish that turn, kind of pulls that handle up to his chest, and when he does that, he essentially pulls his body way back on the tail of the ski. When you do that, it's so hard to keep that ski on direction going into that offside lean, going into 4-ball there, but was able to get over to 4, get a nice 4, regroup himself, and get through the 39 off pass there. And, we got Cole stacked up at we got a half or 1.5 from Cole. We got Adam Sellemeyer with a 2.5 at 41. Ryan had a 3 in the previous round and was sitting really well. And, if he can get another 3, that'll take the lead. But he's gonna need to get a little bigger score, maybe a piece of 4-ball if he wants to scrape a piece of that podium off.
All right, and here in our desk, our announcing desk, there's the D3 Ion Slalom ski that goes to the winner, who accurately predicts the men's podium. And here is Ryan Knapp. And gets in a little bit deep, so it's going to be 1.5 at 10.25 meters. 1.5 at 10.25 meters. Currently put him in a 2-way tie for second right now.
All right, I touched base on that 39 when we saw that 3-ball that he had. Kind of the same thing here at 1-ball 41. You see him release here, and as he pulls that handle back in, that handle goes immediately to his chest. And when you do that, it essentially puts your chest on the back of the ski. You lose the hips, you lose the chest, and at that point, it's really game over, especially at 41. Solid effort there. Some really good skiing from Ryan throughout all 3 rounds of competition, getting to 39. Like I said, he's a young guy. He's still got, decades of professional slalom skiing to get under his belt, and maybe the final nerves got to him a little bit, got a little too strong with those arms. But 1.5 41 is nothing to joke around about, and impressive skiing from Ryan.
Right you are. So, next competitor, an intriguing competitor, Cale Burdick.
Absolutely. Now, Cale's a guy that, works full-time. He's got the family at home. Shout out to Lauren. I know you're up there watching Cale and with the kiddos. So I know Cale wants to put up a big score for you guys, and he did in round number 1, had that 3 at 41, followed up with a half at 41 in round 2. Cale, no stranger to the competition scene, but, we don't see him as much as we used to with the, working with the family the whole time. So it's glad to see him down here and competing, and he's skiing really well, Tony, and that's makes it even better. So here we go. Cale Burdick, 35 off, pass number 1. Starting to get a little gusty down here and a little bit windier. So we'll see.
Little gust there, Romes.
So, yeah, we'll see if the wind settles down a little bit. Get Cale through this 35 off. No big deal. And let's go ahead and let's head back down to the dock where we have Mr. Wade.
I'm here with Nate Smith, who had our best score in the preliminary round. But you just gave me a little history that you and Cale, I knew you guys were Midwest like homies, but you grew up 2 houses apart. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, on Champion Lake back in McCordsville, Indiana, kind of out in a cornfield. He was 2 houses away when we moved in, and he was only there for a short few years, but we grew up on the same lake together.
Yeah, that's really cool because the Midwest, man, you guys had been producing slalom skiers for ages, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few, good skiers that come out up there, and, right now there's a lot of jumpers over in Illinois. So, there's a lot of good skiers up there.
So, big score already. So you get to sort of sit on the end and see what everybody does, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's always great being at the end because you got to watch everybody do their thing, but I'm happy with how I skied. I just flew down from Indiana. I had my sister's wedding this weekend, so I was busy with that and then flew down here, and I'm happy with how I skied, so we'll see how the next round goes.
Good luck in the final, Nate. Back to you, Tony.
This now is Cale Burdick on his second run. This is 11.25 meters. Just trying to maintain his composure, trying to maintain his strength and balance all the way through.
Got the rest of the competition. Benny Stadelbauer up next on the dock. Eyeing up this performance from Cale, seeing what the competition's putting down, seeing if he's seeing any of these guys kind of run into any issues. Definitely keeping an eye on the wind right now because we are starting to get a little bit of wind picking up, and it's coming from the kind of the opposite direction it was coming from earlier these rounds. So we'll see if it starts to pick up a little more and becomes a factor with these guys, maybe depending on what line length they start off at or if there's any opt-up talk. But I think right now it's staying pretty calm, so these guys should stay pretty good.
All right, let's have a look and see. Cale Burdick at 10.75 meters.
Whoa. Been out there.
A little bit off kilter here at 10.75 meters. Let's see how much of this he can keep under control and run the pass eventually. Gets round number 6.
Woo!
Little rodeo style through the exit gates.
I talked about in round number 2 that Cale, when he needs to, can scrap it with the best of them, and we saw that with that one ball. That would have eaten most guys alive right there, but able to kind of compose himself and get a good 2. So, yeah, way been over out of 1. Comes over, known for getting a nice, strong 2-4 side. Gets that good ski back on angle. Back over to 3 ball. A little bit hitched up again, and that's what ate him up in round 2 at 1 ball at 41. So he's got to be able to keep them hips up at the finish of that turn and wait for that ski to finish turning before he really jumps on the gas, so to speak.
Yes, indeed, and stayed calm, stayed composed. I mean, the worst thing you can do out there on the slalom course if things start getting out of hand is to just overly panic and to just hit the panic button way too soon.
Yeah, so it was a great job, and a few shout-outs. Mr. Tad Schreiber just gave me a text. He's watching today. Said he's watching this morning. He's watching football, and that's coming from big football guys. So anyway, shout out to Tad, and here we go. Cale Burdick, lead score, 2.541 from Adam Settlemyer. Let's see if Cale can push it down the lake any further.
All right. Wow, what happened there?
Man.
Just completely exploded into buoy number 1. There's one view that we can see, and it is this one that will be the most telling. He's wide up on the boat, brings it on in. Let's see if we can go a little slower here. Boom! Just pops the fin.
Yeah, what I noticed there was kind of good-looking gate. He had good speed through his gate, but you could see that angle as he's coming through the wakes here. He's a little separated from his hips to his handle, so when that happens, when that edge change, it tends to get your upper body a little too far over the front of the ski, and that ski gets behind you, and you can see right there, not a lot of pressure. Chest was too far over the front, and when that happens, at that speed, it's tough to keep that tail in the water, and being a skier like that, it lost a fin there. So here's what's shaking up right now with our rope tension leaderboard. Benny Stadelbauer still in the lead with 981 pounds with that 2-ball he had at 41. And then in round number 1, then you got a couple guys, Austin Abel, Steven DeVille. Right now, he's got a pretty good lead on that pool contest by 100 pounds, but we'll see if he can better that here in the finals. All right. Benny Stadelbauer on the water. Posted some good scores. Had a 2 at 41 in round number 1 and a 3 at 41 in round number 2. Made himself through to the finals. He's sitting about the middle of the pack now. So now it's his opportunity to put a big score out there, get beyond that 2.5 lead, and put some pressure for the remaining 3 skiers after him.
All right, let's see what we've got now. 12 meters. Benjamin Stadelbauer certainly got into this final not the easy way.
No, he wasn't guaranteed a final, but he went there in round 2, posted a big score at 3 at 41 to solidify himself in there. So we're going to go ahead and go down to Wade on the dock. Wade, who do you have down there for us, buddy?
Here with Ryan Canepa, another pro men's final. Yeah, ran 39 as well. Maybe didn't get the start at 41 you're looking for?
Probably not the most ideal start. Maybe just a touch fast on the gates, but I'm still pretty happy with what went on out there.
So will you be around for the Mastercraft in a couple weeks?
Unfortunately, no. I'm back at working with Paul Crawford at the ski school at home, so I'm going to miss that one. This will be my last one of the year. Yeah, happy with it.
No, yeah, good for you. Exactly. It's always a good way to go out making a final. Back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, Wade. Thanks a lot to Ryan, and I suspect that we're going to be hearing Ryan Canepa's name an awful lot, especially coming up next summer, because we've got the Junior Worlds. I don't think he's eligible for the Junior Worlds, but the U21 Worlds, I'm sure will be on his radar.
Yeah, and if he keeps skiing the way he is, I could easily see him in the Open Division Worlds. With performances like that, getting into midway through 41, that's what it takes to get into that top 20 in the world to qualify for the Open World. So definitely going to be seeing a lot of him in the future. Good skiing from him all weekend, and now back on the water with 38 off. Another big 2-ball there out of Benny. I think he's trying to best his score on that strong pool competition.
Yep, that's probably the furthest out of his mind. We're about halfway through this list, over halfway through. We've got 8 skiers through to this final. We've gone through 4 of them, and Benjamin Stadelbauer is skier number 5, originally from Switzerland. Now makes his home here. I mean, seriously, he makes his home here.
It's not a bad place to call home at all, and beautifully set up. This is always a fun event to come and watch at. You're able as a spectator to be right on top of the competition. It's a little bit narrower lake setup, surrounded by beautiful golf courses here out in Claremont. So good looking skiing for Benny there. He's at his home site, but with that comes the added pressure of being at your home site, and you're almost expected to ski better when that happens, and sometimes that pressure will get to you, but so far during the competition, Benny hasn't let it get to it at all. He skied consistent both the first and second round. And here we go. He's going to be coming back in 39 off. He's ran this pass in the first 2 rounds. He needs to get through it one more time if he wants to challenge our leaderboard. Benny Stadelbauer, 39 off. Here we go. What kind of gate is he going to get for us? Strong looking number 1. Nice tight line. Backseat a little bit on 2. Been over at 3. Kind of needs to play catch up a little bit. Big 4. Can he get over to 6? Yes, he does.
Just about, yes.
All righty.
That's a beautiful shot there, directly above the slalom skiing. And Benjamin Stadelbauer, in my mind, when comparing him to someone like Andy Mappel, who is pretty much the GOAT.
Yes.
He is about as closest to him in terms of style and poise and technique, in my mind anyway. I don't know about you, but...
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, he's got a He's got a fun style on his onside turn, but what I really appreciate, he's got a very consistent offside turn, very reminiscent of of Andy in the way that he was able to keep that ski in the water. And we talk about a lot of skiers making up ground on that onside turn. Benny's a guy who, if he gets himself in trouble, he's not scared to really whip that ski around on that offside. He trusts his ski. He knows it's going to stay in, and that's where I think he really can set himself apart in a competition like this, is with able to recover on an offside turn like that.
Right, lead score 2.5 at 10.25 meters. That is courtesy of Adam Saddlemeyer, and he left the water kind of distraught and sad, and just didn't think that score was gonna do it. But he's slowly finding out that score could be among our top 3.
Good one
possibly.
there.
This is
Big
10.25.
two.
Look at him go.
Can he keep the ski in the water?
Keep
Get the
it
ski
going.
outside.
Oh!
Woo! Woo!
Ouch!
Wow!
There
He's
you
got
go.
a hand up. Impressive skiing from Benny there, leaving it all out on the line. I'm curious to see on this replay if he was able to get that ski around.
Are you sure
forward
that's
there.
Benny, or is that Freddie Mark II?
But man, he hooked up beautiful here out of 1, and this 2 ball, that I don't know how he was able to hold on and not get super stretched out. Huge 2 there. Over to 3, gets the ski around 3 now. I'm curious to see if he was able to lay it out there. Around 4 ball. Unfortunately, not for lack of effort. That's what we call a yard sale, ladies and gentlemen. And
But is that better than Cole McCormick's?
we're gonna have to do a little voting because we had some 2 sacrifices today. But I mean, that was a pretty legit slide.
I mean, we haven't had too many crashes from the women, so I mean, what's to stop us from maybe awarding 2 men's prizes?
We got something else in store for the women. But I mean, what a performance! 3 at 41 there for Benny. Put himself solely into the lead, leaving it all on the water. Now he's got
bounced at least 3 times before he came to a stop.
Got 3 more skiers coming up. He's got Fred Winter, Thomas Gasper, Nate Smith, all left in the dock, all of which have run 3 or better going into this final. So he's guaranteed 4th, but he wants the podium.
All right, here comes Freddie Winter, otherwise known as Crash Bandicam.
Yeah, if there's anyone that's going to put on a line and challenge Cole and Benny for the Best Crash Award, it's going to be this guy right here. No stranger to putting his body on the line, and a fun guy to watch slalom. And, that's the beauty of slalom skiing, some really unique styles. Freddie does a great job of kind of keeping a nice tall chest into his offside, and then signature big 2-4 that we'll see later on. I mean, right now it's just textbook slalom skiing, but
I mean, we're trying to figure out the criteria to determine whether between Benjamin Stadelbauer and Cole McCormick, which one of them gets the best crash.
Yeah, let's see. I'm curious to see some comments from the people viewing today on over on the live stream.
Maybe they should chime in.
Yeah, maybe let's hear from some of our viewers. Go ahead and chime in if you guys saw Cole's crash from earlier, or you saw Benny's there. Maybe give us a little vote on the comment section down below. Let us know who you think took down the best crash. But we still got 3 more competitors to go. Setting the bar high is Benny Stadelbauer, 3 at 41. Frederick Winter coming back in, 38 off, here in the 2020 Pro Swiss Slalom competition.
All right, and Freddie Winter just looking in good shape. Looks like our first vote has come through our comment section. Benny should take it. That's courtesy of Max. Hinkapi, says Ben. Nathan McGarry, says Benny. But some of these folks probably didn't see Cole McCormick's crash a little bit earlier on. They might need to scrub back a little bit to see it.
They're putting the pressure on us to make the decision. So we'll. Now I got the pressure on me, but
you've got. It's all the pressure on you because let's face it, you've actually taken one or two crashes.
We got some polls coming. I got a couple votes for. I got a vote for Cole in there and a vote for Benny, but we'll get back to that here in a moment. But right now on the water, Freddie Winter, 39 off.
And then we've got Matteo chiming in saying sit and wait. Here we go, 10.75 for Freddie Winter, the pride of Wandsworth in London. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Got in deep off buoy number 4 and almost just left it out to dry. But he gets through 10.75 meters and certainly not the easiest run on that particular line length for him. It all starts with the gate shot. And pretty smooth number 1 for most.
Yeah, it was a good-looking start to that pass. And then kind of curious to see what happened at 4-ball here. Maybe just didn't quite have the line there with him and kind of fell into that ski a little bit. Luckily, it's his onside there, so he's in a powerful stance out of it. But able to kind of drop that elbow and hang on. And he was early for 5-ball. So.
Yes, indeed. And we're... as we progress away towards the end of this event, let's not forget the replica of Freddie Winter's Ion slalom ski is still up for grabs.
Is that Mr. Franz Overleitner doing donuts above us right now?
Maybe.
Well, that's the beauty of here in Florida is we get all kinds of people flying overhead and hop, skip, and a jump away from Franz Lake down the road. So wouldn't be surprised if that was him. But here we go, 41 off. Freddie Winter, the mark to beat is 3. Here we go.
All right, 10.25. Round number 2. Oh, look at this. He's in deep. He's round buoy number 3. Look at him go. Round buoy number 4. Look at him go. Continuing to roll. Does he make a play on 5? Yes, he does. And he gets to the wake and scores 5. Yeah, there we go.
Wow. That's what I love about Freddie, man. And I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background, but he is a very vibrant skier and is always very emotional with his skiing. And especially when it goes well and really gets himself amped up. What a way to throw down. Benny threw out a big 3 there. And Freddie Winter said, hold my beer, watch this. So here we go, 41.
So Freddie Winter, at the very least, he's 3rd with 5. We're going to take a look at this just to make sure he got round that number 5. But look at this, getting in really, really deep here off buoy number 3. Almost didn't look like he was going to make it outside number 4 in almost like a death bend going into number 4. And manages to get round buoy number 5, takes the snap of the line, skis to the wake. And Wade, who do you have, sir?
Here with our new leader, 5 at 41. We got, 2 skiers left? So breathing hard, Freddie, huh?
Yeah, breathing pretty hard. It's hard starting at 35. I would like to have run that. Had a good 1 and 2, pulled a little on to 2, over to 3, and I maybe didn't trust it enough, but turned 4 big and got 5. We'll see how it holds up. Good skiers left. But, yeah, happy with my own skiing at least.
I love the emotion, man. I love when you let it out. Yeah. I know everybody at home does too. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So now we know that it's going to take 5 or more for the win here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. And here is first-time entrant. This is Thomas de Gasperi getting through the opening pass of 12 meters and some great style from the 2-time world slalom champion back in 2007 and 2011 in 2 diametrically opposed sites. Perfect conditions in Linz, Austria for 1 in the 2007 and the Volga River in Dubna in Russia in 2011.
I was at that World Championships, and that was an interesting one for water conditions, skiing conditions, and that's what I love about T-Gas is he is such a consistent slalom skier, whether we're here at Swiss Ski School in perfect conditions or we're able to, or we're able to actually go out there in a choppy river like somewhere like Moomba like that. T-Gas is always consistent and always able to put up big scores, and that's why he's here in the finals. He's our second ranked going off the dock, and pretty impressive.
There we go. So, we've got Benny Stadelbauer around here. He's just trying to settle himself down and get relaxed again. And
woo! Getting through 38 out there from Thomas Gasperi, but.
Yeah.
All righty, well, joined here. Benny Stadelbauer went out there, threw a big score, 3 at 41 out there, put the body on the line for 4-ball. Walk us through what it's like to kind of, help organize a tournament like this, put a tournament like this on, and then still go out there and be able to compete at such a high level and do that.
Well, we got a big team of people. Everybody works really hard in what they enjoy. So on my side, I help set up the site quite early on, and then I kind of have the whole day and the few days before the event to basically just focus on the skiing. So I think we have a big team of people, and a lot of people do a lot of work. So on my side, I just help, basically.
So real quick here, we're watching this replay of your 41. Big 2-ball there, kind of stretched out to 3. Walk us through it from here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, anytime I get around 3-ball at 41, it's really big. So I don't have that much experience, but I definitely had a good start, and then just a little bit lack of experience around that 3-ball, and I was like, I gotta try and get a piece of 4, because all these people coming after me, if they do tie, which I'm sure they will advance up on me on the leaderboard because of a better backup score. So I think it was really trying to get a piece of 4.
Solid effort, and T-Gas making his way through 39 there pretty easily, but.
So great effort there from you, Benjamin Stadelbauer, complete with mustache. That's probably the secret, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the lucky mustache, man.
And you're also in the lead with rope tension, so you're probably going to get a rope and a nice little trophy at the end of this deal if nothing changes.
Yeah, if Freddie went through, I'm pretty safe, I think.
Nicely done. Thanks a lot there, Benjamin Stadelbauer. You go dry off and wait your fate on the podium, as it were. And looking at Thomas de Gasperi, 2-time World Slalom champion. Spends his winters here in Central Florida, but during the summer he trains on a big old lake in Trentino in Italy. A lake that's so big and crystal clear that he's got slalom courses actually lined up back to back. So when he clears one pass, a few seconds later, pulls out to the left, runs another pass, drops in, and then does the same thing in the opposite direction.
Yeah, definitely a unique setup, but probably one of the prettiest sights I've ever seen, just with the backdrop and the, everything that Italy has to offer there. So I'd say he's a little spoiled on that home course there. But here we go, 41 off.
10-2-5, here he comes. Needs to get more than 5 for the lead. Round 2, looking and go. He's in good shape off number 2. He's round number 3. He still keeps the ski ahead.
Ooh.
He tries to make a play on number 4. And looks like it's going to be... We're going to have to review that to make sure that he's made it outside buoy number 4. But there, Thomas de Gasperi, he's definitely put himself in between Benjamin Stadelbauer and Freddie Winter with that score.
All right, let's go back and watch this replay. I thought Thomas had a really nice start there at 41. Let's see kind of where it kind of got a little hiccupy. A little slow at 1. He's got his onside here at 2, coming over to 2. Gets a nice 2-ball that he needed. Now, he either could have safety checked 3 here, but he went for it, and I'm not sure if that ski is going to get a piece of 4. Waiting to see on the review here. Here we go.
Does he make a play on it? Does he make a play? Oh, that is very close to call.
That's going to be, I think that might be too close for us to call here, Tony. We're going to have to wait for our official review. That's a, that's trying to determine whether that ski is on top or on the outside of the buoy.
I personally think that would displace the buoy enough.
I believe so, but we're going to have to wait for official confirmation. All right,
3.
yep, and then coming in there, Tony. And
that puts him in a tie with Benjamin Stadelbauer, but because Thomas de Gasperi had a better seeding score going in, Thomas de Gasperi has the edge.
Yeah, T-Gas had 3 rounds of 3 at 41. Benny had 2 rounds at 3 at 41 and a 2 at 41. So regardless, amazing skiing there. So now we still got our leader, Freddie Winter, with 5 at 41. You got the boys down there at 3. And then you got this guy on the water, Mr. Nate Smith, who just ran the pass only maybe 30 minutes ago.
Yes, indeed. And just look at his style. Look at his poise out there. Aiming to get more than 5 on 10.25 for the win. And let's check in with Wade.
I'm here with Thomas de Gasperi. A little bit disappointed, man. We hear like a sigh out there that you weren't happy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I went around 4 ball, but I guess I didn't. So I got 3. I'm pretty happy. I changed a few things, as I said earlier, throughout the summer for my gait and my approach to the course. So pretty happy, getting consistent, and now it's just about to get a little further down to 41 off. But I think it's coming.
But great start, though, at 41, though, right? I mean, when you came out of 1 and over to 2, I was like, oh, he could go all the way.
Yeah, I guess I pulled a little bit too long into 2 ball, and didn't trust it and took it easy. I didn't want to do a 2.5, but I guess in the finals you got to go 100%. And I tried turn 3 ball, a little slower maybe, and I thought I got around 4 ball, but I guess I didn't. But I'm pretty happy.
You ski great, Thomas. Back to you guys.
All right, there was T-Gas and Wade, and here is Nate Smith, the only person who can potentially take the win away from Freddie Winter. Round buoy number 1. This is 11.25 meters. Still a big old argument going on amongst our commenters on who had the best crash.
It's going to be a tough one to decide that one. A couple different factors play in the line. Coles was tough because that rope got wrapped around him pretty good, which is never a good sight, but adds to the scariness factor of the crash. And then you got Benny, who was in the finals, laying it on the line to try to take down the gold medal. So a couple little there. Kind of keep your votes coming in for us. We got a few more passes till we got to make our decision and give our award. But regardless, 2 valiant efforts from those boys laying it all out there.
All righty. So great skiing. I'm sure that a lot of you are chiming in and commenting. Garrett Carver says Cole for the danger factor, but Benny for the entertainment value. That seems to be the consensus at this point.
Yeah.
So are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Oh, I definitely am here at this Pro Men's Slalom Finals. Here we go. The sun is starting to set. Our last skier we'll see is on the water. Mr. Nate Smith coming through, 39 off. Good looking shot there, right on top of the skier. And
all right.
Really not too much to talk about there. He makes it tough on us commentators really to walk you through a pass when it looks the same.
Yeah.
From 35 all the way to through 41.
It just really is, and it all starts with the gate pull-out. Just that simple motion, just going out to the left to keep the line tight and allow the ski to come up underneath and just establish angle, get engaged, and just go cross-course just like that. I mean, relaxes his arms where he needs to, like there, and just allows the ski and the lower half of his body to rotate. So now, with a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters, it's the next 5 buoys that would determine the course of this championship.
Yes. Now, I know we talked about ties earlier. The one between T-Gas and Benny was settled by previous round scores and previous ranking. Here in this round, we do have no ties for that. So we'll have the mark to beat's going to be 5, and And so here we go. Freddie Winter got the lead at 5. Nate Smith ran this pass just moments ago. Let's see who he's got for us.
All right, here we go.
Good
Round
one.
Number 1 and number 2.
He's in this.
Ooh.
He needs to
Little
make
bit back
work.
on number 3.
Back
Oh,
on
number
3.
4. Does he make a play on 5 and to the wakes?
No.
Oh, no. That is
Oh.
going to go to a video review.
Wow, I think, Tony, I think I'm pretty safe in saying that he got a round 5 ball. But
Got
the
around the
question
5.
is, I don't know if he made it back to the wakes before those boat guides, and that's the criteria. You need to come back, through that right-hand boat guide. So we're going to see here in a second. He was in that course and then got a little jumped up at 4 ball, set himself in really narrow for 5 there. The question is, A, did he get around 5, which I believe he did, and B, the important one, did he get back to the wake? So here's the 4 ball. Now, did he get around 5? I'm saying that's a yes for getting around 5, and now did he get back to the wakes? Eyes on the monitor. Here we go. Let's see.
No.
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 No. 4.5. 4.5 from Nate Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the title back, Mr. Frederick Winter. Wow. Way to leave it to the last
Where
second
are you, Freddie?
there.
Where are you, Freddie?
All right. Take it over, Wade. Who do you got with us?
Hey, I'm here with the champ. Freddie, that was awesome, man. I love that emotion coming out of you again.
Yeah, I mean, pretty happy, man. I nearly welled up a little bit there. It's good. I won here in 15 for the first year, and I've kind of been fairly close more recently. And to be honest, I saw the start there for Nate, and I'm like, he's just going to cruise this. And I guess he didn't get a great boy 4. So it's got me there, and I had to watch it on the replay. And what a feeling, man. What a feeling. Well, it's, we've talked about it before, like, when you go out last, you can really let it go. And the last 2 tournaments I've won, the Travers 2 weeks ago, and then the one at Hilltop a few weeks before that, I was last out. I knew immediately. And here I've got like 2 skiers to get through, and what's going to happen. And then you see the guys run they're really easy 39s, get to 41, and well, anyway, I mean, I did enough. What was really nice for me was to improve. After the first 2 rounds, I didn't feel good. I kind of made a couple mistakes, but here I put a game plan together. And I'm 5. I was really happy with. Whatever had happened, if Nate had beaten me, Thomas had beat me, I'd have been happy with myself, where I wouldn't have been if I'd run 3. So, nice self-satisfaction, but also the satisfaction of a nice win. While I'm here, thank you to everyone for putting this on, the Saddlebar family, Swiss, and I'm really happy that we have such a great webcast, which you're a part of, and Vince, Tony, John, Ricky, everyone, for putting on such a great product and promoting the sport like you guys are.
Thanks, champ. Back to you, Tony. Yeah, man.
All right. Thank you very much, Wade. And we're going to get the prize presentation set up in a short order. But I tell you what a great way to end a great tournament here at Swiss Pro Slalom for 2020. Absolutely came down to the very last run, to the very last pass, to the very last half of a buoy.
Yeah, that was extremely tight and down to the wire, and some amazing competition from all these guys, all these skiers getting through 39 off in the finals. We saw lights of rounding out that top 8. You got Cole McCormick and Ryan Canaba with 1.5. You got Cale Burdick had a half of 41. Adam Settlemeyer 2.5. Then you had that log jam with Benny and Thomas Gasper 3 at 41. Freddie went out there second to last off the dock, third to last, and threw down a big 5 at 41. Nate Smith coming up just inches short of taking that to a tie and a runoff. Unfortunately, not able to get back to the wakes. We'll take home the silver. And again, a big congratulations with a monster score of 5 at 41 to Freddie Winter. So huge shout out to that.
All right, so there is your leaderboard. I mean, absolutely great skiing from start to finish. We've had some frills, we've had some spills, and we're giving away prizes as well.
All righty, and congratulations to, I'm going to butcher this,
Zuzana Orakova.
All righty. She had your winning lineup for the men's podium, as well as getting closer to that winning score of 5:41. So congratulations. You'll be taking home this beautiful D3 Ion. So huge shout out. That's a tough one to call. I mean, you got some new names up in there mixed around, and well done, and congratulations on your new ski. Rope tension winner of the day. No surprise here. Mr. Benny Stadabauer laying it all on the line. He was 100 pounds ahead of some of these other guys, and it all happened at 2 ball at 41 he had earlier in the day. All right.
And there's our sponsors. That 2U Energy Bars, Ravenol, Syndicate, Pro Gear, Edge Bindings, Shorepath, Denali, Aid, Conley, and D3 Skis. So that's all. That is it, except for the prize giving that will take place in the next few minutes. And so far as the prize giving is concerned, we will reveal our winner of the best crash among the women and the men. We'll hold that information and we'll reveal it at the prize giving.
We will. So stay tuned. Tune in for the prize giving here. Watch these guys up on the podium. What a day. What a day.
Whew. Yes, indeed. It certainly was one of those great days. Those of you that are watching the webcast, please stick around and revel in the celebration of our champions, whether it be the women's, the men's, the best crash, the skier of the day.
I just want to get me a beer. Getting thirsty watching all this slalom skiing. So that was a fun day.
Yeah, I'm stoked with the skiers that we've seen. But we'll return right after this with the prize presentation right after these commercials here at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom.
I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumbai and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
Couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know that I was born for this. I was born for this. Baby, I was born for this. I was born for this. Never met a match I couldn't handle. No one else could ever hold a candle. Get ready for a battle, 'cause you know I was born. I tell you I was born for this. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now.
Water skiing is fun. Being cold and trying to water ski, however, can be miserable. So for all of you die-hard early and late season skiers out there, let us introduce you to your new friend, the all-new line of Syndicate Dryflex wetsuits. The goal was simple: design high-quality, long-lasting wetsuits specifically for water skiing without compromising feel and mobility. The water repellent and quick-drying 1.5mm high-stretch neoprene provides the elasticity you want with the warmth you need. All wetsuits are constructed with glued, blind-stitched seams, as well as water seal locks on wrists and leg openings to keep you semi-dry during use. We are proud to be able to offer you another tool to keep you on the water longer and moving closer toward your goals. So before the cold water season hits, be sure to get your hands on one of these, the all-new line of Syndicate DryFlex wetsuits.
My name's Freddie Winter, I'm a professional water skier. I'm the 2017 World Champion, current Masters Champion. So I got to know the guys at Aid Crew a few years ago and I was immediately pretty excited about the way that they were going about designing their product and their brand. It's got a youthful feel to it, which I can definitely get behind. I feel really good about that. And the stuff they make is just beautiful. It fits really well. I can put it on and feel at home immediately, and I've won a lot of tournaments wearing their stuff, and I'm looking to continue to do that. So the thing I especially like about the life jacket is that I have no restrictions on my body. I feel like I have the safety aspect, but also I'm not restricted anyway, so I can go and put my full reach on or whatever I need to do when I'm on the water in order to go and perform my best. What more can you ask for really from a ski vest? So really excited to be with Aid Crew for the 2020 season and looking forward to all the great success that I believe and I hope that I'm going to have going forward wearing the Aid Crew ski vest. I'm Manon Costar. I'm a professional water skier. I've been skiing for Aid Crew for 4 years now, and I'm the current world champion. What I really like about Aid is their new designs every year for the vest. They're super comfortable, the women's cut is really great for me, and I really enjoy the different designs that they come up each year. When you're on the starting dock before tournaments, you want to feel very comfortable, and with the stress and everything, it's good to have a gear that is very, very good for you and very well cut and that you can trust. And I found that with Aid, and since I've been skiing with those ski vests, I've won a few pro tournaments, including Masters and Mumba and the Worlds last year. And I know that the vest is something that helps me a lot.
All right then, folks, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please gather round because this here is the prize giving for the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Let's give it up. Come on. All right, so before we go into the awards, let me introduce to you the man with the plan, Mr. Clint Stadelbaugh, the tournament director. Let's give it up for him, please. Clint, you got some words for us, sir.
Yeah, I think it was a fantastic event, the 6th edition, very happy, very high-level skiing. As my brother Alan mentioned, in the finals where the 8 finalists ran 10.75, which is not often it happens, so congrats to them. The girls skied really good too, so very high-level tournament, and we're really happy about this edition.
Fantastic. Let's give it up for Clint Stadelbaugh. All right. Let me introduce to you your jury panel for this competition. Our chief judge, Mike Hurst. Come on down. Our technical controller, let's give it up for him, please. Ed Roberts. Chief Safety, Karen Melnick. Chief Scorer, Dana Garcia. Pan Am Judge, Stan Switzer. Our dock starters, Mark Needham and Pierre Terrell. Our boat drivers. Where would we be without the boat drivers? Becky Lathrop and Patrice Legay. And our panel of judges consisting of Donna Switzer, Lisa Harrison, Sergio Font, Jim Powers, Pete Shoemaker, Debbie Kern, and last but by no means least, Cindy Benzel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our jury panel. Fine band of officials. Let's give them a big cheer for their efforts this weekend. And you know, Valerie has given them some bottles of wine, but I think it's time that we gave Valerie something because it's her birthday today. Come on down, Valerie. We got a little surprise for you. Come on down. I think we got a cake for you, haven't we? It's on its way.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Valerie. Happy birthday to you.
There we go. We got a cake, we got flowers, we got it all here at the Swiss Pro Slalom. Juggle all of that if you can. Ladies and gentlemen, Valerie Stadelbauer. All right, as we continue to roll right along, before we go into our prizes right here, let's deal with the prizes in the virtual world, where we have two winners of skis, the 66-inch Conley GTR and the 66-inch D3 Ion for both the women's and the men's competitions, and respectively, Francisco Zapita and Susanna Orikova have won those skis. So give them a big congratulations. Thanks to our viewers, and I tell you what, I mean, they were entering in their hundreds to get those skis, so very well coveted. All right, now to the prizes that we're going to give out right here. The best men's crash of the day. Now, we're having a little bit of trouble deciding this, so can we have Cole McCormick come on down, please, and Benjamin Stadelbauer come on down. Where are you, Benjamin? All right, he's coming. He's got his ski with him too. What a pro. Now, got two bits of paper here. Is this going to be a straight up draw? Cole, you pick one, and whoever you pick is the winner of the crash contest for the men's competition. No pressure. And who is it? You! There we go. So you win the aid vest. Come on in. This is all you. All right. So, and Alice, don't go away too quickly, because we didn't have much in the way of crashes so far as the women's slalom is concerned. So we had to readjust the criteria. And our criteria is the most courageous opt-up of the competition. Going through 13 meters, opting up through 12, Alicia Bagnoli. This is why we kept it a secret from you. All right, so it comes down to the rope tension prize. $500 cash, a rope, and that big Popeye trophy that's lying around here somewhere. And with the greatest rope tension result, it is Benjamin Stadelbauer. There you go. Got to eat your Wheaties. And here is your trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Stadelbauer. All right. So continuing right along, our skier of the day winning the edge binding, and this came through an online vote, and with a percentage of over 60% of the vote, your skier of the weekend is Cal Burdick. And you get an edge binding for your troubles. All right, so. All right then, so our women's slalom results. And here are your top four. In fourth place, coming to you from Tennessee, it is Ali Nicholson. Go grab your ski. Come on. I'm coming. There you go. And also as well, please applaud her once again for the courageous work that she's doing as a recently qualified nurse at a Pensacola medical facility. So give her a big cheer for that. We certainly need all the nurses we can get currently. In third place with a score of 3 at 10.75 meters in the last round from North Bay in Canada, it is Jamie Bowe. Got a third place trophy there for you. All right, in second place with 4 at 10.75 meters, your silver medalist is none other than Manon Custard. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the 6th time in Askin, has never been beaten in this competition. With a score of 3 at 10.25 meters, she is none other than Regina Jakewoods. Hold on for a second. Right, Regina Jakewoods, you know what's coming up next, so let me grab that from you, swap it for a microphone, and talk.
Thank you, guys. It's always so fun to be here at Swiss Pro. Happy birthday, Valerie. Thank you to all the officials that put this on. We're super excited that you guys put the effort into having it after getting such a slow start to the season. So thank you. The girls are skiing awesome. We all had a great time out here, and we look forward to the next event. Thanks.
Excellent stuff. Let's give it up, please, for our podium finishers in the women's competition. Ali Nicholson, Jamie Bowe, Manon Custard, and your champion, Regina Jakewoods. Give her a big cheer.
I'm going to have to make a move, and I'm not going to like to do this, but I have no
All right. What do you want? Do you want the bottle or do you want the check? Bottoms up. All right, then. Here we go. All right. So, now we come down to the top 5 in the men's competition. 5th place with a final round score of 2.5 at 10.25 meters. From the Czech Republic, he is Adam the Sledgehammer Sadelmayer. Fantastic. In 2nd place, actually in 4th place, I beg your pardon. We've mentioned him a time or two already. With a score of 3 at 10.25 meters. Wait your turn. It's Benjamin Stadelbauer. Fourth place, Benjamin Stadelbauer. In 3rd place, also with a score of 3 at 10.25 meters, Thomas de Gasperi. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2nd place finisher with a score of 4 1/2 at 10.25 meters. It is Nate Smith. And, ladies and gentlemen, your winner with a score of 5 at 10.25 meters. Hailing out of Wandsworth in the United Kingdom, he is none other than Freddie Winter.
My boy. My boy. My boy.
All right. We're giving you trophies. We're giving you checks. Let me grab that. All right. So, let me grab 1 or 2 of those for a second. You're going to have the mic and you're going to talk for a few moments. Let me grab that. You grab this.
Well, guys, the usual thing to say is to say thank you to the people that organised the tournament. And I mean, I think that especially in a year like this where we weren't really sure we were going to have any tournaments, I'm especially thankful to the Stadelbauers for putting it on, for all the people that have supported the tournament. And, you know, I said it on the webcast earlier, I'm happy that we have such a great webcast going on that can promote the sport. So thank you to all the webcast guys for doing a great job and, you know, getting very hot and sweaty all day for the good of the sport we love. But yeah, thank you to everyone. Awesome event. I had a lot of fun. And see you all next year, I guess.
Give it up, please, for our top 5 finishers. Adam Sadelmayer, Benjamin Stadelbauer, Thomas de Gasperi, Nate Smith, and your champion, Freddie Winter. Great effort from all concerned, and that is it for another year for the Swiss Pro Slalom 2020.
Okay, I want to thank everybody again. Special thank to the webcast crew who are changing our sport, I think. And happy to see you definitely next year.
Thank you very much indeed, Clint Stadelbauer. And that is it for the webcast of the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. We hope to be back here a little bit earlier next year in 2021. The next broadcast from TWBC that will be broadcast will be in a little under 2 weeks' time. The Mastercraft Pro Championship Tournament over at Lake Gru. It'll be a Friday tournament starting on the 23rd, concluding on the 24th of October. But for me, for now, and for the entirety of TWBC, this is Tony Lightfoot saying ciao for now, and see you next time. Peace!
So we're here with Will Asher, 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, defending champ of last year's event. Coming into the event after running 3 times 10.25 at the JT Fall Classic. Will, how confident are you to bring those scores to Swiss and eventually take the title home?
I mean, that would definitely be the dream. You know, we had a bit of a tune-up in the week. We had Chris Ella drove down, one of the best drivers in the world, and you kind of can't pass up those opportunities when he drives all the way from South Carolina or North Carolina, where they're from. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the competition's fierce. Everyone's skiing very well. Seems like COVID has kind of put people in their den and put them on the water, so we'll see.
So last pro event was the Travers Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. Is any equipment change, or you're coming onto this event with the same material?
Yeah, I mean, we're always trying new equipment. I do have a different ski than I had a couple of weeks ago, so hopefully that'll play out. I've been able to train a little bit more the last couple of weeks, so that's been pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, just keep rolling. We'll do our best on the night or on the day.
Perfect. This was Will Asher. So Dane, you've been skiing almost every single edition of the Swiss Pro Slalom, always close to the podium but not quite on it. How confident are you for this weekend, and will this finally be your first podium at the Swiss Pro Slalom?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really excited to be here. It's one of my favorite tournaments of the year. I mean, this year's a little bit different just because it's in October. Usually it's like the kickoff and everyone's excited, but I'll be honest, Swiss Pro is, I would say, one of the hardest tournaments we have just because everyone's here and the site is perfect and everything's dialed in. So it's going to take a big score, and I mean, I hope I can, you know, push up to the podium, but you know, it's going to be a big score.
Well, the anticipation is starting to grow here at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom, and one of the top contenders is Canada's Jamie Calhoun. How you doing, sir?
Good, and you?
I'm doing pretty good. I am absolutely stoked and excited at the prospect of the Swiss Pro Slalom. You must be as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's feeling awesome out there. Just like a practice set. Couldn't ask for any better conditions, a better site, better driver. Gonna be fun tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be fun. What kind of score are you expecting to throw down out there?
I'm just hoping to get through 10.75 and get through one round, hopefully both rounds, and give it all I got at 41.
This is the Swiss Pro Slalom, and he's been Jamie Calhoun.
So we're here, the 2 days ahead of the Swiss Pro Slalom. We're here with Eddie Robert, TC. He's been TC from the start, actually, did every single edition.
Early 80s, I've been a TC.
Yeah, well, early 80s TC, but did every single Swiss Pro edition. So Eddie, tell us what the TC job and what are you required to do here?
Well, we got to make sure that Vince put the buoys where they're supposed to be, and they're measured within probably 1.5 inches or so on the average, and everything has got to be tight. The cameras have got to be where they can see the perfect view from a point of view that we established years ago, and that the cameras from the in-course, they're tracking the boat all the time down through the course, and now we've introduced a new thing called SurePath that actually digitally represents the path of the boat through the course. Go ahead.
So how much, as a TC, how helpful is new technology coming out?
Well, it's always a challenge. I'm a little bit older than some of the TCs, and I've watched it evolve immensely. There was no cameras when I started. It was just measurements. We actually physically measured the courses most of the time, even for record tournaments to begin with. And then we got to where we had to have a theodolite and do a survey of the course. And that was a little more technical. And then we got all the cameras and all the measurement devices and tolerances on everything to the nanosecond. So it's been a kind of a experience of learning all the time. So every time something new comes out, like SurePath, it'll be a learning experience until we get a little bit used to it and get to use it.
Hello guys, this is Vincent. We're here at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom practice day. We're here with Federico and Luisa from Colombia. It's their first time doing Swiss Pro. Last pro event they both skied was the Travers Grand Prix. How was your experience over there?
It was really cool to compete against the best in the world, and being so young and getting up there and doing a good score was pretty fun.
Nice. And you, Luisa?
I didn't ski exactly as I wanted to, but these tournaments are always very cool to be around, like all these good skiers. It's very cool to watch also.
So for you two, first time at Swiss, first time skiing the Swiss Pro Slalom, very competitive this weekend. What's your goal for this weekend?
I want to be able to put up a good score, around 39, as many times as I can, and try to get into a further round.
Yeah, I just wanna go out there and ski good and maybe keep on advancing into depending on the round, and hopefully I'll be able to put out a good score out there.
Louisa, are you going to be finally the first girl that's going to stop Regina Jacquez from winning all those events?
I mean, I think I still have a long time to get there, but hopefully someday.
2020 Swiss Pro Slalom from the Colombies. So we're here with John Travers, 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. We're here on a practice day. JT just ran 1 at 43 off at actually the tournament he organized past week, which is his best performance of the year. So John, how confident are you on bringing 1 at 43 onto the event?
Yeah, last week was good. It's just good to have practice results moving to the tournament, and it's been challenging this year with everything going on, and just now getting in the flow of tournaments again. It's a great feeling, and after coming home from Malibu, I was like, man, I got a little bit of work to do. So I started working with Will and the boys on the team and just trying to grind out and get some results that we can feel like we can move from the tournament practice rides into the tournaments, and that's what Will and I ski really good the last few weekends at the ski school. So I'm pretty excited for this weekend. I'm just trying to heal up and have fun this weekend.
We're here with Chris Parrish at the 2020 Swiss Pro Slalom. Chris, do you want to talk a little bit about how the previous pro event went, Travers Grand Prix?
Yeah, there was definitely some good things and then not so great. I ran a pretty nice 39 in the first round. Had a decent start. I was trying to get the full 2 at 41, just couldn't quite. Actually, I need to go back and maybe practice some S turns, and that's what some of my competitors said too. But man, unfortunately, I made a fin change after the first round, and I thought it was going to be the right direction, and it was actually the wrong direction. But I just turned that into a positive, and I learned from that, and on to Swiss Pro this Sunday.
So obviously, everyone knows you as a veteran of the sport. So I'm sure you got some game plans to fix the mistakes you made at Travers coming onto this weekend. Any equipment change? Anything you changed from Travers to now?
Oh man, that's a great question, and that's a 100% yes, and that's probably a normal slalom skier move. But I actually had a great week of training.